Hello, and to whom this may concern, I stubbed my pinky toe on the subwoofer of my speakers while sitting down. So if you saw me clenching a little bit just before, I don't know when the camera kicked in. That's what that was. Ow. Our mix is already here. With a Biscoff and I'll be hydrating in a second. I tell you what, there's a princess juice waiting to go. How's that? A bit hot. Oh, that's nice. My hands are a little cold. Oh, the aircon's on, that's why. That's what that noise is. No wonder I'm cold. Yeah, I did. Yay. I actually, forgot it was there, because you're right, it normally isn't. I usually forget until I have to go get it later. But, I didn't start the water boiling for the coffee ahead of time while I was doing some other things. So by the time I started to do that, I was like, what else do I need to do before the stream starts? Oh, I can take my water bottle out. Neat. Oh, I should probably Biscoff, hey. You know what is dumb? You know what's dumb of me? I did the dishwasher last night, and I forgot to put the Biscoff spoon in there. This could have been cleaned. Fuck's sake. Hmm. Congrats, Mix. You got 2. Hang on. Let me make sure it's not 3. Damn, dude. I just realized how desperate that was. There was a bunch of Biscoff still caked on the shard of glass. And I legitimately started licking it. I'm trying to eat the Biscoff off the glass. Well, that was stupid. Let me go throw this away. All right. That was weirdly desperate of me. I can't believe I'm that obsessed that I would see Biscoff caked on shards of sharp glass, and my impulse is to like try to lick and suck it off. That's not good survival instinct, I'm telling you. I mean, I have so much of this stuff. You wouldn't think that I'd be that desperate for it. I can literally crack open another jar right now and just like stick my tongue in it. Hmm. Yes. Yes. There's something very satisfying about hot coffee going down the hatch right after a big gloop of Biscoff. I think it's because of the way that a hot drink washes down sugar. There's something satisfying about how a hot caffeinated drink like nullifies the that sweet sugary taste in your mouth. It's a good offset. I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, but it makes sense to me. I just also realized I did forget something today. I haven't done a sound test. I haven't done the sound test to see if I have everything plugged in and set up correctly. Voice meter bananas on. It's set to go through the Elgato. Let's check it. Let's test it. Here we go. We'll do the Doom test. How about that? There's my headphones. Why are you wearing sunglasses at night? Because there's three different Elgato lights pointed at my face that I have to put up with while gaming all week. So when I do a hangout stream where I don't have to play anything and I get to just chill, I like to take a break from the spotlights. It really gets exhausting on your eyeballs, especially the key light, the one that's right above the monitor that's aimed like directly into my face. Jesus Christ, that took a while to get used to. I tell you what, I think it was like a month or two before I started to like get over it. Like it started to become invisible and I could just focus on the monitor and not worry about having light blasted in my face. But even when you start to get used to it, it's still makes your eyes water a bit over time. It is a bit tiring. All right. I can hear you. That's all I can confirm. Yeah, that's just the microphone there. That's a separate thing. I just got to make sure that the OBS laptop can hear the computer system sound. For that, we need Doom. There it is. Yes. We gotta wait for the drop. Here comes the drop. Ready? Alright. That confirms it. As long as I can see the audio spiking on the laptop, which means you can hear it, and I can hear it through my headphones, that's good. That's actually tricky stuff to get right when you're it's part of my exercise routine. When you stream with this kind of setup, like with the two computer setup and the Elgato and all that, it is a little bit tricky to get all that stuff working initially, because I have to have a separate piece of software on the PC called Voice Meter Banana, which basically creates one audio channel that is picking up the system sound and the speaker sound that's going to my headphones. And then it sets just one of them through to the Elgato so that you can hear what's on the system, but I'm also getting that feed through here so I can hear it too. Like, without all that bullshit, like, I can't hear it and you can hear it at the same time, if that makes sense. Just a couple extra hoops to jump through if you're doing 2 PC streaming. Sounds like a pain in the butt, but it's worth doing if you want to separate your streaming so that you have a machine that's dedicated to the stream, which is much more smooth and efficient, much less drop frames. And then the OBS that's running your stream isn't taking up system resources on your computer where you're playing the game. So the game isn't being held back for the streaming either. The two things can run unimpeded. Okay. What am I doing? Back. We're done. We're done with the test. This is really good tonight. I think I put too much sugar in it, but it's good. You know how I know I put too much sugar in it? I spilt it. There's sugar on the counter and on the floor. There's still sugar on the bottom of my feet from where I walked on the tiles where the sugar was spilt. So I've got sugary soles right now. Okay. Yeah. What to do? I have a bunch of stuff. Things built up. Horror, comedy, something with Elizabeth Olsen. Oh, it's the real life story of the lady that stabbed that other woman like 40 times when she was having an affair with her husband. For HBO Max. That looks good. I already watched the teaser for that. There's a real trailer out. There's a real trailer out for the Dracula movie with Nick Cage. A full trailer. Something with Glenn from Walking Dead. There's a Netflix film. A bunch of gaming stuff I have no idea about. Christoph Waltz is in some trashy-looking Sorcerer's Apprentice movie. Some kind of sci-fi fantasy thing. I've been hanging on to a lot of goodies. and not spoiling any of it for myself. There's a full trailer for that Glorious movie. It's I saw a teaser for this a while back. I don't know if anyone remembers. It was Ryan Quanten, the Australian actor. It's an indie film, and it got much praise at like Cannes and Sundance and stuff, about a guy that gets trapped in a truck stop cubicle bathroom with a glory hole, and I think he can talk to like some Lovecraftian god through the glory hole, and it wants him to do something. Possibly put his penis through the hole. I don't know. I can't remember. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna watch that now. I think that's the one. That's the one. I've decided. That's not the screen though. That's better. Okay. Where's the spot? I gotta find... Move the mic. Always gotta find the right sweet, sweet souls. It sounds like I was complimenting myself in like a religious way. Sweet soul. It's weird having kernels of sugar under your foot. When I walk, I can feel them crunch. But I was gonna be late for streaming. Well, later than I already was. How's that? I think that works. Yay. Alright. Where's the thing? Here it is.
Hi.
Whoop. Hi, trailer. I haven't seen Ryan Quanten in something in ages. Not since, True Blood. He was, Suki's brother in True Blood.
Hi, it's Brenda. I'll call you back.
Hey, Brenda, it's Wes calling you.
Okay, wait. This is very quiet. For both of us. What's going on here? Try this again.
Hi, it's Brenda. I'll call you back.
Hey, Brenda, it's Wes calling you again. I just needed to hear your voice.
I love you very much.
Not very attractive. Looks like a Karen.
You know, some things may seem broken. Usually just means you stop trying.
Uh-oh.
Everything all right over there, my friend?
I'm not much of a bathroom talker.
You're not in the
J.
least
Jonah
bit
Jameson.
Curious as to what I have to say.
I'm just not into conversations with random dudes hiding out in bathroom stalls.
Yes.
No one is coming to help you, friend.
So you're a god living in a rest stop bathroom in a stall that's glory hole adjacent.
I am he. I am that God. The
What an amazing
universe
concept.
has a favor to ask. You need to satisfy my physical form. There's only one part of you that can do that.
No.
I'm not doing it. I don't care how many people it saves.
Total annihilation of all life in the universe.
You gotta fuck the God's glory hole. You gotta do it.
Pure and raw. That's what I need from you.
What did you do, Wes?
I
Damn.
wish I'd driven the extra 40 miles to the next rest stop.
That wouldn't have helped.
Why? Is there a troll living in that one?
That's amazing. What a concept, though. A man has to, fuck a Lovecraftian god through a glory hole, or to save the universe? I'm not actually sure what the stakes were. I didn't quite gather from the trailer, what was at stake if he didn't put his dick in the hole. He seemed to suggest that people's lives are at stake, but, like, a few people? All the people? Reality? You know, to be honest, I probably would have done it before he even asked. He'd be like, I need you to do one thing. Oh, wait. Are you sticking your dick in the hole? Yeah, well, good. Is that okay? That's actually what I was about to ask you. Oh, great. Then we're on the same page. I always wanted to know what Cthulhu's little tendrily mouth would feel like. Probably really good, and then you cease to exist, like, shortly after nutting. You know, really good followed by really bad. Not feeling. Really bad theoretically, because you would, like... You would die, but it wouldn't be like dying. It would be like having your existence erased like you never were. People wouldn't even remember that you even were there in the first place. It'd be some, like, weird... cosmic horror shit. I love the fact that J.K. Simmons is a godly creature from beyond the veil. He's got such a great voice. I think the only problem is when you hear him talk, you know he's J.K. Simmons, so I guess there's a level of immersion that might get broken. Kind of like when you hear Gilbert Gottfried and you're like, oh my god, it's Gilbert Gottfried. Fucking Iago. Can't mistake that voice. But then that's the problem with most actors, like in Hollywood. Like any celebrity actor that you're really familiar with, like a Hugh Jackman or a Johnny Depp. Sometimes it can be hard to get immersed in a story when you're just like, yeah, but it's fucking Hugh Jackman. Like, it's always him. It's too recognizable. Sometimes I like it to be nobodies. It's cool when it can be nobodies. Ryan Quanten's not a nobody, but I don't know what happened to him. Let's find out what happened to him. He seemed like he was on the up and up, but I just didn't... Okay. He is in stuff. It might just be trashy stuff. Dead Silence? He was in Dead Silence? What the fuck? Stop. Get off my screen. So where's True Blood? There we go. Jason Stackhouse. That's what I remember him from. 2008, 2014. Rio, I Love You, Northman Viking Saga Collection, Kidnapping Freddie Heineken, Blunt Force Trauma, Blinky Bill, a voice. Okay. Edge Loner, Jake and the Neverland Pirates, Who Gets the Dog, Apollo... I have never heard of any of these, except for the Blinky Bill animated film, which is trash. Apollo Gauntlet, Hurricane Heist, Supercon. The Oath, Kill Chain, Sacred Lies, 2067, Them, Creepshow. I know about Creepshow. It's a horror TV anthology thing. Loveland, There's Glorious that we just watched. And then after this, later in the year, Section 8 and Kindred. And then next year, Headcount, Portrait, and Devil Inside. So he never stopped working. He's just in, like, so much cheap stuff that I have not heard of most of these things. But he's had jobs every year. More than one job a year. So he never went anywhere. It's just... so much of it is trash that it can seem like he vanished from existence. I feel a little bad. Put Ryan Quanten in more big Hollywood stuff. Why not? Nothing wrong with Ryan Quanten. Have him be... Ooh, DC has got that Green Lantern TV show coming up. That's like True Detective. About the Green Lantern Corps. And it's going to have Hal Jordan and Jon Stewart as two Green Lantern main characters, basically being like a buddy cop thing on Earth as their jurisdiction. Ryan Quanten would be a great side character Green Lantern. Like if we get to see the Green Lantern Corps and all the Green Lanterns of different species from different districts, I can see Ryan Quanten be like an Aussie Green Lantern, like backup crew, popping up every once in a while with a bunch of other lesser known but working actors. Maybe even Alien. Put some prosthetics on him. Okay. That was great. Hopefully it's not all downhill from here. Usually I don't like to watch the thing I'm the most interested in first. Because it sucks when over the course of the night the trailers get more and more boring or disinteresting. Maybe I'll jump to the Christoph Waltz one. Yeah, alright. Christoph Waltz one it is. This looks like it might be trash from the thumbnail. But I'll give it a chance. Oh, Madman Entertainment.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, this is Paul Carpenter.
Glad you found us.
And what makes you think you'll be suited to this position?
Coincidence, really?
Go on.
Well, bloody alarm! My shoelace
Oh,
broke
it's from the UK.
twice. A dog stole my scarf.
Hey, grab that dog!
And here I am.
Well, this has been a truly forgettable experience.
I do love seeing Sam Neill.
I got a job!
You'll be working for the most innovative company in history. We control their gut instincts.
We arrange coincidences.
Whoa.
Is that what you do here? Make people fall in love? Oh, thank you so much.
That's why
Okay,
she's
wait,
the fast track.
wait. This is that American movie, The Adjustment Bureau, with Matt Damon, but like the Brit take on it. That's what I'm getting so far, anyway.
Program, and you, Paul, are not.
Has lost something immeasurably valuable. It's one of the most powerful and coveted items ever to exist.
Okay, don't get Hogwartsy with it. From the Jim Henson Company?
It's a door, portable door to be specific. You're not to share this with anyone. Can I trust you?
So it goes wherever you want to go. This has just become the best job in the world. Come on!
I don't think I'd want a portable door.
Portable
I think
door.
I'd get up to
When you
shenanigans with it.
fail,
I'd get in trouble.
there are no words to describe what Mr. Wells will do to you.
If you do find it, this is who you come to.
This company
Is that
is at war
Medusa?
with itself.
We were able to influence this consumer. Imagine what we can do to the masses.
I can find a way out. That's what I do.
I think Christoph Waltz is turning the organization evil.
Who closes the door keeps the door.
Do you have any idea what they do here?
Could be a cleverer name. I don't know about the portable door. I don't think that's very easy to market. I'd find the door, and with my luck, it'd be when I'm with dinosaurs, which would be great and terrifying. I don't think it's random. I think the portable door goes where you want it to go. But that's the problem. It's like, you give that to just anybody, and you might be like, well, what's stopping me from opening the door in a bank vault and just taking enough to pay rent for a year? No, not like a big... Not an amount that would cause the bank any trouble. You know, just enough that they could cover it with insurance and be like maybe slightly concerned about why there's a discrepancy during the end of year financials. And maybe do that every other year. I feel like you can do... it's kind of like Jumper with Hayden Christensen. It was Hayden Christensen, wasn't it? The one about the teleporting people? Where it's like, you could get away with like minor large-scale crimes. Like if an organization is big enough, like a multi-trillion-dollar bank branch, you could teleport in and take a modest amount that wouldn't actually cause them any strife. It would just be like confusing for them when they do their stock take of their, you know, what money they've got on board. It'd be hard not to do that, something like that. But I think that's why they covered it in Jumper really well. In Jumper, it kind of showed how even the main character was kind of a piece of shit, because anyone with that power, it would be very difficult not to do to some level of shitty things for your own convenience. You heading out, Minx? Yeah, no worries. I'll chat to you later. I got plenty to keep me amused for a couple hours. I'm all good. Although I'm lacking some lollies, unfortunately. No crying. Well, no one will know if I did because I'm poker face tonight. Remind me to go to the shops tomorrow morning so I can get snacks and lollies for the next week. It's important. And also, you're right. It's good to see Sam Neill. What a man. I wish I could have seen Sam Neill in more stuff since Jurassic Park, though. He's been in a few things here and there, but you'd think Sam Neill would have been a bigger star after playing Grant in Jurassic. He kind of pulled his own vanishing act and only showed up in very modest projects, which is odd. The only other thing that's big enough in my brain was The Mouth of Madness, because I was interested in Lovecraft stuff, and I thought that was an interesting adaptation, and he was the main character in that, and that's a weird movie. So most people probably haven't heard of that, but it's stuck in my brain because I used to watch it on VHS. Okay. Time for something else. I was curious about Pi. A24 put out a trailer for Pi, which is the Darren Aronofsky feature film, his very first one, which I have on Blu-ray and which I love. So I don't know why A24 just put out a trailer for it now. I am not entirely sure. I'm kind of scared this is going to be a remake, which I don't want. But with any luck, this is some kind of remastering, re-release based on the fact that A24 have maybe bought the rights to it. I hope.
1245. Restate my assumptions. 1.
This is definitely the original
Mathematics
Pi.
is the language of nature. 2. Everything around us can be represented and understood through numbers. 3. If you graph the numbers of any system, patterns emerge. Therefore, there are patterns everywhere in nature.
It's such a good movie, man. But why a trailer now? Oh, remastered. Okay.
This
I was
is
sort of right.
insanity, Max. Or maybe it's genius.
You only gave us part of the code.
You are only a vessel from our God.
Damn. In IMAX. Oh my god. So A24 must have got the rights to it and remastered it for IMAX viewing. That's nuts. I don't know if it's a movie worthy of IMAX, to be honest, but it's a movie worthy of seeing. If you've got the DVD or Blu-ray, go nuts. It's awesome. If anyone's never heard of Pi, it's a Darren Aronofsky film about a mathematician that's kind of on the cusp of a breakthrough with chaos theory, where you can use numbers and an algorithm to basically predict anything, and that includes like stock market, lotteries, like that kind of stuff. You know, the chaos theory of the universe can be broken down to numbers and can be deciphered. It's a crazy idea, but it is also something that is driving him crazy. And there is a cult that also believes in that stuff, but they take a more religious view of it, and they're trying to bully him into giving him their findings, and things just get worse and worse. It's iconic for a scene where a character puts a drill again to their own temple. I won't say why or what the point. I'll just, no further spoilers, I guess. Oh, someone in the comments was worried about the exact same thing I was. Thank God for a second I thought they remade it. Thank you for not ruining a classic. That's exactly my concern when I first clicked on this thumbnail. Kudos to A24 for keeping classics remastered and available. There are a lot of movies that are starting to become impossible to get or watch. There's some Kevin Smith films from the Miramax era. I think maybe Dogma might be one of them. That is not available for streaming anywhere and not currently in print. So you can't buy it on disc and you can't actually find it online in any legal capacity. And it's starting to raise this question of like, as the decades go on and print media starts to die out and decay and get lost in the ether, like, what is happening with older films that aren't being kept alive by studios that are holding on to licenses and keeping prints paid for? Like keeping discs being pressed and keeping things licensed for streaming. Like, things don't just get to be on HBO Max or Netflix or Disney Plus. Like, someone is paying somebody for the privilege of allowing that to exist on there for a specific period of time that the paid for contract stipulates. So nothing exists in perpetuity. Like, we don't just have this library of everything that's ever been done available at all times for us to peruse. Like, it's all a fucking madhouse, and it's a little concerning what's going to happen in the future, because we're just going to lose films. I mean, they're not gone. It's just that whoever currently owns the rights to it and is not doing anything with it has it somewhere in a vault on a hard drive or on some printed reels, and just no one is making hard copies or paying for licensing to stream it. They're just sitting on it, and no one can get it or see it or own it. And those are just going to vanish. I don't know. Like, we need some kind of... I'm trying to rack my brain for what the future could hold with this stuff. And one thing I keep thinking of is, like, we need some kind of ubiquitous conglomeration of streaming. Like, right now we have companies that are fighting for our dollar, like your Netflixes and your Disney Pluses and your Amazon Primes. Like, all these disparate streaming companies are paying to have things made for the original, for the platform, and are paying for older pre-made stuff to be shown there. And that's where you got to go to see it. Right now, it's a competitive capitalistic system, right? I think in the future, somehow this is all going to have to die in a way that creates some kind of conglomeration. Like, it all needs to be fused into one governmentally controlled, almost like socialist streaming platform, where all art is just conglomerated together, almost like the National Film Archive kind of thing. How classics regularly get signed into that, so that they're like basically for all history in perpetuity, they're like stored and and kept. We need an online streaming version of that, like a Netflix, but where everything gets put to basically house all art. Oh God, I'm thirsty tonight. And not for the purposes of capitalism, not for the purposes of, making money for your business through subscribers. For the purposes of literally keeping art safe, putting everything in one place, and then we can go in and just watch whatever. Maybe one day, 50, 60 years from now. Because right now, this is what's this is what it is. But I don't know. Maybe the stuff that I'm saying is too wishy-washy, too utopian. So, don't mind me. If only. All right, let's do something random that I've got no idea what it is. Renovations. Okay. I think it's a Jeremy Renner TV show. From the name, I assume about renovating people's houses. Can you imagine can you imagine Hawkeye renovating your house for the purposes of a documentary? Actually, wait, rewind a second. That Door trailer that we watched, Portable Door. I just realized what my problem with that trailer was. It feels like you're watching Adjustment Bureau, a hyper-realistic, sort of grounded fantasy film about a corporation that controls and affects our impulses and serendipity, random chance between human beings, that kind of stuff. Very fanciful idea, very similar to Adjustment Bureau in that way. But then the second half of the trailer turns into Hogwarts, turns into fucking Harry Potter. It turns into Sorcerer's Apprentice with magic users and spells and magic artifacts, and there's a little baby dragon at one point. And I feel like that kind of threw me off a little bit. There's an issue there. Because Because I don't mind either of those two tones, but I didn't like one tone shifting into another randomly. I feel like that, I wasn't feeling that. Either stick to the first half or stick to the second half, but like, first half preferably. I think I was enjoying that more, especially with the caliber of actors they had. We didn't need it to go all Hogwarts at the end. Anyway, I'll stop thinking about that. It's bothering me. Okay, wait. Let me just check the... Every build is a purpose. Check out the trailer for Renovations. Coming series. Oh, sorry. They must have filmed this before Jeremy Renner got run over by his own snowplow. Embraces Jeremy Renner's lifelong passion to give back to communities around the world by reimagining purpose-built vehicles. So he has a show about purpose-built vehicles after he got run over and almost killed by his own vehicle. I wonder if that's going to affect people's interest in this show. Okay, I'm keen. I like Jeremy. If you ignore his ill-fated music career.
All right.
What's up, buddy?
Explain to everybody how we
Who
got
that guy? He looks familiar.
I'm buying these decommissioned government vehicles to help reimagine them to serve this community again, just in a different way.
Which ones are his?
They're all his.
He said he bought 2.
I decided to reimagine, repurpose, and renovate these vehicles. And I wanted to do it for communities and help kids in
So he
need
just bought like a
all over the
whole
world.
bunch of large
I also
bus-like
brought along
vehicles?
some talented and familiar friends to help me deliver them. There's a lot of concern on the Avengers family chat, like, you know, what is Renner doing? He's going a little off the rails. We're gonna change this truck into a mobile rec center.
What's the timeline?
2 weeks.
I have never done so much
Mobile
carpentry
rec
work in
center.
my life. Rory is kind of a bull in a china shop.
Bubbly.
No power tools for Rory. Imagine possibilities.
I didn't know Renner was such a handyman type dude.
The only difference between crazy
Don't tell Jeremy.
and courage is a plan.
I was just thinking, we're taking apart a bus with Hawkeye.
I hope this demonstrates how easy it is to make a giant difference in other people's lives.
There's a lot of Avengers references in this trailer.
We'll have
They
to
know what they're
bounce
doing.
some ideas off each other and make something really special.
We're gonna change this truck into a water filtration truck.
Can't wait to see the look on these kids' faces.
Oh, that's what that was at the start of the
I think
trailer.
everybody senses how
A truck that filters
truly
water
special
for
this project
poor
is.
communities.
Let's finish this thing strong.
This is nice.
Okay, Jared, what's the plan?
I want to make actionability and thoughtfulness of others cool.
I love that.
I was still talking.
Cool. Wait, what's this Walking Dead? What the hell was that? What was that? How? Oh wait, how old is this trailer? March 8th? Not long ago. Okay. Alright, I might have made some wisecracks at the start about him getting run over by his snowplow, but I kind of feel bad now. Jeremy Renner, I mean, like, his attempts at, like, becoming a music star were a little bit cringe. That didn't really work. But, I like this type of stuff. He's trying things. Oh my god, this dude's right. Nick Offerman would be perfect for this show. They need to bring Nick Offerman on and get him on a build with Jeremy Renner. Oh, for real, man. How did you not get Nick Offerman when you're talking about doing handyman stuff? Nice, but he needs to stay away from big vehicles for a while. Yep. I'm sure this was filmed well before the accident, though. Then we might have to wait a little longer to get a season 2. Looks like one of those parody shows you'd see on The Boys. Yeah, I mean, if you were going to do the snarky, cynical version of that, sure. But I feel like this is its heart in the right place. I like this. This guy's making fun of the fact that they talk about doing this all over the world, but they're only in America and India. I'm pretty sure I saw Africa in there. I think. He must have made so much money from the Marvel stuff. If you can buy all these like warehouses, workshops, buses, trucks. Unless it's being produced by a couple of executive producers that are all putting money in. Like, a lot of the times at shows like this, you don't need to spend your own money. Like, the production companies and the shareholders, you've got people fitting the bill, making up your budget. That's usually how it works. Is this on Disney Plus? Yes, it is. Of course, because they own him. What was that? What was this? 13 hours ago. The Walking Dead Dead City official teaser trailer. Maggie and Negan are back in The Walking Dead Dead City. What? It's a spin-off show of just Maggie and Negan? Why? What the fuck?
He has my son.
She has a son?
To getting him back.
Seriously? Walkers are falling from the sky now.
Why does this look really cheap? I know that's a really quick teaser trailer, but man, that was some cheap-ass vibes. Are they just phoning it in now and doing whatever with whatever characters are left alive? Aren't they doing another spin-off show with Michonne and big character cowboy guy? What's his name? Carl's dad? Forgot the main character's name. And then there's another one that's like all anthology stories of different characters that take place in the same universe. Different new original characters and stories. Oh, Rick, that's what his name was. Okay, so spin-off stories. Rick and Michonne, Maggie and Negan. That's 3 Walking Dead shows. I'm pretty sure the main one's finishing. I bet there's going to be at least a 4th. I don't know much about what's going on with Walking Dead, but there's absolutely no way they're not still using Daryl. There's got to be a show with in fact, I think I did hear something about Daryl's character, Norman Reedus' character, and the old lady that's normally paired up with him in Walking Dead. I think the 2 of them might be doing something. Are they doing the anti-hero thing with Negan? Is that what's going on? Like, she's got her kid kidnapped by raiders or psychopaths, and the only way she can save him is to go to another psychopath like Negan and have him have bad fight bad, basically. So, like, his redemption by doing what he does best. Like a Punisher type thing. That's, I don't know. It seems a little cringe somehow. Whatever. I haven't watched Walking Dead in a while. Not for any particular reason. I didn't stop watching because I hated it. It just... I fell off the seasons because I was busy doing other stuff and I never really got back to it. I've always been curious, but... it kind of left me behind a little bit. Okay. What's next? Here's something very new, a couple of days ago. It's called Blackberry, and it stars Jay Baruchel, which interests me greatly, because Jay Baruchel is that kind of side character in other people's comedies that plays the butt of jokes, because he's like the dude with the annoying voice, like Charlie Day. He's a very Charlie Day type of actor.
Yeah, what can I do for you? Okay, picture a cell phone and an email machine all in one thing. There is a free wireless internet signal all across North America, and nobody has figured out how to use it.
Oh, this is going to be kind of based on true story biographical thing about the dude that invented the BlackBerry, right? That's why it's called BlackBerry. I should have probably guessed that from the name.
It's like the Force. Sorry, have you seen Star Wars?
What?
No. That guy is sketchy.
I don't think he's sketchy.
The guy's a shark.
I know how to market it, and I know who we can sell it to.
He's
But I
definitely
want
a shark.
50% of the company, and I've got to be CEO.
I don't know who you think you are, but deal. Are you joking?
Damn.
We are in a race to get this thing to market, and we are a year behind. I need a prototype.
I'll do it perfectly or I don't do it.
Mike, are you familiar with the saying, perfect is the enemy of good?
Well, good enough is the enemy of humanity.
What do you call it?
It's called a BlackBerry.
Huh. Try typing with your thumbs.
Dope.
Get this baby in the hands of every Fortune 500 executive you could find.
We call them crackberries.
Blackberry. Oh god, here we go.
Should Doug come with us, sir?
No. You want to be great? You need to sacrifice. And the more painful the sacrifice, the greater you'll be.
Why does every one of
phones
these
on these networks, they're going to crack.
Why does every one of these success stories involve someone screwing over somebody else? The Facebook was the same. Andrew Garfield's character was in it with Jesse Eisenberg, Mark Zuckerberg. Like, it's always like two dudes, both good guys, both mates, working on a thing, and then at some point, some corporate dude or some like moneymaker, some entrepreneur shark that knows how to get their shit out there, gets involved. It becomes successful thanks to them, but then also their influence causes like the one person to betray the other. It feels like every single success story of every single app, every single piece of technology has that same history, and it's bizarre.
Is this legal?
You need to sell 1 million BlackBerries. We are calling it iPhone.
In the middle of a hostile takeover!
Do you know what the sentence is for multi-million-dollar stock fraud?
What are you doing?
I'm doing it all.
You guys have no idea how to run a company. What's happening, man?
I created this entire market.
What's
You said
happening?
they were the best engineers in the world.
I said they're the best engineers in Canada.
What are they paying you?
I shouldn't say.
They're paying me $10 million.
Yeah, me too.
Was that ProZD? Dude, was that ProZD? From YouTube? Damn, dude. He getting rolls. Also, he's rounder than I remember in this movie. Good for him. He is getting. I mean, he is an actor. I think he is like officially a voice actor at least. I'm not used to seeing him in live action anything, like actually on camera acting, except for his own YouTube channel. But that's cool. Because yeah, it just occurred to me that like the BlackBerry is not really a thing anymore, right? I mean, does anyone still have a BlackBerry? Like, we're off that shit now. Like, you can do everything you could have done with a BlackBerry with just a regular phone, Android, iPhone, whatever. So, having a very specific piece of technology like that is redundant. So I'm guessing this doesn't go in a good direction. The end of this autobiographical take. I don't know how much of this is going to be fiction and non-fiction. I'm sure there's some embellishment. There usually is. But I'm guessing the end of this is quite tragic or bittersweet for most of the characters involved. They're all going to get very rich, and everything's going to come crashing down by the end. And I have a feeling at least one or two of them are going to implode and not going to go out well with it. Like, end up broke kind of thing. Because if you get rich off something like this, if it crashes at some point, you're just going to stop getting more rich. Like, you should already be rich by that point. So, any, like, well-balanced individual would be happy enough the fact that they got at least that rich, you know, in the meantime. Even if it's, you know, now over and everyone's on the iPhone and all that stuff. What tends to happen, though, historically, is that people become so obsessed and so driven through narcissism and obsession to keep the money train going that they literally implode. In fact, it seemed like at least that shark dude, the balding guy that's behind, you know, making them successful, it seemed like he was getting more and more rabid to the point where I'm sure he started making many mistakes and doing many illegal things to try and salvage the company, which either ended up with him broke or in jail. And that's the sad part of all this. If you could just step away from something and be happy with what you've achieved and what you've made up to that point, which is probably millions, you're good. The problem is people get so used to that success and being up on that upward trajectory that they can never be happy with the millions they've already got and what they had already achieved. It has to keep going. And often they will behave like it's something they have to keep going at all costs. And that's when they start to do crazy shit. And then not only did they don't just lose that upward trajectory and just go, well, it's over. Let's just retire and live off what I made already, which is like $50+ million. They end up losing it all or ending up in jail. It's like you threw it all away because you couldn't handle the idea of not making more. When if you just let that go and accepted what you've made already, you'd realize you're already a millionaire in the hundreds of millions. You could do nothing for the rest of your life and you'll be good. You're solid. You're retired from now. You could have retired years ago. It's like, but you know, you had to crash that bus into a wall because you couldn't stand the idea that someone else has a new bus that's going further than yours. It's painful, man. I feel bad, but at the same time, not really, because these kind of people bring it on themselves. But that's always the story. It's always the story. I mean, it was the same with fucking Apple. It was the same with Facebook. A lot of these people are fine though; they're still making millions, but there are plenty that crashed and burned. The guys that were the first ones to figure out how to use credit cards on the internet. They became the middlemen for porn companies, for people at home to spend their money on their credit cards to get subscriptions to online porn sites. They're the first ones to figure out how to do that, and they became multimillionaires. And then them and everyone they knew crashed and burned because once everyone else was starting to do it, they got into really illegal shit and they basically threw it all away. Every single fucking time, man. Hi, Earth Forever. I talk to you on Discord. I'm drunk. What the fuck? I'm on stream. I'm not using Discord audio right now. I would interrupt everything. Interesting request though. I've never heard that before. You actually reminded me of something important though. I do need to start putting my Discord out there. I only started it recently, but I need to start adding a Discord button to my streaming page on Twitch and also to all my socials and all that stuff. I kind of forgot to do that step. I was spending so much time trying to set up the Discord and creating channels and all that stuff that I haven't actually spread the link everywhere yet, which is a little silly of me. I should also probably make a stream command to make the Discord link pop up in chat. That's someone mentioned that to me a couple of days ago. I should write. Actually, I'm gonna write that down. Hang on. Hold up. A little notepad real quick. Spread Discord link across socials plus Twitch profile. And what was the other thing I said? What was the other thing I said? Fuck. Fuck, I said two things. I had to do two things. Oh, that's right. The Twitch chat. Set up Discord command to drop link in chat. All right. I'm just writing that down for later so I can remember. That's my little to-do list. Thank you, Earth Forever. for that reminder. All right. What was I doing? Oh, that's right. I've watched that trailer now. That's fine. That's gone. We're done. Elizabeth Olsen thing. That's right. There's a proper trailer out for Love and Death. I need to watch that. Because I'm fascinated by that legal story of that woman that got away with stabbing another woman like 40 times. Pretty keen to watch this movie. 2 days ago? Elizabeth Olsen and Jesse Plemons.
Would you be interested in having an affair?
Betty's dead.
I didn't do it.
Stop with the teasers in front of trailers. It's so annoying.
Man, they gotta go to their jobs. We just stay home and... God, that's supposed to be enough.
You always want more.
Oh.
You do, Candy. Whatever you have, you always want more.
Yes, I do. And I'm
Nothing
not
wrong with
gonna
that.
apologize for it.
Ambition.
It is human nature to take risks. To go for something with a little thrill at the risk of falling.
Oh! Damn.
You okay? I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Would you be interested in having an affair?
Why would someone who looks like
We
Elizabeth
can
Olsen
never allow Betty or Pat to
fall
get
for
hurt.
Jesse Plemons?
Never, ever.
Not sure if I buy it.
I would love to have
Oh, it's
you
loud.
and Pat over. She wants me to come to dinner. Now, you need to be careful.
Ooh, here we go. This all ends in a murder.
Eddie!
I wonder if they're going to show the moment, the fight.
Betty's dead.
She did it.
They say she was murdered with an axe.
An axe?
More than likely, Betty Gore was murdered by someone she knew.
Did you kill your wife?
What are the odds that someone dying of an axe murder, like chopped with an axe like 40 times, has the name Betty Gore? It's almost like you were destined to die in a horribly nasty fashion.
No.
Chopped to bits.
I did have an affair with Candy Montgomery.
You all right?
Yeah, then I'd be all right.
You are whisking very
chopped
hard.
And chopped and chopped.
I didn't do it.
I think you did.
You're wrong.
It's Texas. Folks might be able to forgive murder, adultery, not so much. The jury needs to see you as human. And
What the fuck?
has a way of coming out.
Damn. That was a lot more of an intense trailer than the first one. That actually got into the actual murder and the court stuff. Oh man, now I'm even more psyched to see that. I mean, we know how it ends. I mean, she did do it. And she does get acquitted of it. She does get away with it. But it's just such a morally gray area. Like, the best thing in her favor is the fact that apparently the other chick made the first move on her with a weapon. So you could call self-defense. But the fact that she had to come back, retrieve the weapon, and then choose to attack the woman back, and then also like hack her like 15 times. I forget what the number was. It was some ridiculous number where it's like, why would you hack the person that many times? That sounds a bit psychopathic. So there's arguments for and against, but she does get away with it. I do love that line about Texas. People are willing to forgive murder, but not so much adultery. God damn it, Texas. You'll be cool with shooting a man in the face with buckshot, but it comes to some like sordid sexual bullshit, you're all just like, eh. Conservatives all hell. It's gonna be a good time. Can't wait. What's that on? HBO Max? Damn it. It's always a big question mark how to see HBO Max stuff in Australia. Because we don't have HBO Max, but then we have like other streaming platforms that have licenses with HBO Max that shows HBO Max's stuff here, and it's confusing to me. I don't always understand how I'm supposed to get these shows over here. It's annoying. Anyway, let's go from intense drama to R-rated comedy, I think, because there's a new trailer out for Strays, the R-rated comedy about the talking dogs that want to bite off Will Forte's dick. Will Ferrell and Jamie Foxx as the voices of dogs. Wow, there's a synopsis. Jesus, that's huge. Why?
I'm gonna bite his off.
You.
I'm 100% in for this.
Again with the teaser before the trailer?
Best day ever. I love sunshine, I love butterflies, but more than anything, I love Doug. Hey! Shut the up!
This is the same trailer as
That's Doug, the best owner
the first
in
one.
the world. We're playing this game called Fetch and Fetch. He drops me off really far away and drives home without me. When I bring the ball back, he says, "Haha, that's how I know I won the game."
This trailer is very censored compared to the first one. Must not be Red Band.
Thank you.
Take it from me, kid. He left your ass.
No, that can't be right.
You are officially a stray.
That would mean Doug doesn't love me.
Poor little guy.
I should probably talk to him. I am a therapy dog.
Reg, you can learn how beautiful it can be when you're off the leash.
This beer is making me dizzy.
It's about to get real dizzy up in this.
I'm having a great time.
This mother right here. What you want?
Let's
homie?
go.
Look,
I think this new trailer is just a censored version of the Red Band
I
trailer.
would hate for this to get violent.
So far, it's exactly the same.
You can do anything you want.
I'm going back to Doug's.
What?
Man.
And he needs to pay for what he did with the only thing he truly loves.
I'm gonna bite his off.
Oh, wait, did he just say my
Yeah, I'm still a little drunk, but
I said I'm gonna bite his off.
Oh, we gon'
It's kind of annoying, the censoring.
Big day today.
They didn't just cut it out. They just keep bleeping it. This is the laziest Green Brand trailer I've ever seen.
Hey, Gnome, I'm your father. It's good to finally meet you, even under these strange circumstances.
Reggie. We're completely lost, and my little puppy paw pads are really hurting right now. So how exactly could this get worse?
Are they gonna show the drug part where they eat the shrooms? Because that was the best part.
Guys, we've got a to rip off.
What are those?
Kind of looks like food. Oh, give me a second.
You look different.
You look different too.
How so? Is it my human hands?
Alright, yeah. The bit where they eat the mushrooms is still the funniest part of that trailer. That's annoying, man. Like, it's a newer trailer, but it's just the exact same trailer with beeps over the swears. There's nothing else different about it. Boo. Boo, I say. Wait, did they... Let me just check if they're the ones that put out the Red Band as well. Ooh, the Red Band... I was about to actually watch this next, Renfield. I didn't realize there was a Red Band. I had the final trailer queued up. A good thing I saw this. Teenage Kraken official trailer. Okay, cool. I'll also watch this. Inside Man. Is that from the Spike Lee film? No idea. Don't get distracted. There's Strays. Where is the Red Band Strays? They keep on putting up like scenes from... Universal Pictures keeps putting up scenes from their older movies as just clips on their channel. Just for no reason. There it is. Is that the Red Band one? I can't even tell. There's the first Renfield. You can tell I watched these. Okay. Well, Renfield, Red Band. I'll cue that. Teenage Kraken. All right, Universal. I'll bite. What is Teenage Kraken?
The ocean.
Wait, who? DreamWorks presents Ruby Gillman's Teenage Kraken. Who are we supposed to know who Ruby Gillman is?
The ocean
To put her name
is
on the
a
front page.
mysterious world. Humans know more about the surface of Mars than the floor of the ocean. And the sea creatures who live there.
This is horrifying.
Even the ones you have imagined, you've imagined them wrong. Take the mighty giant.
This is supposed to be family friendly, but I'm scared shitless by the ocean.
Where are you even getting this? Krakens are majestic creatures and noble protectors.
I'm just Ruby Gillman, normal teenager.
Oh, she's Ruby Gillman.
For generations, Krakens have protected the seas.
Wait, so why is her name on the title?
The most power-hungry and dangerous creature of all.
The mermaid?
Yes, the mermaid. Oh,
but
Mermaid's
people
hot.
love mermaids.
I love you so much! Love you too, Rando!
Of course they do. People are stupid.
I'm Chelsea.
Mermaids are selfish.
What is going on?
Narcissists.
I am gorgeous.
Yes, queen.
Yes.
The worst of them
Yes, you
all.
are.
What's happening?
Excuse me. Hey, are you okay? I know your secret. You're a kraken hiding as a human. Really got
Yeah, she's very wet. It's kind of obvious.
Everyone will know the truth. Cushies.
Are you ready for your destiny?
I just want to live my life.
You have powers beyond
It's kinda
your
cool.
imagination. This is your moment, Ruby.
I'm not gonna hide anymore.
It's kind of fun to take like
I want you to teach me
a
how to
creature
use my
that is normally the villain and everything
Camouflage, super
and make it the
speed,
good guy.
Body armor. Let's see what you're capable of.
I have laser eyes?
Yes, they do pack a wallop.
What? Okay, they're going a bit too far.
You're just a dumb teenager.
Dope Kraken.
I'm a flippin' mermaid.
Oh god, no.
No matter what the challenge, a kraken will always answer the call.
It's time to go big.
They're really mixing up their mythologies here. So now mermaids are the evil ones. I don't mind krakens being good and mermaids being evil. That's a simple flip. That's a movie right there. But going as far as to give like krakens all these superpowers, where it's like, okay, laser eyes. Some of those things made sense for a kraken. Some of them did not. They were just like because X-Men. Also, the mermaids now being able to grow to Titan size, I think is kind of out of nowhere as well. Why not just keep it krakens as we know them and mermaids as we know them, and then just deal with it from there? I'm sure mermaids, based on what they can already do, especially with like a magic trident or whatever, could still put up a threat. Like, can't they do the siren song thing? Mermaids can like make you drown yourself. Like, there are dangerous things about a mermaid. You don't have to make it Godzilla-sized. And also give it laser eyes or whatever the hell. I think they maybe overwrote this. But I like the concept. That's adorable. Okay, so the name of the film is Ruby Gillman, Teenage Kraken. I thought the name was Teenage Kraken, and Ruby Gillman was like the creator of the story, the children's book or something that they were just tagging on the poster. So I had that wrong. They could have just called it Teenage Kraken, really. Is it necessary as well to have the mermaids and the krakens, like, living in disguise amongst humans in high school? Like, do we need that aspect of the story? I suppose you add that, you add that kind of thing for a very specific reason. I mean, it's relatability to the kids. I mean, like, if your target market is kids, the only world that kids know is going to school. That's what they do all day, every day. That's their main thing. So everything tends to veer towards like setting stuff in schools. You kind of have to just like let go of that, let go of that factor. Okay. That was Ruby Gillman. What else? What else have I got sitting in my bits? Ah, wait, I got a Netflix trailer. Here we go. I'll get to Renfield a little later. I'm going to hang on to that one because that's going to be fun. I want to watch the one... There's a Netflix trailer that's got Steven Yeun. Glenn from Walking Dead. I like it when Glenn gets work. I know he's probably made an absolute paycheck off of Invincible as his voice of the main character in that. But it looks like they're going to keep him working at Netflix. There's no synopsis. A road rage incident between two strangers, a failing contractor, and an unfulfilled entrepreneur sparks a feud that brings out their darkest impulses. So it's that movie with Samuel Jackson and Ben Affleck, Changing Lanes. That's almost the exact synopsis of Changing Lanes, except maybe not as intense, because that was more like a thriller of these two guys make each other's lives worse. I have a feeling this might go comedy.
Amy, are you okay?
Yeah.
Isn't she a comedian? I've seen her on stage.
I've been hustling my whole life. And look where it's gotten me.
Let's make it stop.
Uh-oh.
What is your problem? What?
Damn.
Where you at? What are you doing? Stop.
Damn.
I have a very full life that I'd love to get back to. I'm gonna find you and take what little you have.
You're just a suburban housewife, and now you're stuck in a life you never wanted.
You have this
Wow.
serene Zen Buddhist thing going on.
Babe? I'm a dangerous guy.
Nah. No, he's
Stop
not.
messing with me and leave me alone, or else.
I would love to let this go, but actions have consequences.
I just can't understand what those people are so angry about.
Bitch ass handyman pissing on my hardwood floor. Oh, mother.
I found ways to manage my stress.
You're born, make choices,
Damn.
and suddenly you're here.
This is fun!
It seems like this is going to escalate a lot.
Maybe normal people are just delusional.
You started this.
Me.
Yeah.
Okay, you're the one who backed into me like a psycho.
You're the one that flipped me off all roided out and Hey! Are you guys leaving, or are you just gonna sit there? What'd you say? What'd you say?
Say it again! I dare you to say it again!
It's well named. I like the name Beef. Okay. It's Changing Lanes, the Ben Affleck Samuel Jackson movie, but instead of a escalating thriller that is actually quite intense and dramatic, this has got a little bit of a black comedy rom-com vibe to it that I'm sure is going to end well. Like, it'll escalate and things will get hilariously nasty between them, but then at the end, they're going to, like, fix each other's lives or whatever. Obviously. But I'm sure the journey will be pretty funny. That's better than I thought it was going to be. When I realized it was basically Changing Lanes, I was like, oh no, it's going to be a lesser rom-com Changing Lanes. I kind of still is, but I kind of enjoyed the trailer. I think it's just Steven Yeun is a good actor and he's likable. Ali Wong is funny. I've seen her stand up. Don't know about acting. Guess we'll find out. I'm liking them together though. I just hope it's not too corny at the end. It's going to get mad cheesy. That's what I'm worried about. Like, he's a down on his luck, broke loser, and she's like a rich, having a midlife crisis housewife chick. And they're going to walk away from their respective lives to be with each other and have, like, something new together. And it just like, that's okay, but don't be too cheesy with it. I hope they keep it at least somewhat grounded. Otherwise, like, all that fun of them beefing with each other over the course of the film's gonna end on a sour note. I hate it when that happens in movies, where the body of the movie is like fun, but then they gotta wrap it up, and the wrap up is just like a fucking face plant, and it just like spoils the rest of it. That was actually quite good up to that point. Movies do that a lot, man. It's very hard to stick the landing, especially if you're trying to do something a little bit more creative in the rom-com indie drama space. It's very easy to find a really cool unique path through the middle of the movie, but then like when you got to tie it up, they fall back on cliche and genre blueprints, and then it's like, oh, you fucked it. You got the ball all the way to the end zone, and then you took a big piss. Good job. No, I'll stay positive about Beef. I like the look of Beef. Someone told me to watch a trailer for something that's out already called Agent Elvis. Apparently it's an animated show about like Elvis if he was a secret agent, and it's got Matthew McConaughey, Johnny Knoxville, and Don Cheadle. Which sounds amazing. I was gonna watch this last week, but I hung on to it for a little bit longer because I was too busy. Yeah, look, Matthew McConaughey, Johnny Knoxville, Don Cheadle. Elvis Presley trades in his jumpsuit for a jetpack when he... Okay, it's that kind of spy comedy. Jetpacks and bullshit. Johnny Quest type stuff. Covertly inducted into a secret government spy program to battle the dark forces and threaten to... I bet they're going to do the whole, like, Elvis didn't die. He got recruited by the by a spy agency, and his death was faked so he can go undercover. Kind of easy. Kind of an easy route to take.
Ah, Elvis. You were the cultural phenomenon. You started a revolution, sonny boy.
That's Don Cheadle's voice.
Who are you people, and what is all this?
Matthew McConaughey is Elvis?
Time for Elvis to become an agent.
It's kind of awesome.
I'm not stealing from the president.
It's not stealing if it's not his. Same way it's not murder if you do it with your eyes closed. Now go.
Loving the weird energy right now.
There's something about the hard angled black lined animation art style that reminds me of Clone High, but just a little bit more detailed and not quite as geometric. I wonder if it's got any connection to those creators.
Kick-ass spy gadgets.
Ooh, from Sony.
Insanely dangerous.
I guarantee
Jesus, that was violent.
Violent death.
It's an adult comedy. It was got that kind of gore.
Your journey is the journey of America. And at some point, you make out with a nun.
That nuns are hot.
Where are we going again?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we're leaving Scattered here by himself.
Now that we may want to worry about.
Your ass needs to see a doctor. And I mean like a ton of.
This is cool.
Pain Tuesdays? Love it. It's like Taco Tuesdays, but for awesome people.
Time to mow the fucking lawn.
This man
Damn.
is like Marvin Gaye to white people.
Tom Kenny?
Which means not buying coked up hookers, he said really clearly this time.
Wait, is Tom Kenny the monkey? You hired Tom Kenny to make monkey sounds?
Well, this is gonna leave a mark.
Ed Helm. Wait.
Well, this is gonna leave a mark.
Ed Helms, Christina Hendricks, Kieran Culkin. Cool. Cool. Wait, more. Fred Armisen, dope. Simon Pegg, dope. Craig Robinson, Gary Cole. Tara Strong. Tara Strong is up in the house. Priscilla Presley. Ah, that's cute. She's in on the joke. That's nice of her.
Somebody Everybody wants me dead.
There's that biker gang from last month.
Well, not after that explosion there, isn't there?
There's something weirdly fitting about Matthew McConaughey as the voice for Elvis. I would not have picked that, but hearing it and seeing it, I'm like, oh, it works. Nice. Hey, Sham. Can't believe they have egg helms. Egg helms would be a good name for a meal at, like, Planet Hollywood. Like, if the Planet Hollywood menu, when they've got, like, puns for meal names based on Hollywood celebrities. Egg helms. Great idea for a breakfast item. I imagine that's like poached eggs, sunny side up. Something like that. The egg helm. I wonder if they still do that kind of stuff. I should look up the menu, the Planet Hollywood menu, and see what they got on there. I'm sure they still do it. They had him on Auntie Donna's Big Whole House of Fun. His real name was Egg Helms. I think I saw a screenshot and I heard about him being in Auntie Donna, but I never actually saw the sketch. I saw the one with what's his name that plays Homelander, and he's also in Banshee. The Homelander actor from The Boys. I saw the sketch with him, where they're keeping him like in their house as like a stray man. Maybe that's why I haven't seen the sketch getting kicked around on YouTube virally or anything like that. Like the really good sketches, the ones you see pop up everywhere. I failed. I failed to drink water. Oh my god. Wrong pipe. It's from your least favorite episode. Don't feel any of the jokes landed. You excited for the new Auntie Donna show? I think you might not have been here when we watched it. We watched the trailer for Auntie Donna's new show on I think maybe two chill streams ago. Looked good. I can't believe I choked on water. I started swallowing before the water actually got to the end of the thing. That's why. I got some air. Excuse me. You fucking died when Mark's fake arms fell off. Yeah. You know what? That is actually like funny for similar reasons. It's the same kind of funny to me as the trailer for the film Strays, the Sony film with the R-rated one with the dogs voiced by Will Ferrell and Jamie Foxx. The bit where they take the shrooms and one of the dogs looks claymation and he has human arms. Like, I find that funny for like almost the exact same reason. Think about things happening with people's arms. A claymation dog having human arms or a human's arms falling off is like the same category of funny to me. Alright. I like the fact that a lot of the trailers that I've been watching tonight have been surprising me in a good way. Like, I thought that was going to be a cheaper animated show, but that's actually, like, that was pretty good. Like, they actually got some money and some real, like, celebrity voice acting behind it. Yeah, someone mentioned Archer in the comments. I was getting, like, a Clone High cross with Archer vibe from that. But maybe, like, if Archer was a more likable character. Like, they seem to be playing Elvis like his usual charming, charismatic self, just as a secret agent. Whereas Archer was kind of purposely like a likably unlikable, womanizing, alcoholic douchebag. You're going to watch D&D today, but your friend couldn't come? Oh, is D&D in the cinemas right now? I didn't even check. That's interesting. People seem to genuinely like it. It's not like got crazy good reviews, but it's got decent reviews, and the word of mouth is people are enjoying it. So at least that's a step up from the last time they tried to make a D&D movie. Not that that would be that hard. The line was fairly low. The benchmark was low, 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 low. it was like an inch above bottom of the barrel on that one. Okay. Okay. What we got? How about a random horror movie I've never heard of? Let's have a look. See. What's it called? Malum. With Jessica Sula, Candace Koch, and Cheney Morrow. Definitely 3 people I've heard of. Yep, siree. I can't wait to see where their careers have taken them. Upcoming horror movie that is an expanded reimagining of a 2014 horror cult classic, Last Shift. Wait, they did a... It's a remake? Or reimagining of a 2014 movie that no one's ever heard of? I don't know if remaking something as late as 2014 makes any sense, but okay. Movie screenwriters are Anthony DiBiase and Scott Pooley. Never heard of them. Directed by Anthony DiBiase. Never heard of him. Why would you make a remake of something that recent? So random. All right. You heard from Jeremy Johns that it's shockingly good. I think a lot of us expected a bad film. I mean, that probably raises the bar a little bit. When you expect something to be bad, it's much easier to enjoy it because you set the bar so low that everything actually seems a lot better than what you were prepared for. As opposed to when you have your hopes up for something and you think something's going to be amazing and you watch it and it's like, oh, it's not quite as good as I was wanting it to be. Expectations can be a killer. Anyway, this.
I can see the fear in your eyes. You saw something you can't explain.
Damn. Oh, a production company no one's ever heard of as well? I have a feeling y'all didn't have any money.
This way, rookie. Call's been rerouted to the new station, so it should be quiet. There's an emergency. The station's number's on the desk.
Sure, I'll be fine.
Bro, this is the police station equivalent of Five Nights at Freddy's. The lady police officer has been left on night shift duty in the police station by herself, and then spooky things happen. The question is, like Five Nights at Freddy's, if she survives the night, does she come back for tomorrow's shift? And basically does that all week, all 5 shifts, not learning her lesson. The one big plot hole of Five Nights at Freddy's. Uh-oh.
Told us that Captain Lauren's daughter would be joining the department.
Yes, sir. Just want to work where my father worked, even if it's for one night.
He was a hero. Till he wasn't.
Oh, the precinct's named Malum.
Lanford Police Department.
You don't know what happened, but your father was no saint. Your daddy started something very important. Tonight we're gonna finish it.
Coppers are involved in some cult shit.
Will bring forth the low god, and I will be redeemer. Infinite Mao Mao.
I don't think I'm gonna like this.
I can't do this anymore.
It's actually not bad for like a cheap, no money, low budget horror film. They're doing a decent job. Whoa. All right. Okay, some jump scares are just funny, man. I don't care who you are. It's just... Oh, that's kind of cool. Wait, can we see that? Where was it? Where was that spooky? Where was that spooky? Spooky? Spooky! There he is. Got very nice teeth. Why don't I like this? It actually, like, I'm impressed by what they've achieved for a low-budget horror film. And the concept is interesting, the Five Nights at Freddy's in a police station, but... Oh, you know what? I think I know why I don't like this. I'm getting the vibes of what a lot of generic horror video games are like. A lot of generic horror video games, my problem with them is the structure of the story is it's kind of a crutch. It's like you create this environment where a character like wanders around, hears things, investigates spooky shit, and then stuff starts fucking with their head. So they appear in different places, they see things that aren't actually there. It's like 1 minute you're in the police station and someone pulls a gun in your face, the next minute you're like, you open your eyes and you're on a farm watching a ritual cult thing. It's kind of like Evil Within. Evil Within is a very good example. Like, I don't mind Evil Within as a game, but as a storytelling experience, it frustrated me because I hate this crutch in horror of like making things surreal just to be lazy. Because then nothing needs to make sense. You can teleport characters to weird places, have spooky things happening, teleport them somewhere else. It's like Evil Within had a good reason for why it was happening, because you were actually like in the mind of this thing. There was a plot twist about that. So you're like, it is actually like hectic nightmare dream logic. But I wasn't enjoying the structure of the game because 1 minute you're in a forest exploring and you go through a door into a spooky corridor, which then goes into a factory, which then appears on the roof of a hospital. And it's like, I don't know where I'm going or why at any point in that game. And that bores me. I like knowing where I am and why I'm there and what I'm trying to accomplish. I like it to be grounded. Otherwise, it feels like it's Mad Libs. It's Mad Libs style horror storytelling. It's just pull any card out of a hat, and it's like underwater with Cthulhu. Okay, now we're here. Pull another card out of a hat. Oh, now we're in a train station with fucking zombies. It's like, yeah, but why? You can't do a plot twist at the end and go, oh, it's because we were plugged into the mind of a serial killer the whole time and we were following dream logic. And it all, if you go back and you connect it all together, all those environments had some connection to someone's past or story, whatever. But during the actual meat of the story, I don't know where I am or where I'm going at any point in time, and I just get really bored. Basically, Visage. You like the surrealist element about Alan Wake. But that's the thing, Alan Wake was grounded. It's just that there were elements that were infecting the real world. So throughout most of Alan Wake, you're in an actual place, like what was that place called? That little mountain town. It's very Twin Peaks-ish. Like that was really their goal, to do like a Twin Peaks vibe. Like your cabin up in the woods of the small country town, like you were actually in a real place. You were traveling around the woods from between real locations. You actually had a destination of something you were trying to find or achieve, or somewhere you were trying to go to at any point in time in the story. And then like surrealist cosmic horror elements were like infecting into the real world and coming like after you. Haunting you, tormenting you kind of thing. Which is grounded enough. Like, as long as something stays grounded enough, you can poke away at reality and torment, and that's interesting. But when the entire fabric of reality becomes just like pure chaotic madness, and it's like, now we're in a hospital with a spider demon, and now we're in a volcano, and there's a fucking giant cock shooting lava semen at you. It's like, what's happening? Like, I'm not scared. I'm not fascinated. I'm not immersed. I'm none of these things. I'm basically just walking through a museum of fascinating grotesqueries. Like, when you go to a museum and you walk from hall to hall, there's no structure, a story, or immersion. It's just you in a place going, all right, what's that? Oh, that's a cool painting. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's an entirely different thing, but that's cool on its own as well. Out of context, all these individual things you're traveling around looking at are neat. But you're just kind of moseying along. Like, you're not particularly scared of anything, interested in anything. You're not being told a good, fun story. You're just walking through a corridor fascinated by everyone's little motifs. And that's what those horror games and films that do the same thing are like to me. It's like, I feel like I'm just hanging out, waiting to see the next funky thing that you thought of, but I'm not drawn into any story. I'm not actually scared of any of this shit. I feel like I'm just hanging out, watching your little art projects that you've all stitched together. Yeah, and now we're fighting the ring girl in a that was actually one of the boss battles in Evil Within. You end up in some factory environment on some scaffolding, and there's like this ring girl with multiple arms and the long gangly hair like crawling around. And I'm like, that's a spooky creature, and this is a freaky moment, but I don't really care because I don't know how I got here, why I'm here, where I'm going next. The character doesn't really himself seem really that freaked out. Like, he doesn't emote or say anything. It's just, he's just you. You are just player one. And now I'm in place where I have to shoot ring spider girl and then open magic door to suddenly farmland where a barn's on fire and some pig is shooting lasers out of its asshole. Like, it just annoys me. I'll still play games like that, and they're fascinating just to see where they go, but I'm not really enjoying myself on an immersion story aspect. And I feel bad about... I've done this a couple of times. I've roasted Evil Within a couple of times for this specifically, because I was expecting more from that game, because it's from a former Resident Evil developers. And that's what's great about Resident Evil. It might be B-grade schlocky exploitation nonsense, but it's grounded. It's real people in real places with real goals trying to get from place to place where things structurally, geographically make sense. And the story has reasons for what's going on. Like, it's pretty straightforward. Almost too straightforward for some people. I think Silent Hill is very good at striking a balance. Because there is some surrealist elements to Silent Hill because it's psychological horror. But the thing is, Silent Hill itself is a fairly grounded town until it fucks with you. And that's when the surrealist random shit starts happening. But these are like unique pocket dimensions of torment where it's like, when you're in the real world Silent Hill, you're trying to investigate, you're trying to get from point A to point B, you're trying to follow a story, and you're kind of sweating and worried about when the next time the siren's going to go off and Silent Hill's going to drag you into fucking hell. And then you're in for a sequence of like, okay, now it's just like metal grates, hospital corridors, doors that go to weird dimensions, some creatures stalking you in the hallways, but it's finite. It's like, this is not the entire game. This is one part where, for this one particular sequence, at this one part of the story, you've been dragged here to be tormented, and there's thematically visual stuff that are important to the story that have to do with the reasoning why your character is being tormented by Silent Hill in the first place. Because it's essentially a purgatory, where you either learn from your mistakes, and then Silent Hill will let you go or reward you, or you double down on your psychosis, and you become like a denizen of this hellish Silent Hill place where you're just one of the creatures now, essentially. So that gets away with it. I like Silent Hill a lot. You know, Visage I actually quite enjoyed as well. I think mainly because the house itself was grounded, and then you head off into 3 different specific surrealist chapters to learn about the story about specific other people tied to the house and what happened to them. So that's when it gets a bit funky. But the way they structure it and bookmark it within a reality before you get pulled into unreality, in a similar way to Silent Hill, I think that got away with it as well. But I don't know. It like, this stuff works even less for me in a movie. That's why I'm a bit not interested in Malum. To bring it back to the film, because I went on a long rant then. I think in a game, there's still the interactive element. It's still you as the character. So that's the one thing keeping me going, is that I'm trying to progress through this narrative, even if it's not really engaging me. With a film, you're just watching a 90-minute fuck around of just weird shit popping up on screen for the sake of it. Like, it feels more like a crutch in a film, because when you're on a low budget especially, it's like, okay, let's just have weird surreal shit happens where she suddenly thinks she's in a dark room, and then we have a jump scare, and then we're on a farm and we see some exposition about the cult leader talking some shit. And then she appears back in the police station. It's like, is it real life? Is it not? Is it going on in her head? Is it something supernatural that's trying to show her the truth? It's like that stuff gets very boring to me very quickly, because it's like, well, now all bets are off. You can just write anything into the screenplay to happen. And it's like, it's all horror Deus Ex Machinas at that point. I could fucking write one of those right now. I can Mad Lib out. Let me open Notepad. Let me Mad Lib out a 90-minute horror film where I just make shit up as I go. And it'll be pretty much this. I won't even have to try very hard. Anyway, let me get off Malum's case. Let's end on a positive. I'm still impressed with what they've achieved with a low budget. Things looked fairly legit throughout the trailer. I was like, okay, you've done something here. It doesn't look like straight to DVD trash. It still looks cheap, but it looks like you gave a shit and you tried. So, meh. Especially how the collectibles were pages of the story, things to happen in the game, but you weren't sure when. Yeah, the collectible story pages are cool. Because they foreshadow things that you're not entirely sure what they are going to be yet. Like, they were vague enough that it's like, I'm not sure what that's alluding to, but now I'm paranoid. Me, you, Chris, the video? Yeah, sure, go ahead. Oh, wait, let me see what this is, because another Walking Dead thing just popped up in my related, and I'm curious as to why. 14 hours ago. What the fuck, man? This is the second time tonight I've watched a trailer that has recommended to me another Walking Dead spin-off trailer that's come out in the last 24 hours. Walking Dead is going off right now. Oh, this is the final season of Fear the Walking Dead, the spin-off show. Alright, let me just watch this just so I can see. I never actually watched any of Fear the Walking Dead, but I'm curious as to where this story went. That guy's still alive?
If you want to be part of what we're doing, you need to show us that you're committed to our vision.
What's so quiet?
I need you to listen to me because I want to tell you something that a friend once told me. He said you can hide, but you can't run. He wanted me to know that hurt will follow you. It follows you wherever you go. He was right.
What do they mean you can hide but you can't run?
People you still have left.
Zombies are slow. You can definitely run.
Just don't do what I did.
Whoa, what?
Don't run.
Okay. I don't know if...
I used to live here with Dwayne before he died.
I don't know if Walking Dead does it for me anymore.
Second chance, Dad. She's right, Morgan. Rick, he gave you this gun for a reason.
Wait, he's still alive?
Use it.
Wait, so he didn't die in the Walking Dead main show? I thought he died in that show, and Fear of the Walking Dead was all prequel stuff about when the zombie stuff, the zombie virus first started in LA. So I thought all the stuff we were seeing of him was before the events of Walking Dead. But I don't remember it very well now, so he may have actually survived. And this might have actually caught up with the show and then gone past it. It's so confusing. I think this is why I'm not interested anymore. Why this is not doing anything for me. It's not that I don't like the look of it. It's just that the fact that I fell off it and I stopped watching it means that I'm so out of the loop now that I've got no idea what's going on when I see these trailers. And it just makes me go, meh. So it's not really the trailer or the show's fault. So let me not talk shit. Let me leave it there. The guy's a good actor. I like him. What's his name? Lenny James? Doesn't ring a bell. I don't think I ever knew his name. Alright, never mind. What did you send? Can't remember if you sent this last time. Oh, it's German stuff. No, you didn't send this. This is new. This doesn't ring a bell. Okay. Congratulations to Germa for winning the Legacy Streamer Award. The impact he's made on streaming is astounding. He continues to be entertaining above all. Germa clips. Is this real, or is this a Germa setup?
Okay, this next award is very serious. I need it. We're serious now.
I think it's gonna be serious. This is a setup. Germa's about to do some shit.
This award was created to highlight trailblazers in the industry who have made a profound impact on streaming as a career. After nearly 12 years of creating content, this creator has inspired all of us more than they would ever know. If we could all be more like this person, we would be better for it.
This creator has continuously created unique and inspiring content, consistently pushing the boundaries for what is reasonable, all while staying authentically true to themselves. Someone who is a beacon of encouragement.
This blonde, I don't know who this blonde girl is, but she is not good at reading a teleprompter and making it sound natural. You're supposed to casually read the teleprompter in a style that is like conversational, like you're just presenting off the cuff, like it's the most natural thing in the world. She's glaring at that teleprompter and reading it like a robot. Like she's so deathly afraid of getting a word wrong or missing a line.
To those around him, and has more creativity in his fingertips than the rest of us have in our entire bodies. Honestly, I just wish he was real. From The Sims to the green screens to the middle of the desert to the dollhouse and back to the baseball field.
Uh-oh. He's trying to keep it cool. Trying to look cool. He's like, oh, it's me.
He has brightened up our days and has even been a little sus. Tonight we celebrate the legacy of Germa985.
Sometimes it takes a little bit of your mind to process what just happened, and I can completely understand that as we... I'm not sure what the fuck is going on right now. Presto Majesto! This is going to be a pain in the ass to clean up in like an hour, I promise you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Germa. I'm going to start doing gameplay commentaries, and this is my introduction to you guys.
I was one of those people that had a lot of ideas and had a lot of things they wanted to be. I wanted to be an actor. I wanted to be a director. I wanted to be a film editor. I wanted to be a writer.
Relatable.
Don't worry, sweetie. I got you.
You just don't get skies like this anymore. I should really take a selfie. I'm going to switch over.
Oh, it's a tree!
This is one of the rarest things I've ever come across as an archaeologist.
I loved making videos, even before YouTube. Like, I loved just acting and performing. And
what is this AR thing he's doing? That looked cool.
I loved doing stuff like that. It was like a huge passion of mine.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first ever Germa Rumble.
Coming down to the Germa arena with what seems like a couple of foreign objects there. I think somebody needs to tell him he cannot bring that kendo stick down to the ring.
Oh, kendo stick. I thought that was a stick of celery with bad graphics.
He's got his right hand here. Germa is grasping with his left hand now, showing some strength. Hey, what's going on, everybody? How you guys doing? Germa here with a update little video. I feel like now is a good enough time for me to talk about the direction of this channel.
What the fuck game is this?
The philosophy going forward that I want to use.
Oh, one of the old Spider-Mans.
Really
chasing
YouTube.
Craven.
The reason why I kind of moved away from YouTube was I
don't think I played that one.
Better quality production and better quality stuff to that platform, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to do that. I was putting potentially weeks into videos. And then I started to really like streaming. It started to become way more interesting to me than making a YouTube video.
Hey, wait, you've got my phone.
Do you need your phone?
You've got my phone. What are you ready to just throw it up? No. Calm down. Just mail it to me. Which camera are we on?
Mail it to me?
You! I don't know. I'm not sure. This one right here. How are you? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Germa985. And
I didn't even know it was like the Wild West out there.
What's the deal with the 985? Have I ever asked that before?
GTA up there, the bandits.
You want to make that joke so bad. You actually did it. I actually can't believe you did that.
I came from the whole YouTube crowd where editing everything, I want the perfect joke, I want the perfect placement. Instead of just pure video game streams, try to do other stuff that is maybe not on the platform. This is what an old gameplay live Let's Play commentary was like in 2005. I'm dedicated to this joke.
What? No, I'll go to bed in like an hour.
If I lose a bunch of money a month because I did something that made me happier, that's what I'm gonna do. If I'm not having fun, I refuse to do it. So if I better be having fun.
You sound like the Willy Wonka of basically. some bizarre shit.
Hey, you're like the wall. It's Schnozberry.
Oh, that's why they brought up the Dollhouse and Sims connection.
Does that feel weird? Does it?
I think Jerma is in a league of his own.
I put Jerma as one of the greatest streamers of all time. I think he added a new element to streaming, and he spawned a bunch of new streamers.
Look over there, don't look. Look over there.
Of course you know who I am. I know who you are. It's me, BF Bugleberry.
Don't look over here.
I love how people in the comments are saying "Rest in peace, Jerma." Like this is a in memoriam video.
Is gone. That's just a bunch of pillows.
Yeah, look, it's
We lost Jerma too soon.
It's a collection of moving sentient pillows.
Oh, hey, I only reached you about your car's extended warranty. Is this the homeowner?
Get out of here. Oh my god.
Hi, how's it going? My name's Justin with Car Dealer Warranty Services, LLC.
I don't think I do the events that I do if Jerma isn't around.
See you later.
I like the little Sims set. It's so adorable. He owns like a warehouse where he builds all these sets. Like when he did the Christmas stream that we watched.
2022's Legacy Award goes to Jerma 985.
Cheers. A lot of crying Jerma fans in the chat.
Oh my god. Is this the make the guy cry award? I got a few things to say. Over the last 10, 12, 15 years, I want to say, it's been insane to see this platform grow. Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, all these places.
Although
social media.
YouTube's a little bit shitty
And
lately.
I am incredibly honored, incredibly
It's kind of gone down the
that
toilet a bit.
So many people have
Advertising stuff's out
been
of
in
hand.
this space, have done so many things in this space.
And the copyright
Seeing
shit's out of
my
hand.
name up here is a 16-year-old me would have freaked the fuck out. So let me just say from the bottom of my absolute heart, thank you. A lot of people say nice things about this channel, and I didn't do this. I didn't get here alone either, by the way. So many of you up here, so many of you down here have supported this channel over the last 10, 12 plus years. I don't even know what to say.
It
Thank
feels
you.
like it would be
This
longer, eh?
means a lot.
But I mean, Twitch wouldn't have been around that
doing
long.
awesome stuff that goes for everybody in this audience. You all do such awesome shit. Keep doing it. Keep going for it. Some of you guys are pushing hard. Keep pushing. You guys are fucking unbelievable. Keep going.
Are you allowed to swear during a acceptance speech? I think the Oscars would get mad if you did that there. I don't like his suit. I don't mean to end that on a negative. Wasn't a big fan of his suit. Hang on. Bit of a grandpa suit. But then again, he seems like the kind of guy that would wear a grandpa suit. Yeah. This event's put together by a Twitch streamer, so they allow swearing. Yeah, I assumed it was something a little bit more low-key and loose than that. I mean, the two chicks up on the stage seemed like streamer chicks that... at least one of them wasn't as comfortable as being actual live on stage. Even if she's probably more comfortable on a camera at her own home. Damn, that teleprompter reading was awful. She was struggling. Oh, good for Jerma. There's not that many people, YouTube and Twitch, that I can think of off the top of my head, that have done enough creative or, like, interesting things over a long period of time to earn an award like that. He would definitely be one of them. He's always put in that effort. It's really hard to do stuff. There's not enough hours in the day. Like, trust me, I've got so many projects that are lingering in limbo. I'm exhausted, man. I want to do more stuff. Okay. Let's see. What have I got left that's movie related? Anything? Anything? Just doing a quick sweep. I think that's it. I think I've caught up on everything film and TV related that I had sitting aside. Except for the final trailer, Red Band, of course, for Renfield. The Nick Cage Dracula movie, which I've been hanging on to. We're going to do that now. I'm keen. The teaser was so good.
Mr. Renfield, welcome. I am Dracula. You will make a very good assistant.
No! He's evil. We will protect you.
You have the word of the most trusted institution on earth, the Catholic Church.
No. Good job. That's amazing. Sold.
Renfield,
Song choice.
Your sole
Sold.
purpose in life is to serve me. Now, let's eat.
I just want a normal life again.
Yes.
No, 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 no.
God bless you, Mr. Renfield.
Oh, God bless you, nuns.
You're here. Robert Montague Renfield.
Montague?
Let me explain. I work for Dracula.
Count Dracula? It's the real fucking Dracula!
Some call me the Dark One. Others, the Lord of Death.
So you bring in people to eat?
Oh my god, he's bringing it.
Other stuff.
Like what? Wash his cape?
The cape is dry clean only, strictly.
Yeah, I will wear this shit. This fly, yeah.
I don't think he's such a bad guy, but you're never really gonna be free until you face him.
I will no longer tolerate abuse. I deserve happiness.
Let me explain something to you, okay? You deserve only suffering. I will unleash an army of death. Everyone you care about will suffer because you betrayed me.
We have to stop him before sunset.
It's a really good trailer, man.
I deserve happiness, and I take full charge of my life tonight.
Damn.
You know when something crazy happens and someone's like, it's okay, I've seen way worse? Everything I saw you do today is gonna be my way worse.
It's my least favorite part of the job.
This is so much more violent you would think like it needs to be, basically. But it's making it better. Woo! The blonde-haired lady is the one that put together the event. She's Ludwig's girlfriend, Cutie Cinderella. Is that Cutie Cinderella? I didn't recognize her. I know who Cutie Cinderella is. I just, I'm kind of shocked that she's such a shit presenter. I feel bad for roasting her, but she kind of gave off the vibe of being someone that was just kind of like hired and thrown in there and was only like barely keeping her shit together on stage. The fact that she's like one of the people who put it together, it's like, god damn, dude. Maybe learn some of the teleprompter first before you do the show, so it's not all just like new to you in the moment, so you look like a robot. That dude was really good in the menu. Oh, you're talking about presenting in front of a live crowd more nerve-wracking than streaming. I mean, yeah, it is. Like, I've done it. But like, the thing is, there's modes to you. Like, the most nerve-wracking part of being in front of a crowd and giving a speech, presenting, hosting type stuff, is when you're not actually doing it. It's the lead up to it. It's when you're at the back trying to remember your lines, going over stuff on the thing. It's everything leading up to it. Once you get out on stage, you kind of like you kind of like click into kind of presenting mode, you're on, essentially. That's usually what they mean by that in like performative circles. It's like, you know, when you're on, you're on. It's like you go out there, you smile big, you say your lines, you're charming, you're presentable. You don't walk out there and like look like a deer in the headlights and reading off the thing like, and now we're going to see the, and then laugh nervously because you know, because you're like, yeah, I'm nervous and it's kind of shitty. It's like, no, you go into it. You like, you turn it on. You know what I mean? And if you happen to flub a line or forget a word, you stay professional, you move on, you know, that kind of thing. Shit happens. She might also have had some drinks. Oh, guaranteed. The dude in the menu. You're talking about Nicholas Hoult, right? Because he's in that as one of the douchebags that goes to the Ralph Fiennes restaurant. Nicholas Holt's a great actor. He's in a lot of weird stuff where he doesn't really get to shine. Like, he's in the X-Men movies as Beast, the younger Beast. And he's fine in that, but it's the kind of role where it's like... I mean, it's a good paycheck because you're in a 20th Century Fox superhero movie, but it's like... I feel like Nicholas Hoult is above that secondary superhero character role. He's a better actor than that. He was in a great movie I saw at a film festival. I think it's called Kill Your Friends, I think, or something like that. About the cutthroat world of record producing in Britain, like through the 80s and 90s. Where it's basically like American Psycho, but if it was about the record industry, back when records were more of a thing, and with Nicholas Hoult as the main character. It's so good. It's strange because your dad's missus is a movie buff. My dad falls asleep when we watch films, but the reverse happens for The Menu. He loved it. That is surprising. The Menu seemed like the kind of movie that is disliked by people that don't like pretentious themed movies, but is like loved by film festival hipsters. So it's because I've seen a lot of people like not liking The Menu online. A lot of people love it, but there's a lot of people that hate it because, and they called it like, you know, film hipster trash. That's like a message film where the message is like too obvious. John Leguizamo was also a self-insert. I didn't actually know John Leguizamo was in The Menu. That's all right. I assumed that wasn't the correct spelling, but I knew exactly who you were talking about. We're on the same page. Oh, look, they want me to watch Dracula Untold, the entire movie, on YouTube. Nice. Let's put that away. Well, that was fun. The soundtrack in that trailer was fucking killing it. See, like, the movie looks good, but also that was great trailer design, so all up, that was very enjoyable. Well, that's it for all the TV and film stuff that I had on the back burner. Let's see. I have gaming stuff still, though. Shout out to Nick Cage. Yeah, they showed a lot more of him hamming it up in that. I think he's gonna be great. When you want to fill a role like that, Nick Cage is like such an easy hit. Okay, I'm gonna... Out of all the gaming stuff I've got sitting on the back burner here, I'm gonna grab something I've got no idea what it is. It's called PAX DEI. D-E-I. A social sandbox MMO in the medieval era. Alright, say no more. That sounds very ambitious.
It's the game that many of us have been practicing throughout our professional careers to make.
Oh, well, Jesus. Set the
And that's
the
why
bar,
everyone
why
on the
don't
team
you?
is building this game, because this is the game that we've been wanting to play for a very long time.
Yeah, I
They're
mean, we've
hyping
been
this up
talking
a
about
bit.
this project for 20 years almost.
Absolutely.
We feel we're creating a common dream here, which is bigger than our own.
I'm worried for them. You're setting a lot of expectations. Not bad so far though.
PAX Day is very much what you want it to be. It's a world. It's a place which is real, feels real. It's always there. But most importantly, you're there with other people. And that's
like
really what the
concept
sample is
art.
all about. It is about maximizing human interaction in a meaningful way. And we feel, you know, this is the holy grail in MMO design.
So the name of the game, PAX Day, like we're calling the Divine Peace, and it's based around the idea that the way we're constructing the world is, as a new player, you start in what we're calling the Heartlands. So these are safe valleys in which you're allowed to build with your friends and form the communities and do a lot of
What the hell does
crafting,
mainframe mean?
have your villages in. And these are like the peaceful areas that are guaranteed to like not be very dangerous. So you're going to be in relative safety when you're in these areas.
So we have modularity built in how we do the visuals of it.
You're
good thing
talking
about doing
PAX,
it that way is that
Penny
we
Arcade
also
Expo?
can give players and the crafting part of our game a lot of flexibility and customizability. And we're pushing this very, very far for PAX Day.
For the player, we offer a character which has multiple different layers. So depending on what type
These
of game
developers are
you
super
as a
chill
player want to
people.
play, you can combine these items.
In fact,
which
this
has
game is
specific
super chill.
stats.
The thing that I'm most proud about this game is the procedural costume and surface generator that I made for character art, which is a procedural way of controlling the metals and leathers in the game, how they behave and how they look.
All of it is meant to at least be to some extent historically accurate. It goes extremely in depth and it offers
no one's gonna look the same.
a lot of visual variety.
You can then choose to go on adventures and like exit the Heartlands and start go exploring and go to like PvE adventures that are much more dangerous and like experience PvP when you're outside the valleys and you're basically not protected by the Divine Peace.
What we have done is harvested a lot of myths and fables from stories around the world and implement them in our own way.
Magic is real. Ghosts are real.
Okay.
The extent of knowledge is not known.
I didn't
And
need the
basically
magic and the
plays
ghost stuff, to
onto
be
our,
honest.
built-in
If it was
instincts
realistic
as
medieval
humans,
stuff, I think that was enough.
We like home, we like cozy, but we're still curious about the darkness, you know, and we also want to experience adventure and danger at some time.
There's more in this world than it might seem at first, and that also provides the sort of progression into the game.
There was something
like,
freaky in that
further you
tree.
head
I
out,
just saw it before they cut.
Increasing the dangers and also the rewards would be.
I think it will take a very long time if you want to really explore everything of the world. But yeah, it's going to be super big.
For PAX Day, we're using Unreal Engine 5, and this allows us to do incredibly vast worlds in incredibly.
That reminds me, I need to watch the
we have this semi-procedural approach
demonstration
where
videos they released recently.
Human makes the interesting and important decisions, and then the computer fills out the rest.
You can change things in a really large scale in a matter of seconds.
Striking that right balance between areas that are nice to play in, but have those cool views and epic views of the mountains.
This is cool. This is what I want to see.
Currently, we're focusing on the PC platform, and we're focusing on launching it on Steam. We're also working on multi-platform. We have the game working for other platforms, and we already have prototypes of that.
Shit.
But the current focus is the PC launch on Steam.
the tablet.
The ultimate idea is that we want the
pretty
game to be
smooth for a
playable
tablet.
from any device. It's a way to casually engage with the game. You're maybe at work or or in the car, and it's very handy to be able to do this from any device, like a mobile device.
I have never owned a gaming PC, and I have always admired the beautiful worlds that PC players get to experience.
That really threw me for a loop. Wait, check this out. Ansu Lonberg. She's the head of the studio. She runs this. She's the founder head of the studio. She runs this game development company. She's never owned a gaming PC. That was her opening line. It's like, you've never owned a gaming PC, but you're the head of a video game development studio for PC games? How the fuck did that happen?
Players get to experience, and this is my chance actually as a more casual gamer.
It's like I own a it's like I own a brothel, a strip club, and a porn production company, and I've never had sex, and I've got no idea how people do it. Does the penis go in the vagina? I don't know, but but I own a porn production company.
To join in on the fun, together with the core MMO players, having my own little niche thing to do in the world of Pax Day.
So if you're like games that look similar, but like never experienced that in the context of MMOs, I'm hoping that this game is going to be the one for
I
you
ride a
that
horse.
actually breaks the barrier and you want to join an MMO.
You know, it's both for very casual and very hardcore. And the beauty is when we have these two playstyles meet.
What is that?
That's where the magic happens, because
I've got
they
no idea what they
will
were
meet
just
each other.
killing.
So experienced players can support new players, and new players can just get new gear and join their friends in an adventure.
I like seeing the footage though. Like,
as a solo player or as a casual player, you can provide like an incredible amount of value and kind of feed the market in your area, or like find the market.
How do you say this man's name? Pietur Orn Poraroninsson. Last name doesn't even... There's one letter in that last name that's not even a thing. It's like the tongue sticking out emoji.
Okay, that has some kind of need.
Yep, just to push her off. So
You
can
don't
you build...
need to participate in the big drama.
Can you build the societies and the towns yourself
big
with
drama
other
happening
players?
in the world gives the world the context. You know, you will see the soldiers, you know, going to war. You will feel it.
Everyone finds a role to play because everyone...
This guy has a cool name. Check out one of the CEO's name. Thor Gunnarsson. It's fucking hard, man. Imagine if your name was Thor Gunnarsson. That's you're either an action hero or, you know, maybe like the villain in action movies. Like you're the badass that Arnie or Sylvester Stallone has to kill. The European villain. Or you're a porn star. Or you're a European porn star. Thor Gunnarsson.
Because everyone in the world of PAX Day matters.
PAX Day.
I got really excited about the game because I
does
run
PAX
in the
Day
empty
mean again?
world.
I think they
And I
said
could
it earlier.
imagine in my head, like at some point in years to come, all of these buildings will be built by somebody real, like an actual person.
Oh,
And
human
that
players
felt-
do create the towns and the buildings. That's
That
cool.
felt really nice. I want to be part of this, building this crazy world.
Does that mean we get to clear out nature, like chop down trees and make room for like construction projects?
It's going to be a
build our towns?
long journey. We view being the stagehands of PAX Day as being more like a marathon rather than a single performance. And that's kind of the key to standing up a world like this and also creating the team around it.
We are incredibly excited to see how players will build, you know, civilizations up from, you know, the small house
So
into
sick, man.
the small villages, into
Show more
the
footage.
towns, into the cities, you know, building out the infrastructure for farming and crafting and blacksmithing and alchemy and finding the resources and studying the
This is a very
magic.
4K resolution shot of that guy. I keep staring at all the pores on his forehead.
The hallmark of any good MMO is to have an initial theory of how the game will evolve, but understand completely that the game in 10 years, 20 years will probably be completely different from the initial game. It's the game of a lifetime.
I believe it's going to be something incredible.
I can't wait for people to play the game and see how they like it.
Yes, I want
She
to
seems
see
like a
people's
nice auntie
faces
that makes
playing
you
the game
cookies.
and discovering everything that we've prepared for them.
Stage is yours, and we just can't wait to see the world that you make of it.
Thanks, Thor. You got a cool name. I want to play your game. It's crisp.
So please go to playpaxday.com or find PAX Day on Steam, wishlist us, and we'll begin opening up access for our first wave of testers before too long.
That was a nice trailer. I mean, it's not really a trailer. It's more like a mini doco about the game. But it was kind of heartfelt. I think they really got their point across well there. There was nothing There's nothing in there that I was cynical about. It all seemed very genuine. The gameplay, immaculate. The world, divine. The beards, stunning. I kind of do wish that it didn't go in the way of magic and monsters as well. Like, I kind of feel like if it just stayed medieval realistic, that would have been cool. Just because it's a video game doesn't mean it has to have, like, sorcery and fucking gremlins and shit. Well, that was nice. I'm holding out for those guys. Even if I don't play it, or if it doesn't really do that great, review-wise, I... Just on the basis of that trailer, those personalities alone, I got my fingers crossed for them. Wholesome. What have you sent, Sham? Linkage? You already watched this one, Sham. We watched the Best Boy trailer last week. You must have ducked out before we got around to it. Or like you were probably on the front desk or something. That seems like there's things about Remnant 2 that I'm not excited about, and there's things that I am. One of the things that I am excited about is that character class, the dog breeder. From what I've seen so far, if I played Remnant 2, I would definitely go doggo guy. Let me think about what else was in that trailer. Yeah, doggo character class, brilliant. That's actually one of the few things that's got me like really keen for Remnant 2. The other trailer, the one that's just the generic story trailer that explains like the sequel and the game's like structure, worried me a bit. It really worried me a bit because it seems to be doubling down on the part of Remnant that I don't like, and I'm a little freaked by that. Because remember how I said in the first Remnant there was a vibe to the game that felt like... Did you ever use the doggo in the first game? Don't think so. No. I probably didn't even see it was an option. I probably missed that whole mechanic if it was in there. In fact, I didn't get the turret either. I never found the required artifacts to unlock the turret trait. So you can like magically build a turret. I always thought that would have been cool, but it's too hard to get that. You have to get a specific world roll on a specific environment to get a specific dungeon that gets you an item that you put in a certain place to initiate a boss fight to get the artifact needed to unlock the turret building trait. So I never saw that in action. They added it as a DLC. Oh, neat. What was I saying? Yeah, like, one of the things that bothered me about Remnant 1 is that it felt like a tech demo for a really cool idea for a game, because after the first act setting up the story, I've said this before, you know how like the game just continues on with like randomized environments on every planet until the end, and like it feels like the story kind of vanishes, and we're just going through like tech demo procedurally generated environments stitched together with bosses. I felt like that needed to be injected with more story, more immersion stuff, so it didn't just feel like mechanical, like you're just playing game. Here, video game. Welcome to video game level. Procedurally generate. Go find the entrance of the boss. Good luck. His heart was annoying. He needed the dog boss and the merchant in the same world. Yeah, that kind of stuff was really irritating. So that was all well and good. Like, they were more focused on making the procedural generation stuff about getting different layouts of the worlds and then like randomized bosses encounters at the end of each one. That if you wanted to see everything, you'd have to like re-roll the worlds in adventure mode and hope that you get stuff you hadn't seen yet. Which annoyed me a little bit, because I like to see all the content, and I want the story and the content laid out for me to experience. Like, you make it hard when you make it all based on RNG. I'm like, I might be missing out on heaps of this game because I'm just not getting RNG on certain things, and I don't even know what I'm missing on, because how do you know what you're not experiencing? You don't know what doesn't exist and what does exist in the game. So now with the sequel, they've added this element that is going to randomize entire worlds and storylines. So if me and you play it separately, right? You might get some demon hell world with lava and succubuses, and some storyline with cutscenes and NPCs that are all about something very specific. Like its own like mini self-contained story with cutscenes, voice acting, NPCs, and everything. And I might never see that. I might never see that entire story or that entire lava succubus hell world at all. They're gonna have like all these worlds and all these storylines tied to each of those worlds, and all of it's gonna be procedurally generated. So you never know like what version of Remnant you're gonna get, Remnant 2, you're gonna get at all. So they've actually like made more of the entire game procedurally generated, down to the like the story arcs themselves, which really worries me. Like, I'm not really jazzed about that. I'm interested in the experiment. I think it's interesting that out of like someone's trying it, at least. It's like, okay, so the Remnant team are the ones with the balls to try and make a game this way. Kudos to them for that. I hope it's successful for them, because they're a good team. They try very hard. They made a fun game the first time around. It's like, it's not my aesthetic. Like, I like hands-on constructed game worlds and game experiences and stories. I like very linear games where they've designed it very specifically to be enjoyed in a very specific way. This is the experience. Have fun, gamer. I think that's what, like, I've played a lot of roguelikes on my stream, and that's one of the issues I have with roguelikes a lot of the time, is that the one part I'm not as excited about with the roguelike is the fact that most of the game is just procedurally generated, and you're just trying to survive long enough to get through 5 acts of that, with usually the same bosses at the end. You know, like Skull the Hero Slayer and stuff. Like, the game is fun, great combat system, great character class system. It's just, you know, I vastly prefer games where they've constructed game worlds for me to explore, that have artistry behind them, instead of just a computer algorithm stitching things together so that I always get something different. It's not as interesting, because it's like, I can tell that a computer made this because it's an algorithm stitching together tile sets and textures. Yeah, that's basically what I was saying. It's, they've got all these different storylines that are pre-designed. It's got voice acting, it's got characters, it's got cutscenes, and they happen on specific worlds. Like on the Hell world, it might be about a religious cult trying to defeat this evil succubus so that they can basically extricate themselves from hell back to their families or whatever. Like, it's a very specific thing, but it's like, it's not designed for you to experience at a certain time and be tied into the grander story in a specific way. It's just a whole lot of those that are going to be randomly generated. So you'll play through like your game and go to 4 or 5 of them, and it might be totally different from when I play my game and experience 4 to 5 totally different planets with different stories. And to me, that dilutes the waters a bit, storyline-wise. Like, how cohesive can the grander narrative be if the game is basically stitched together of a whole bunch of random stories that you may or may not see in any kind of order? There's no way you can create a story. Like, there's no way you're going to have an experience like Last of Us or something, with a very structured, predefined world and story that escalates in a very specific way to get across a specific theme or emotion in the player. It's just going to be like, you know what I'm worried about? It's going to feel like a horror sci-fi anthology of stories. Like, you know when you watch an anthology movie where it's like 4 or 5 horror shorts by different directors all stitched together into like one film length thing, like VHS or, you know, shit like that. I'm worried it's going to be the gaming equivalent of that, where it's going to be like, there's going to be an opening story about who your character is and why they're going on this journey. And then from then on, it's going to be like an anthology of just like, now you're on this random world and this is the story. Now you're on this random world and this is the story. And it doesn't matter what order or which ones you get and which ones you don't even ever see. It makes sense for Remnant since you're going to different worlds, like in the first game, but the overall... Well, the thing is, like, the thing I like the most about Remnant from a story perspective is that it reminds me of Stargate. When I found, when they take you to that hub world, that universe between universes with the gates that go to different planets in different universes, like, I got a Stargate vibe from that, and it made me think, like, how good would a Stargate game be where you go on different adventures through the Stargate to different planets? Like, you've got the Egyptian desert planet where you're investigating some pyramid and looking for clues. And then you've got some forest Endor Ewok planet where it's all like gun shooting kind of gameplay, where you're helping like the local tribe fight off the fucking empire. And it's like nature versus industry. But that's the thing. I would take a Stargate game where you're going to all these different plots on separate worlds, with the wraparound story being you're this military unit from Earth going through the Stargate to explore different planets and getting involved in all these little plots. So the wraparound plot is about your mission as humans exploring the universe and discovering more about the Stargates. And then the mini stories on the planets are like their own little self-contained incidents. Where if this was like a TV show, if it was like a Stargate TV show, every single episode would be like a different planet doing a different thing. But the character arcs of the main characters would be like an ongoing bigger story of what their ultimate goal is. But you would also be experiencing everything in a particular order. That's the thing. Remnant is so close to that as an idea, but the one thing I don't like is their adherence to the idea of random generation. Like, I don't want it to randomly generate things that, like level layouts that no one else would see that's unique to me. I don't want it to randomly generate which of the stories I get to experience that are different from someone else. I want to see all of it. I want to experience all your content. Like, oh, there's 16 different possible planets and stories you could experience, but you'll only experience 5. It's like, no, I want to experience all 16. And don't make it harder for me, but maybe, have to replay the game and cross my fingers and hoping I get good RNG to find a planet I didn't see on my last playthrough. I'll give you a mini story. Self-burn. But yeah, you know what I mean. Like, essentially my complaints of Remnant are tied to my more OCD, perfectionist kind of gaming impulses. Like, if you've got a game... If Remnant 2 is a game that has 16 different pre-designed, structured stories with characters, cutscenes, everything, that take place on 16 different, completely unique planets, but the big gimmick of the game is you only experience 4 of them at random, so that your game is so different from another person. Like, that stresses me out. That gives me, like, gamer OCD sweats, because I want to see all of it. I want to see all your content. I want to travel to all 16 of those planets and experience all 16 of those stories in order of what's the most interesting. Simplest to the most complex and hardest. Like, I want a game where you make all these things for me to experience all those things. And I know most people that are fans of the game are going to anyway, because they're going to put the effort into RNGing across multiple playthroughs, seeing all of it. But fuck, man, like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to waste all this time replaying and starting the game all over again and trying to RNG different worlds so I can see the different stories. Like, that just annoys me. If you made gameplay for me, if you made stories for me to experience, let me just have them. Why do we need the procedural generation randomization gimmicks? Like, leave it to the fucking roguelikes. That's what roguelikes are built on. If we want randomization, well, that's where we'll go specifically to get that. You're choppy as fuck. Oh, internet's struggling? I might have just been hopping onto the stream for the first minute. It might have been a little bit jumpy for some reason. I'm not seeing any issues on my end. Where's the bitrate? I have 0% drop frames on my OBS, so I don't think I've got any issues here with the upload. It might be on your end, Genie. Or just Twitch in general. Twitch's service having a conniption. Oh. Let's look for something interesting. I've got a bunch of stuff still. Oh, they released a gameplay trailer for Atlas Fallen. Remember the teaser for that? That was really badass, and they like had maybe 4 choppy seconds of gameplay at the very end just to show that the game actually exists. 10 days ago, we got a actual gameplay trailer, so we can actually see what this looks like for realsies. It's raining and you're on the move. Just turned Wi-Fi on. Oh yeah, okay, that's probably what it was then. Solve that problem quick. Let's go!
You should have kept in line.
Better be good, because that teaser trailer went hard
I
for
have
an
fought
FMV.
your kind before.
I hope it's Darksiders Mad Max.
To ruin.
Darksiders Mad Max is like what I'm feeling vibe-wise.
I am the order of this world. I am its rule.
Looks crisp. Sand surfing. It's all they showed off at the end of the last trailer was the sand surfing. Assassin's Creed Kratos over here.
Is futile.
It's pretty impactful looking combat. Like visually and the action itself. Dust.
I will bury you like the rest of them.
Wait, why did it just say dust? It's called Atlas Fallen. What was it, the word dust? I thought they changed the name for a second. Whew. Well, that was neat. Oh, someone's saying the same thing I did. Looks nice, getting Darksiders with better graphics, but we need more gameplay. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I think what I really want is a gameplay rundown. I want one of those videos that they do. You know that when they do those 4 or 5 minute videos where they actually show gameplay over someone talking and explaining the gameplay mechanics? I like those a lot. It's very no nonsense, just like this is the game and this is how you play it. With the occasional cutaway to the guy talking in the office with the logo of the company in the background, where they've got 3 different angles on him sitting there speaking like with his eyeline off cam. I know how to make these. I've literally made them. As a multimedia graduate who literally has been paid to do jobs like that, I've literally had to set up shots like that, where you've got someone being interviewed on cam, and you've got like the side cameras and stuff where he's looking at something else, but the camera's looking at the side of his head. It makes me laugh every time I see it. Now, this is how you make a Forspoken game. That's a good point, actually. It does have a Forspoken vibe about it, but like the good version. This person says Immortals Phoenix Rising, and I don't really agree. Sure, action game, open world, yeah, it's same ingredients, but there's nothing about that game that makes me think of Immortals Phoenix Rising. I think you're just splitting hairs now. Anything that's in the same genre. It's like this game. It's like saying every single FPS is basically like Doom. You got the hardest trophy in theater rhythm, 10 critical charts. What does a critical chart mean? Does that mean like perfect? Like you completed a music chart hitting nothing but perfect notes, like criticals, critical hits? I remember doing achievements like that in Guitar Hero, where you had to get a certain number of gold starred songs, which basically means like never missing a single note. Oh, there's a link too. There's a genie link. Funny or Die? Damn, I haven't watched a Funny or Die skit in the longest time. Oh, this is from 11 years ago. Okay. Is Funny or Die still doing stuff? They've still got 3 million subscribers. Okay, not really. No, they are. 2 weeks ago. Everything looks shit. What happened to this website, man? What? Sorry, YouTube channel. This is not what it used to be. All right, let me get the Lance Reddick thing up. It's a critical rating and a rainbow critical. Both count. Instead of having to do it in a single run, records your highest record for each note. So you basically have to have hit critical of every note at some point in time across multiple playthroughs. It's a weird stipulation. I've never seen it before. I don't remember watching this one either. That doesn't ring a bell. Lance Reddick, Toys R Us. Looks like a lot of new people are coming to it. All these comments are from the last week of people coming here to watch it because he died. I guess everyone's watching old Lance Reddick skits just as a tribute to him. That's cute. All right, well, this is going to be our tribute to Lance then.
Congratulations. It's time to call Mom and Dad. Tell them that the second mortgage they took out for your degree was worth it because you now have a job. But a job is not a career. No. A job is just a foot in the door. If you want a career, you want to be standing where I'm standing 15 years from now, then you had better listen very fucking carefully to the next 176 words out of my mouth because this is your new reality. When you walk through that door each and every morning, your ass is mine. There will be no cell phone use. There will be no smoke breaks. There will be no conversation and putting into the job. There will be no motherfucking shits taken unless authorized by me personally. And if you happen to be lucky enough to get that authorization, you will have exactly 4 minutes and 30 seconds to expel your fecal material, wipe your ass, and wash your filthy hands and get back to work. And if I happen to come across a shit smear in the toilet bowl of that employee restroom, I will personally go to each and every one of your homes and shit in places that will leave you confused for the rest of your lives. Excellence.
This man is a very good actor.
I expect it. I demand it and I deliver it. And there's really only one thing you need to know. This ain't Toys R Us, motherfuckers. This is Toys R Me. What the fuck is this?
It's the Bakugan display you asked me to set up.
Isn't it pronounced Bakugan?
Imagine, if you can, that you are a proud and powerful Gogonoid. Can you do that?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Imagine it.
Fuck, you scary.
Okay.
Good. Now, you tell me, would a Gogonoid call this a Bakugan display? Or
what's a Gogonoid?
Would a Gogonoid call this a bitter insult to his race? Not worth shitting on for all the savory dream crystals in the lavender cloud.
He knows a lot about Bakugan.
Know the goddamn toys and show them some fucking respect!
Jesus. I would work for this man. I don't give a shit.
You have exactly 15 seconds to finish whatever the hell it is you're doing in there, or I will kick in this fucking door and drag your ass out. Do you hear me?
Can you chill out? I'm on my period.
This toy store sucks.
That's so scary.
There's not even any Xbox games.
Oh, child, run.
Have you ever heard the story of the rich old man and the stray dog?
No, sounds crappy.
There was once a very old man, and one day he came across a stray dog. Well, he
Gargoyle is a
decided to
humanoid
take that
creature with
dog
the
home.
face and wings of a gargoyle.
And that dog
Oh my
went
god.
straight to the fire and rolled himself up in an old rug and started chewing at an old bone. And over the years, the old man bought the dog lots of expensive beds, lots of expensive meals, much better than most people could eat. But that dog always went back to the old rug and that old bone because he knew that that was all he really needed. Now, who do you think you are in this story?
Let me guess. The rich old man who didn't know that happiness comes from the simple things in life?
No, you are the runny shit the dog would take every morning because he had canine colitis from living on the street so long. Now get the fuck out of my store.
Run, child.
You know, I've noticed your work around here.
Really?
Yes, very impressive.
Wow, thank you.
You know,
Uh-oh.
if you keep this up, you could find yourself riding high on the hog in no time.
A raise? Really?
Uh-oh.
No, hog is what I call my penis.
Holy shit. This is a very pre-Me Too joke, I think. Oh my god, they're actually fucking.
Toys!
No, he's doing
Oh,
push-ups.
me!
I thought he was fucking the girl in the storeroom. That's one of those product of its time jokes where it's like after like the Me Too era and all the Harvey Weinstein stuff, like that kind of thing kind of fell out of favor in terms of like comedy. Because it just felt after a certain point, certain things just become too real. There's no reason why you can't make a joke like that anymore. You can, go for your life. It's just not going to land as well as it used to. Because it really, that kind of stuff did become like a real problem. And I guess like the majority of society would not be finding it as funny anymore. It's heartwarming to see how many people are sharing the Lance Reddick. I almost said Lance Reddick Rov. The Lance Reddick love. It's actually a tongue twister. Rest in power, Lance. YouTube algorithm is recommending Lance Reddick stuff. I reckon the reason that's happening is because a certain amount of people would have started looking for Lance Reddick stuff on their own, just after he died, just looking up their like favorite Lance Reddick stuff, and the algorithm would have seen this sudden spike in general interest, and then it was sort of recommending it to other people that weren't looking for it, and then they probably also clicked and basically just went, "Oh, Lance Reddick, thanks YouTube, I'm gonna watch that." He was on the Eric Andre show 8 years ago. Oh, I gotta watch that.
Psst. Can you see me? Can you see me over here?
Is that Jamie Lee Curtis with tats? What the
You
fuck?
know this next guy from The Wire and Lost, Lance Reddick.
Fantastic, sir. Have a seat, yeah. Alone from night to night, you find me.
What's up with claymation? Like, what's up with it?
What's up with it?
So you're on TV?
Yeah, from time to time.
That's cool. Here's the thing. I don't give a shit about baseball. It's boring.
All right.
Wait, this is what I want to talk about. Not that. No, yeah, I didn't want to talk about that. We talking about baseball?
About baseball?
Yeah.
Well, wait. Well,
this is what I want to say about
so
baseball.
fucking
Okay,
insane. I love how he's always just here.
You think
barely
you think
contributing.
Justin Bieber sprays his DNA all over the ladies when he's in Paris, France? Need a new desk. Lance Reddick. Lance Reddick.
yeah, that was intense.
Yeah. Sometimes he's an interesting guy.
Is Krabs more embarrassing than AIDS?
Oh.
For the moment, probably.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what?
I wish I would have Burton. I wish I would have Burton. Where's my iconic slave role? Hey, motherfucker. I wish I would have Burton. All y'all. All y'all. Warp speed, don't rainbow read me, nigga. Ah!
What just happened? I thought that was the end of the clip. I thought with the desk punch was it. I've never seen that before. Jesus Christ. God damn. All right, you know what? I'm gonna keep that to the side. I might send that to a few people. That and the Funny or Die one, the Toys R Us one. Oh shit. Lance Reddick is actually a legitimately scary dude. Like when he punched that desk, I was like, if he was legitimately mad and did that, I would fear for my life. I didn't know Lance had such a funny side. Yeah, like him playing it straight up to the desk punch was legitimately funny in a dry straight man kind of way. But then like that last bit, the LeVar Burton bit, was like the exact opposite. It was just him doing pure lunacy, which I've never seen him do before. I've never seen Lance Reddick do insane, goofy comedy. That is the only example I can think of. I think we missed out on some prime Lance Reddick. People should have used him in surreal or like ridiculous, over-the-top comedies more. Yeah, he's usually the straight man. Like his strength is usually in playing it dry and intense. And like he can make that funny. Well, that was interesting. That was fun. Why is Johnny Depp appearing in this thumbnail? The Professor official trailer coming to Lionsgate Play on April 20th. Does Lionsgate have its own streaming platform? Are you joking? Can a movie production company stop making their own streaming platforms for their own movies? Because I don't give a shit. I'm not going to go watch your movie just because Johnny Depp's in it if I have to subscribe to Lionsgate. What other Lionsgate movies are coming out this year that makes it worth having your streaming platform? One other movie? And then a couple of old things I've already seen? Fuck you. I'm going to watch the trailer though.
It doesn't look good, Richard. In fact, to be quite frank, it looks pretty bad.
Why do the subtitles look like that?
Probably 6 months.
My name is Richard. I'm your professor.
This is such a Johnny Depp looking character.
Very, very differently. Oh, if any of you sell marijuana, please visit me during office hours. Thanks. Bye. I have cancer, and it doesn't look good. Best of luck with your impending deaths.
Your health.
There's no need to be facetious.
You know what I'm actually a sucker for? I love characters, human beings, personalities that can make light of their own tragic circumstances. When I see like movie characters that can joke around about or take the piss out of their own like terminal illness, I usually find that really endearing. John Wick is Lionsgate. Oh yeah, it is too. But John Wick you can see on other streaming platforms anyway, so it's not like they have that in the bag, unless Lionsgate Play is fairly new and they're waiting to run out the contracts on their older, more famous franchises, so they can then put them all on Lionsgate, and then you have to go there to see it.
All right, stop. You get a B.
But I'm not finished.
Take a seat.
As a matter of fact, smoke a joint?
You gotta be kidding me. He's trying to beef.
Where'd you get that?
For well-to-do middle-aged wasps, we can get prescriptions for anything we want, darling.
What's going on? Seem like you're drunk or on drugs?
Admittedly, we are on a bit of both.
He might be self-destructing a little bit.
I am chancellor of this university.
I shouldn't be laughing.
Cheating on your wife, Henry. With the wife of a devoted faculty member. Specifically, mine.
Are you all right?
No.
Why are you and Mom still together? What happened to us, Richard?
What happened to us? Life.
Damn it, Richard, those are crystal.
She wings at me.
You just picked up that waitress in less than a minute. Shut up, Richard.
I hope your parents all told you that you die at the end. Oh. We sort of float without living. And you've got one
It's true.
shot.
Feeling that line.
Snatch it up, make it yours.
Floating without living.
Don't let a moment of it slip by. What's your gardener doing here? He's my emergency contact.
Cheers.
So it's really the...
Is that it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Johnny Depp still sounds tired.
I'm Richard.
Oh, damn.
Okay.
That's a hell of a greeting.
Awesome. Is it a TV show or a movie? I'm gonna assume movie. Not in the US. Most people don't know how to use VPNs or think they're safe. I can see what you mean. Lionsgate Play is probably a US only thing, the same way HBO Max is. Like, we don't have HBO Max in Australia, so there's like other streaming platforms, like uniquely Australian ones that have like special deals with HBO. Like if you want to see like Game of Thrones live, like when it first comes out, like the same way you'd watch on HBO Max, like you have to have a specific other, I forget what it's called, it's something stupid. You have to have a specific other subscription to something here in Australia that gets all HBO stuff, and most of us just ignore it. Glad he got his absolution. Oh yeah, with the court case and all that stuff. Yeah, it just like, I'm aware now more than ever at just how sleepwalky Johnny Depp's been for a while. Like, most of his roles, he sounds tired. It sounds like a combination of tired or wine drunk, which kind of works for this story, I guess, because he's a self-destructing dude who's basically like hitting the alcohol and the drugs hard because he's gonna die, so whatever the fuck. It's that old story cliche of a person just like doing whatever they want and getting hedonistic because, you know, it's the end, so who gives a shit? I don't know, like, I'm concerned that Johnny Depp is gonna go the way of a lot of older actors that just stopped trying, aka like Bruce Willis, prior to the point where we knew he had that mental disability onset thing that was coming down the pipe. Like, for the longest time, people had that opinion of Bruce Willis that, like, he was hard to work with and he was shit in movies because he always came off like he didn't give a shit anymore. Like, he didn't want to be there. He was just collecting a paycheck. He was rude to other actors and directors. When you watch him in the movie, he clearly doesn't give a shit. He's just Bruce Willis saying his lines. I don't want Johnny Depp to end up like that, but like Johnny Depp seems to be doing the tired version of that, not the asshole version of that. Like, everyone seems to like Johnny Depp generally, but in terms of his like performances, like he just seems to be cruising a little bit. Like the days of him doing like character pieces like Jack Sparrow seem to be done. And that's the most lively we've ever seen Johnny Depp. Not Jack Sparrow specifically, but whenever he's playing a character, something larger than life, where he can be a goof. Like, that's the most effort we see him put in. Like, he gets wacky with that stuff. But if it's not that, if he's just human being, if he's just a real character, like, it's always that same line drunk. Johnny Depp, like that kind of shit. A little bit like, it's a bit different, but Harrison Ford has his own version of that where after a certain point of time, he basically became cranky, old, angry old man curmudgeon. And then every film that he was in and every real life clip you ever see of him is him being like angry old man that doesn't give a shit what you think. And he's going to tell you to fuck off. And then hit a joint. I think I did hear that he was on the weed a little bit. But it might be prescription. Still, you gotta love Harrison Ford though. I wouldn't mind being yelled at by Harrison Ford. I'd be honored. I saw this movie years ago. Makes you want to do a rail, polish off a fifth, text the girl that got away, and take up an exciting hobby all at once. I saw this movie years ago? What? Is this one of those pre-pandemic, like, shelved films? Wait. Let me look this up on Wikipedia. 2018. Oh, shit. Had its world premiere at the Zurich Film Festival in 2018. Released 2019 by Saban Films. What's the deal? Distribution rights 2019. Why are we getting this trailer 11 days ago? If this movie came out at film festivals 2017 and was released 2019. Is this just a new trailer for the fact that it's coming out on their streaming platform? But the movie's not new? Because that annoys me. Now I've got the shits. Okay, cool. They got the whole plot synopsis in the Wikipedia article. We'll try not to read that, spoilers, because I would like to see this film, actually. Directed by Wayne Roberts. Never heard of him. Maybe he's a new director. Okay, well, that was weird. Boom. Moving on. What did we watch before? Atlas Fallen? How about something called Ad Infinitum? Gameplay overview trailer. I don't know what this is, but from the thumbnail and the name, I'm gonna guess indie horror? Whoop. A look at creepy locations, terrifying creatures, and more. Okay, yep, it sounds like horror to me. Nice logo.
Hello, we are Lucas and Thomas from Hecate, and this is Ad Infinitum. Ad Infinitum is a project that started in 2014 during our study years. Back in the days, as students, we worked on solely a mere concept and trailer. We later got surprised by the traction it received. While the idea for this game has been stuck in our heads for years, and after several smaller advances with prototypes, we finally started to commit ourselves to a full-time
production. What do they mean, an idea that was stuck in their heads for years? It looks like a walking simulator horror game.
For horror and darker
There's like a million of these.
We gathered a team of young, international, passionate people in Berlin.
This is my ball, and don't you forget it.
In Ad Infinitum, you play a young German soldier who's trapped between two realities. Within one reality,
that's
you
interesting.
have the opportunity to explore a seemingly abandoned mansion in Berlin. Unveil the sinister secrets that haunt this place, while unraveling the echoes of its past.
A World War
The
II
other
German
reality
soldier getting
confronts you
pulled
with
into some Silent Hill
gruesome
shit
scenes
is a
of World
pretty
War I.
decent concept.
You have to crawl through the muddy trenches of
I mean,
the
the
east
horror
of France
aspects seem a little
and
generic.
explore various other places themed around the Great War, which you can explore in the final game.
In our game, you will have to solve intricate enigmas that challenge your troubled mind. A mind so distorted that it is completely losing its grip on reality.
This is a risky game, by the way.
Now it's up to you, the player, to figure out what is real and what might be manifestations of a never-ending
Like, you don't
nightmare.
want it to come off as
While
shallow and
encountering
gratuitous
various
when you're dealing with
manifested
this kind of
powers
subject
throughout the
matter.
game, you are bound to uncover the truth.
Like the PTSD
Truth so
psychological
disturbing
aspect
that we
of
ask
French
you,
warfare,
can you
but also
handle
when you're someone on the wrong side of that warfare.
We are very excited
Like, you better get the
to show
story
you
right,
more of the game in the
or
near
it's going
future.
to come off as very
Together
trashy
with Naked,
and potentially
we are
even a
hard at
little
work
offensive.
to bring the vision of Ad Infinitum to life. This project is very dear to us, and to create the best possible experience for you, we have to ask you for a little bit more patience. We would never be content to release this
This
game
is a weird
that
note
is so
to
dear
be ending
to
the
us
trailer on.
in a state we deem not polished enough.
Please don't be mad at
This
us
is why we
because the
decided
game's
to move
gonna
the release
not
from
come out for a
April
long
to
time.
September this year. We thank you for your understanding and ongoing support. In the meantime, make sure to wishlist the game on Steam and follow us on social media to be updated on the advancements of the game. Here, you will also be able to find more content about Ad Infinitum. Thank you all,
and see you next time.
The characters' arms and animations seem weird to me. It reminds me of that weirdly fluid way that stop motion moves. That's pretty cool. Also, what the fuck? That was probably the most interesting part of that whole trailer. That last thing. That was dope. Its entrails are hanging out the bottom. What a design. Everything looked a bit... Like, the rest of that trailer looked, like, decent in terms of the tech. But in terms of, like, art design and creativity, it was a little bit generic. Like, it all looked a little bit cheap, but running on, like, a pretty decent engine. So it doesn't look bad. But that creature at the end, that felt like it was from a different game. That was actually a really good monster design. That was almost Guillermo del Toro-esque. Like something like Pan's Labyrinth, but more gratuitous, gory horror. Warn me before you watch on the horror trailer again, please? Well, I can't, because I didn't know what kind of trailer it was until it started. That's why I was like, I have no idea what this is, but from the thumbnail, maybe horror. And then at the start, it was like, this is a horror game set in World War II. And I was like, oh, there we go. Got it. It's too bad these things struggle to be scary nowadays. I find like the majority of that trailer, when there's things like, oh, there's a hand coming out of the bathtub and grabbing you, or there's a spooky thing looking at you in the darkness, it's like, yeah, okay. It kind of feels... I think the way video games tend to structure their horror games, it feels a bit too much like a haunted house ride, where it's like, okay, now I go down this corridor and something happens. Now I go into this room and something happens. And sometimes it's a little ball rolling across the ground, or it's a little girl giggling mysteriously. And it all just, it feels like video game moments. It feels like little sound bites of like, be spooked. All right, next. Be spooked. Once you feel the structure, I think that's when the horror starts to be less impactful. Because I think that's what people mean by haunted house ride. The way a haunted house ride works is that you're on rails and you know you're in a fake environment and things are obviously fake looking and they're almost perfectly timed to come out and go boo at certain intervals. And when you're on a haunted house ride, you're on it to enjoy it. You're giving it the benefit of the doubt. So you go, ah, when the thing pops out, and then you and your friends laugh. And I think when a video game has that vibe, I think the reason people use that as a negative, as an insult, is because you're supposed to be immersed in something like you're a real character involved in a real story. And if it starts to feel haunted housey, that means the reality is broken down and you're starting to see the rails and you're starting to feel the video gamey structure of it, where it's like a cardboard ghoul pops out, then you laugh, and then something else rolls down this, you know what I mean? Like once you start to see the seams, once you start to see the code, like, to use a Matrix terminology, it tends to negatively impact the chances of you getting immersed and therefore actually scared. That's why I like certain old school stuff. Like, the early Silent Hill games are very good at keeping you immersed and on your toes. So you were creeped out because, like, you didn't quite get the structure. It wasn't betraying you. It was surprising you with something new around every corner. Ever been scared by a game, but the game wasn't intended to be scary? Oh, there's another sham link as well. Or a demon baby. Yeah, they overuse babies and children a lot, I find. I hate that in movies. I'm actually kind of sick of children being used in horror movies. Cheap Blumhouse-style horror movies nowadays. Because every time a little child stares blankly at some adult and goes, they're whispering things to me through the walls, and then you like the music goes done, and it shows the adult going like, oh, what does the child mean? Like, I fucking laugh. Like, I can't stand it anymore. Like, why are children always purposely acting creepy? Like, if it was in real life, if a child walked up to me and was like, your mother's going to die tomorrow, Charles, like, I would just laugh and then kick her in the face. Like, fuck a child. Like, I'm not putting up with this shit. Don't walk up to me and try to act like you're the little exorcist child. Yeah, you're referencing RE Village. Oh, Demon Baby. Oh, House Benevito. I've heard things about that. Have you guys ever been scared by a game, but the game wasn't intended to be scary? That's a very interesting question. I was scared by the idea of a game. When Naughty Dog announced they were making a Last of Us 2, I was scared about that game existing because I thought that the first game ended on such a morally challenging note, where nothing good could come of the future. And so it was really like kind of a tragic thing. The worst thing I could think in the world would be to make a sequel where we go on the further adventures of Joel and Ellie, and we just don't acknowledge how fucked up the ending of the first game was, and how questionably it painted Joel, and how much he betrayed Ellie's trust and ruined the whole like vibe between them with the lie. Like, all of that was very challenging, moralistic stuff. And I was like, as soon as they said they're making a sequel, I was like, fuck, it's going to be the further adventures of Joel and Ellie through the wasteland, trying to solve the fucking outbreak problem, looking for a cure or something. I was just like, don't ruin it. You managed to achieve art with the ending, and you're gonna make like an adventure movie with the second one. So yeah, that's probably not a good example, but that scared me that they were doing that, and I'm glad that they nailed it in the end. They did the opposite of what I thought was going to happen. They took a sequel and they went, we're not going to further adventure the Joel and Ellie. We're actually going to make a very intense story about the ramifications of the actions that caused the dodgy moral choice, and we're not going to pull any punches to the point where half our audience is going to hate us. And I was like, I actually, for one of the first times in my life, you actually did something that is probably the perfect thing to do, and I could not, me personally, think of a better way to do it. Like, if you had told me before number 2 how I would have made a sequel, I wouldn't know how to answer that question. I had no ideas. And they thought of something that I didn't think of, that I was like, oh, this is actually, I cannot do better than this. That doesn't happen often. I'm tired of playing games where I can think of a better game in my own head than what they did, where it's like, oh, if only they did this, it would have actually been not so cheesy or pointless. Scared, no stressed, FromSoft game since Demon Souls. Yeah, that's actually a pretty decent answer. Any FromSoft game. Because when they're not even, FromSoft don't even try to be horror, but they somehow can achieve a horror vibe. Like, no jump scares, no unnecessary gore, just the icky, unnerving feeling that their worlds are able to conjure has got a very nice, like, horror tinge to it. Fable 2 had one of those moments for me with the talking doors. Oh, you know what? I have played Fables 1 through 3. I've played all of them. And I don't really remember the part you're talking about. Fable's been too long ago now that I'm losing memory of the actual things that happened in those games. I do remember when 3 took a big right turn into being the king and running the kingdom, as opposed to adventuring. That was interesting. Fear of the unknown is evoked very much. Fear of the unknown is one of the most underrated moods you can strike in any art, whether it's film or gaming. Fear of the unknown is unsurpassable a mood. I love it. That is actually the key to my interest in horror movies and stories in general. Like, I'm a big fan of Lovecraft, because Lovecraft is one of those few writers that understood the idea of the fear of the unknown very intrinsically. Like, his stuff is usually all about suggesting stuff that is so surreal and barely fathomable in how they're attempted to be described or suggested, but never quite in a way that you fully understand. But the idea of what it might mean makes your skin turn pale, like makes you sweat. The idea of things that live in a veil of reality overlapping our own that we can't understand, but that can see us. And they're not a danger to us unless we can see them, in which case, if you see them, they see you. And then your existence is at stake. Weird shit. Cosmic horror. There's another good term for it. Cosmic horror is very good at hitting those notes of the fear of the unknown. There are a couple of stories throughout... you know that Netflix CG animated anthology show, Love, Death, and Robots? There's a couple of shorts in Love, Death, and Robots across the seasons that did a very good job of playing with that stuff. We need more of that. We need more anthology stuff, especially in the Love, Death, and Robots mold that experiments with more heady horror concepts. I'm sick and tired of there is monster, and monster is trying to eat people, and people try to fight monster. It's like, it's not that scary. It's unnerving. If you were in that situation, you'd be alarmed and concerned about being eaten, but it's not as scary to me, because scary to me is stuff that I can barely fathom. I can fathom a monster. I can see a monster. I can run away from monster. I can try to kill monster. There are options. As soon as you add options, the fear nullifies slightly. Even worse, I struggle even more with slasher stuff. I'm not scared of human being. The problem with slasher stuff is it's just dude in mask with knife who wants to stab. I do not want to be stabbed, but I understand what you are. You are a crazy dude with knife. I have options. I can run away from you. I can try to avoid you. I can try to fight you. If I can get the knife off you, I can stab you. I can punch you in the face. Like, there are options on the table that take away some of the fear from me. So the more I understand something that's meant to be scary, the more I understand what it is, the more I'm not scared of it. Because I'm like, oh, that's just that. Okay, I mean, cool. Try not to get eaten, whatever. I'm on board to see how this pans out, but I'm not really that riveted. The space episode in Love, Death, and Robots was gnarly. Are you talking about the one with the creature from beyond, like, the edge of space? That's like a ship graveyard of ships that, like, fucked up their interstellar drive and ended up in a part of space that you're not supposed to go to. That's, like, off the edge. And there's some organic creature that, like, hooks your mind to it and makes love to you and tries to keep your mind part of its, like, hive mind thing. Because that was some gnarly shit. You mean the one with the astronaut? A couple of space ones, actually. The one I just described was one of my favorites, because I like the idea of that. That actually was very similar to one of the reasons I liked Event Horizon when I was younger, which I struggle with now because it didn't age well, and I'm not a big fan of Paul W.S. Anderson's work. He fucked up their Resident Evil franchise so bad. But the thing I liked about Event Horizon was the fear of the unknown. The fact that this ship used the first ever interstellar warp drive to basically warp jump and vanished. Like, they don't know where it warp jumped to. And then years later, when the ship floated back into Earth space, and they had no idea where it had been, and they went to explore it, it became very evident that wherever that warp drive took the ship, it was so far out the edge of known space that they basically went to hell. And it came back empty, and all the people that were on it were driven insane and basically peeled each other to death in like some kind of gory orgy of insanity. And you just like know all this stuff, but you're not really shown much. You just know that it's been somewhere fucked up. And that's what I loved about that Love, Death, and Robots short. It's essentially the same idea of every once in a while, a spacecraft's hyper jump will go wrong, and it'll jump to some random place in space and go missing. And the idea of where that ship had gone with that creature and the weird sex scene stuff that was involved with it as well was like trippy. The one where they had freezing and realistic gore for what might happen if you go... Oh, the one that was kind of like Gravity, you mean? The one with Sandra... The movie with Sandra Bullock. I know, yeah, I know what you're talking about now. That was a clever one. That wasn't Fear of the Unknown or Cosmic Horror, but that was more based on realistic phobia kind of fears of like, this is a character study of a person in a particular situation designed to stress you out on a particular phobia. The idea of being jettisoned into space and having like no chance of survival. The claustrophobia of being inside the suit and knowing that you've got no chance like of survival. It's digging in deep on those like common human fears. It's a bit like that that movie with Ryan Reynolds, Buried, where the whole movie is him trapped in a coffin, buried underground. Like 90 minutes of just that. Those work really well. Horror or thriller films that are based entirely on exploring like one very specific human fear, phobia, and just digging in on just that and realizing that perfectly to stress people in the audience out, I think are really cool. Bottle films do that really well. All right, let's... But yeah, anyway, whatever. What's the sham link? Hey, blah, 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 blah. Oh, it's some Harry Mack action. Harry Mack with a wrinkly ball sack.
How are you? Can I rap for you?
Yeah, go for it, man. I'm actually on here rapping for people as well.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, there two Omegle rappers ran into each other.
What's up, you guys?
That's awesome.
You sound like a news reporter or a gamer.
Oh, they're gone.
Some people on here are really nice. Oh, this is not.
That's true.
Oh my god. Why are some people on Omegle
what's up,
so
you
rude?
guys? Yo, can I do a freestyle for you guys? All right, dope. But I need your help because I'm gonna improvise off the top of the dome. So can each of you give me a creative, challenging word? No food and no animals. Fundamental.
Yeah. Squiggle.
Squiggle. Creative? Did someone say creative?
Yeah.
Vigor?
Yeah.
Okay. Fire. Fundamental, squiggle, creative, vigor, and fire.
Yeah.
All right, y'all ready?
Yeah.
All right, let's get it.
Yes, Omegle.
Yeah, I be killing every instrumental. For me, this here is just fundamental. Yeah, y'all know it's just what I'm into. It's nothing for the Mac. Yo, for me, it be simple. Yeah, y'all know I'm keeping my cool. I learned
Omega's still around.
back in elementary school. And nowadays, as a full-grown adult, I be pulling freestyles all out the vault. I get it cracking when I'm on it. I'm spilling the poems. Piece of homie in the front who films on their phone. You know you gotta see this. I'ma spit until I'm now. These the fundamentals of freestyle. Yeah, y'all know I go hard. Teaching all of y'all the fundamentals of bars. All through the industry, you know I'm about to ripple. I don't never write it. I don't need the pen squiggles. Yeah, H-Mac never fake. All these other artists, they squiggly. They some snakes.
Oh, did I pronounce it funny?
Y'all know I'm making
I'm gonna need some water.
other rappers in the game, snakes in the grass. I'ma get it poppin' when I rhyme, I'm never stopping. Harry Mack, I'm dropping rappers in the coffin, got no option. I'm getting it done, spitting it from deep within. Yeah, other MCs can't get with him. Now listen, to me, they never related. Kill it off top and there's so much debated. When I be rhyming, I feel like a native.
I can hear creative
Y'all know
coming.
that my brain's so creative.
There it is.
Yeah,
I saw it coming.
I'm Creative just like I'm Pablo Picasso. Yeah, y'all know we about to excel. When I utilize the words, I be making them yell. Yeah, H-Mac, I'm off the tip. Y'all know I'ma rock the shit. When it comes to freestyles, can't nobody stop the kid. I'ma get it done, I lock it in, y'all know the deal. I'm the illest each and every time I spill. I really came through the kill, no quill, using no ink. I just spit it as quickly as I think. A lot of y'all don't get it, but Harry Mac, my brain much sicker. I'm thinking quicker, you know I kill the mic with the vigor. Yeah, H-Mac, I spit bust. These freestyle lyrics.
Oh, you guys pronounce it Omegle?
Yeah, I'm about to
Oh, because I said Omegle.
Cause every time I rap, I deliver the fire.
I think that's just the difference between Australia and US.
Fiery rapper inside the game. Yeah, and y'all know I came to get live. I can't remember what's the last word. Did I get all 5? Yeah, was it fire? Somebody remind. When we spittin', we having an incredible time. They know that I'm divine. Rappers can't recoup when I'm spittin'. I'm rocking for the whole entire group. I'm killing it when I be spilling it right off the mental. You know it's essential, it's fundamental for me to be killing it. When I be off at the top, I be drilling it into your mind. Check out the way I get shine. I'm here to get it poppin' with a freestyle rhyme. Let's go.
This is the best part of the job, I reckon, for him. Just rapping for like randoms must be so much fun.
Yeah, I'm on TikTok, Harry Mac Official. I'll type it in the chat right now.
Yo!
Hey.
But yeah, that was pretty good. That was really good.
Well, I appreciate y'all. You guys have a beautiful day, all right?
They're so stoked.
What up?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Someone getting high.
Pretty good.
That's sick. That's sick. Well, can I do a freestyle rap for you tonight?
Of course.
Oh, hell yeah. All right, dope. Well, I need your help because I'm going to improvise. So can I get 3 of the most creative, challenging words you can think of to inspire my rhyme?
Okay, I'm going to go with puzzle.
Puzzle, yeah.
Black.
Black.
That's the most creative words you could think of.
Puzzle, black,
Black?
future. Those are the words.
Pretty basic word.
Yep.
All right, let's have some fun. My flow ain't subtle. Rappers, they in trouble. I'm about to leave them puzzled. My voice can't be muffled. I know I came to spit raw. Leave them all puzzled. Leave them tortured. Call me Jigsaw. Mac off the top of the dome. I do this, dude. Leave them puzzled like they trying to solve a Rubik's Cube. H-Mac, man, I know I'm about to rhyme like none other. My mind will recover.
The production on that H-Mac he just said right then.
Coming off the top cause I'm freestyle Jesus. Changing the game cause I think we need this. Every single flow mad difficult. Kinda like a puzzle with 1,000 pieces. H-Mac, man, I'm about to put one piece together with the next. And I make them interlock. Every time the beat sounded hot, I'm a rock. Every time I'm rhyming, I be hitting the spot. Yeah, I'll be right and exact. Getting so busy on top of this track. Y'all know these rappers can't fuck with the Mac. Back in the day was depressed, my future was black. Had to find a way I could make it shine brighter and make it more lighter. Nowadays I'm getting busy, I'm getting the props whenever I'm up in the cypher. Y'all know I was rhyming back on the black top. One of my favorite rappers, that would be Black Thought. And when I'm in the booth, they see me Black G.
Uh-oh, she's frozen.
Rocking this fucking black tea. That's right, exactly.
No, she's back.
Call it H-Mac the rap lord.
I thought she left for a second.
Write your techniques on the blackboard. Yeah. And when I be spitting, they know that I'm quite fly. Trust me, H-Mac is the right guy. I'm about to black like the night sky. Blacking out, using your words, that's what I rap about. H-Mac, man, you know that I be snapping now. And I got the most exact style. Every time I rhyme, y'all know I go.
I wonder how much his mic cost.
Shouts to my homie with the long hair. Growing, I can see you on Omegle.
He's got a good mic.
With my people. Yeah, I'ma get it done all up in a hurry. When it come to rhymes, go so fast that I look blurry. Something like a cheetah, spitting lyrics that'll get you high like the reefer. Making y'all believers when I be on it. This is not a brain, homie, it's a computer. Every time I rhyme, I be a sharpshooter. H-Mac be the lyricist from the future. To get back to the future. When I be y'all up in my time machine, I'm about to hold it down forever. I be clapping tough as leather when I'm coming with the rhyme regime. H-Mac letting lyrics fly out my mouth. Shout out to my homie who be sitting on the couch. Y'all know I'ma break it down so simple. In the background, I can see your window. Cleaning off windows of opportunity. Who's the illest rapper, man? I'm pretty sure they soon to see. Every time I'm rhyming, I'm snapping with passion. Bring your fist to your mouth, cause you be laughing. H-Mac when I'm blasting off. Way more advanced than your Apple Watch. Now I got you clapping your hands together. I'm the rapper that they gotta say it forever. Throw your head back cause you love how I rhyme. H-Mac make you have such a good time. And y'all know I do it off the brain.
I think he just scored. I think he just hooked up. This is when he's a Megal session for the night. This is where he logged off because he has a date now.
Awesome.
Wait, she might be underage.
Amazing. You are literally amazing.
I can't tell.
Oh, thank you so much. You are amazing. Thank you for inspiring me with those words and for shining so bright and bringing the positive vibes to my video. I really appreciate you.
Have a great night.
You too. Much love. Peace. What's up, man?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. Are you in a music studio?
I am, yes.
What's with this guy's blue
That's
light?
really cool. Can I spit a rap for you?
Yeah, go for it, man.
This is perfect.
It's so weird.
I'm a little nervous.
He's
so
blue,
please
but his
bear with me.
background's
Don't
yellow.
be nervous, man. You're right where you're supposed to be.
That. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, let's try.
Oh, I feel bad now, man.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Yeah.
You are now listening to Anyway Will.
So y'all finna get some energy. I got the remedy. You in the vicinity of the killer with artillery.
He's alright.
Whenever I
He's
get
alright.
up, everybody's compatible with my auxiliary. So
I just
forget it,
like-
when you hear about it, I'm too fast when I pass and I make a little gust. Hit a victim in the middle of the body with the rhythm and the blast. Yo, face in the dust. Hey, yo. I don't
Like, I feel like if Matt goes on after this guy, he's gonna like blast him and make him look bad. Like if I was Mac, I'd just be like, "Oh, that's great, dude. Okay, anyone, I'm moving on." I wouldn't even tell him that I'm a rapper as well.
What do you go by?
LB.
Be humble.
LB. All right, no doubt, man.
I was a rapper back in high school. I'm just trying to bring it back out again.
That's dope, man. That's dope. Well, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for sharing that with me. I'm actually on here rapping for people as well, man. Could I do a freestyle for you?
He's gonna do it.
That's what I was waiting for.
Okay, dope. Amazing. So here's the thing, though. I'm going to improvise off the top of the dome. So can I get 3 of the most creative, challenging words you can think of?
I have a whole list of these words, but I'm afraid if I like click out of this, I'll like accidentally click out.
This
Okay, don't
this
risk
guy's
it. What
about
you got,
to just
man?
quit.
Off the top.
After Harry Mack does it, this
rambunctious.
dude's just gonna quit and go back to his day job.
Genuflect?
What was it?
Genuflect? No, that's a hard word.
Genuflex? What is that? That's like flexing in January?
Genuflect is when you bow before you get into a pew at church.
Oh my God, genuflect? Am I saying it right?
I had no.
so
I
we
just
got
learned something today.
rambunctious,
I've never heard that
genuflect,
word before.
And opportunity.
I do
There you
like
go,
this guy's
opportunity,
words.
Opportunity.
He's
I
actually
like
trying
that. I like
harder
that.
to
Okay, so we're going with rambunctious,
use original words.
genuflect, which is to bow before you pray in a church pew. And then last but not least, opportunity. I'm ready, man. Should we give this a shot?
I can already tell this is gonna be awesome.
Oh, man, thank you, bro. I
Maybe
love
he
the
secretly
energy. All right,
knows
let's
who
get it. Here we
Harry
go, here we
Mack
go.
is and he wants to be in the video.
Yeah.
That post-production again on his voice.
Whatever rappers claim, I already done this. For me to rhyme off top is just some fun shit. I got the freestyle lyrics I can funk with. Go against the grain, my brain is rambunctious. H-Mac is the greatest, I'ma be regarded.
This guy's having so much fun.
To get the party started. H-Mac came through with the remedy. I hop into the spot and start increasing your energy. I do this often. I be scary like a goblin. Soon as the beat drops in, your head starts nodding. Shout to my dude in the snapback, backwards in the blue tee, nodding aggressive to rap verses. I provide the one they idolize. And when I'm finished rhyming, dog, I might just slide. I got you smiling when I'm styling. Your head throwing back now. Hey, yo, I'm blowing people's minds with the rap style. Rambunctious, I'm like a Dodge Ram. When I ram into the industry, y'all know I be worth 100 grand. Every single time I slam, they knowing who I am.
The editing of this video is actually pretty good as well. There's little additional sound effects and stuff.
I got to enter the church pew to speak my name. It's H-Mac, I'm in it, y'all know I'm out here slaying. Got all these other rappers praying, so you know they got the genuflect. I slam and wreck. It's H-Mac, I'm the one your man can't detect. I break it down for all
That's
of y'all.
literally
You know
that dude's
what's in the
face right
verse
now.
through. Holy with the lyrics like you stand up in the church pew. Sweet Jesus, he's just dropping the freestyle thesis. Best believe this, y'all know I'm coming through to ease all the hunger, ease all the tension. He brought the thunder, he's who they mention. Lay y'all asunder, I never ever blunder. Y'all know I'm about to shine something like the sun, bruh. Turn me up higher, y'all know I make it pop like the ceiling fan behind you, bringing them to a dead stop. It's H-Mac, I make their head knock constantly. Like the fuse, then I drop it cause I be a bomb MC. And who is the illest right off at the top of the mental? I'm guessing they soon to see. Blessed and thankful just to have this opportunity. Throwing both of their hands
There it
up,
is.
and they tell me that I'm one of the illest. Shout the legend LB. You're bringing back the name since
Understood
high
the
school.
assignment.
Every time I rhyme, you know I'm fly full. I duel with rappers like all the time, and they call the rhymes vicious. I eat up the track, it's so delicious, never fictitious. The way that I spit this, I make you smile.
That was you when listening to this.
You know that I brought the style, God. Doing it different, keep your distance, too persistent. When I be spitting off the top, and I got them tripping. Grab the mic and I'm steadily ripping. And when I rhyme off the top of the dome, you know I get hella free. Weaving words together like Muhammad did with the melody. He's bowing, genuflecting. Yo, every time I rhyme, I'm a damn erection. Neck is hard. Y'all know I
It's
got
gone.
you falling back on your bed. When I kick these fucking raps off the head, I I even seen your feet in the socks, and now you're covered up with a blanket. When I'm kicking rhymes, I got them thinking. I keep you warm when I perform. Now you walking off screen, cause you understand what boss means. You're holding your head, you can't comprehend it. My freestyle just keeps on moving, time and space, I bend it. My verse, I'ma send it right through the screen. I'm crawling in the air, you make your jaw drop. Going over
He just did the face. He did the emoji.
Why stop? I'm hot, might rock till dead, ill head spill unsaid lyrics for people to feel. I be lethal and real. I'm just turning the temperature up. They mention us every time we enter the spot. People
This man, he just killed this man's whole career. He's never rapping on Omegle ever again.
I'm controlling the raps.
I tried to say it Omegle that time. It felt weird.
And thanks for giving me 3 words that are a challenge. You said I got a whole list, but if I try to go to my own list and lose Omegle, I'll be so pissed. Well, I'm glad we didn't take that risk. We still here. I can tell that it's about to be a ill year. Got you yelling live from the dwelling. I can kill it whether over tracks or rhyming acapelling. Let's go.
I thought I was good. Not anymore.
That was all right.
Hey, he's keeping it together.
Are you kidding me? Now I feel dumb, first of all.
There you go. I knew that was coming too.
That.
Thank you, but you killed it too, my man.
Thank you.
You killed it
Yeah, sure.
too.
Okay.
I hope to someday end up like you.
Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Well, you could definitely do that as long as you stay focused and keep working, man. And I definitely heard a lot of potential in the rap that you shared with me. So,
Oh, there goes his
keep
blue
on
light.
going, bro.
That's back.
I'll see you when I see you.
All right, sounds good, homie. Peace. Boom, there you have it. And if you haven't heard, tickets for my Odyssey tour are on
That
sale.
dude just went and had a cold shower and rethought his entire life. You know what the scariest part of being a rapper on Omegle is? Imagine if you're a dude like that. The thought that some random you just come across on Omegle that you want to rap for has potentially just been to a Harry Mack rap, and then you've gone second. Like, that would scare the shit out of me. Imagine someone just experienced Harry Mack, and then they've come to your little shitty webcam, and you're like, "Can I freestyle for you? I got some bars. I got some bars to spit." Like, I'd be mortified. I'd never go on Omegle again. I'm like, if dudes like this are doing this, I'm like, fuck. I would look, no. Even if I was decent, like, that's way above decent. That makes you look like shit. In comparison. Alright, neat. That was fun. What time is it? 2 a.m. Woo! Wait. Okay. Now I remember. What was this? I will say, to be fair, Harry's freestyle game is S tier, but his written stuff is decent. Yeah, I wonder sometimes about how he does the freestyle, because I was watching his eyes very closely in some of those close-ups during that video, and he is very closely looking at certain things on his screens. So, like, if I had to guess, I would say that he's got like flows and ideas and bits and pieces and things like maybe spread up out on his screen, like pre-written stuff and like some conceptual stuff, potential like rhyming words and things like that, just like material to keep things going. I got that vibe maybe from that one. Like, I didn't watch his previous ones that closely, but that time when I was watching what his eyeline was doing, I got the sense that he was like sometimes specifically following certain things on screen. Like he was grabbing some maybe little in-betweens, which seemed like a clever thing to do. Because, for example, there's parts of those raps where he'll go through like a couple of verses of things that have nothing to do with the words that the person was given or anything in the shot. It was just generic, straightforward rap lyrics about him being the illest and my rap game being blah, blah, blah. You know, that kind of stuff. I feel like there's little interstitial, pre-written kind of connective bits that I wouldn't be surprised if he connected to one of those pre-written bits that's on a screen for just to jog his memory, to give him a chance to think ahead. So he'd be like when you watch his eyes, very like eagle eye, like focused on one specific spot of the screen. I have a feeling like maybe he's reading off a certain couple of bars of lyrics as a connective bit, but he's actually thinking ahead while on autopilot to like the next part where he suddenly goes into the word black or the word ceiling fan or whatever the next freestyle needs to be. He's probably looking at sound levels or how he looks at cam because there's always freestyle stuff live too. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of potential things you could be looking at, but I don't know. Sometimes his eye line seems so specific in that it looks like he's quickly read something. In that, like maybe in between recording, maybe he's just doing some like writing or some coming up with some thoughts or ideas that he can put into his next freestyle. Basically, just to vamp for time in between bits where he's like building up to doing another off the dome with the word they gave him, because he very specifically will be doing a bit that's definitely off the dome because he's using their word and he's describing stuff that he sees in their camera and things like that. But then it'll transition into a bit that is very like generic rap lyrics about like nothing specific, and that section will vamp for a couple of verses before it goes into a new verse that is about the next word she gave him. So I'm just trying to think of like the ways you would do this. That's all. Like, what are the mental exercises or the ways you give yourself time to come up with the next bars? And I think the key is in how he structures these raps, because those words are always split up into their own little sections, and there's always these very generic sections in between of just like straight up rapping that sounds like stuff that could be pre-written to vamp for time so we could think. I think that'd be a very good tactic. Have like 120 pre-memorized just like ill bars of just nothing in particular, just to stick in anywhere where it fits, to give yourself time to think. What was I saying before? Oh yeah, one of the things I wanted to get to tonight was Unreal Engine released a bunch of videos of like their new tech, and I wanted to check out what they're doing with that. I've got a video called Unreal Engine 5.2 Next Gen Graphics demo for 2023. I saw some people going off about this stuff on Twitter, and I saw a couple of screenshots, so I think there might be some fancy shit going on here. There's another video that looks at new motion capture tech as well that people are raving about on Twitter, so I pulled that up as well. He's been doing it for so long, I reckon he had punchlines just downloaded into his brain. Yeah, for sure. Like that's why I mentioned like 120 pre-written bits. Like he's probably got so many like kind of predefined like 2-sentence verses or like 4-sentence bars that he's used many times or pre-written like in the past, and it's all just like preloaded, and he's got plenty and plenty to use or go back to. All right, here we go.
Alright, so last year, we added several new features to the engine to support
That's
foliage
very
rendering,
dense foliage
and the Fortnite team used those features
for a game.
to ship Battle Royale Chapter 4. At the same time, Jacob over there and the team at Quixel were experimenting with what's possible for photoreal foliage environments, as well as testing out the latest functionality that we've been building for Unreal Engine. So, Jacob's here with us today in the Unreal Editor.
Damn, dude.
Let's explore the environment. And what better way to do that than off-roading? And what better way to off-road than in a Rivian R1T?
You know what's tough about having that much dense foliage in a game?
Now, Rivian uses Unreal
The
to
physics.
power their instrument
If you
cluster,
have a
including
3D character that has to
visualization
walk
of their
through
vehicles. So we worked with
ferns
them
and
to bring
plant
the
life and
R1T
grass
to
and
life in
leaves
this
and have it all
experience.
react naturally to you, like
I'm
that's a
gonna
bit
take
of a system hog
On my way.
All right.
on the old graphics
So,
processor.
We're building tools for interactive and dynamic worlds. So here we have chaos physics simulating
Jesus.
rocks that tumble as we drive over them, leaves bend out of the way, and we also added some real-time fluid simulation.
Sick.
We worked with the team at Rivian to set up Unreal's chaos vehicle model to simulate the suspension of the truck and how the electric
Those
motor
rubber
drives
tires
the
are
individual wheel.
really nailing the
Chaos
physics
also simulates how the tires
of how they move
compress
and compress.
and Meta
Like rocks
Sounds
are actually
enabled the
pushing the
team
rubber
to
in.
precisely resynthesize the sounds of the electric motors and mix them with the ambisonics of the
Is that
jungle.
a Tesla? All right.
So Rivian provided us
Oh,
with a
Rivian.
highly detailed model of the truck, about 71 million polygons that were able to
I'm
render
guessing
in real
Rivian is some
time
kind of competitor to
thanks to
Tesla.
nanite. Now the Rivian not only looks incredibly
I'm just
realistic
guessing.
because of lumen and nanite, but also
I've never
its
heard of any
materials.
other
And
electric
today,
car
we're
companies, to be
introducing
honest.
Substrate, our new material framework.
All right, yeah, applause, cool.
And to better demonstrate it, let's swap the paint out for opal. Now, of course, you can't order a Rivian with opal body panels,
Damn.
but opal was the internal code name
That's
for
sexy.
this project, and also a really great demonstration of Substrate's capabilities. The base layer models the iridescence,
Whoa.
refraction, and reflections that occur inside of an opal.
That's pretty cool.
And on top of that is a layer representing the
You
polished
finished your
surface
dailies already?
and how light is absorbed
Daily
as
what?
it travels through that clear layer of varying depth.
You at work?
And now we can add back on the dust and dirt layers. And notice how the reflection changes when interacting with the dust layer, and that there are no artifacts along the transition from dirt to dust to opal. So Substrate is more expressive, enabling artists to create materials like this with different shading models.
I still feel like a
compose and layer
game
those materials as they
can't
see fit.
really
All right, let's,
do stuff this elaborate most of the time because there has to be a lot of other stuff going on,
In terms of performance,
and it's all going to eat away at
Substrate
your system
materials
performance.
that are similar to the current Unreal Engine shading model cost about the same.
But if you can
So now,
afford a
artists have the freedom to
$40,000
offer more
PC, then
complex
I guess
materials
sure.
for extremely detailed use cases, like in cinematics and in film. So we're going to drive under this fallen tree here, and everything that you've seen up to this point was painstakingly hand-built by the environment team at Quixel.
I want to play
Everything
this.
since that fallen tree has been built using our brand new experimental suite of procedural content generation.
Oh, sweet.
Entirely an
That actually
engine
looks
that are
handcrafted, though.
flexible, deterministic, and artist-driven. Our guiding principle in building these systems was to empower artists to make tools for artists. So Jacob's going to go ahead and add a procedural assembly to the world. And the cool thing is that
Damn.
it communicates.
That was instantaneous. Holy shit.
Pretty cool.
Oh, you were talking about Nikkei. Wait, how do you pronounce that?
Communicates with
Nikkei,
other
Nick,
nearby
or
procedural
Nikki?
Elements in the scene, like the creek bed. So let's say
I think I
a
pronounce it
designer
different
comes
every
by,
time I
wants to
say it.
direct the player to drive to the left.
Oh, Rivian is an electric vehicle company?
right,
Okay, cool.
and everything
It's
updates
literally
to
this
accommodate
the only
change.
only the second electric vehicle company I've ever heard
Game
of.
design is iterative, so let's say the designer comes back, wants to give the player the choice of going left or right again. Jacob can simply move the assembly back over.
Jesus Christ, it's gonna be so easy to
Now,
make a
the
video
artist
game.
who created this assembly also added some additional handles that Jacob can use to art
Nikkei?
direct where rock slides are.
Okay. Well,
Allows him
now
to
I know.
Customize the piece a little bit more, make it a little easier for the Rivian to drive by. So we started by handcrafting that original part of the level to set the visuals and art direction for the entire piece.
This
and
feels
then
like an
built out
Uncharted
procedural tools that
game
allowed
at this
the team
point.
to create a much larger play space much more quickly.
How quickly
Now
could you
let's
make
see
an
how we
Uncharted
can
game
use
with this
procedural
engine?
tools to make larger sweeping changes.
I think Uncharted uses its own engine.
So
They've got
Jacob,
their
let's
own
start by
in-game,
removing some of the
not
trees
in-game.
from this area.
Absolutely, that's easy enough actually.
All
They've
right.
got their own like
A little too
proprietary
much, let's-
system
let's
that they
add
built
some trees
themselves, I
back
think.
in.
Okay.
Naughty Dog.
And let's also add in some cliff formations, give it a little bit more variability. So the procedural systems are all deterministic. As Jacob is experimenting with different sets of input parameters, once he finds a set that he likes, he can always go back to it and get out exactly the same results.
This is cool.
And the procedural systems aren't just placing trees and rocks, but also fog cards, bugs, birds, everything that's needed to bring this environment
In-house,
to
yeah,
life.
that's thank you.
And everything that you see
After the
here
word
is
in, I
concept
completely lost the
scale.
thread of what I
This
was thinking.
environment is 4 kilometers by 4 kilometers. If we hide all of the procedural elements, we can see that original hand-built area about 200 meters by 200 meters. We believe that there will always be the need for hand-building environments, so we design these procedural systems to be tools for artists that work in concert with hand-built content.
Like I prefer hand-built,
Both
but
Substrate
I'm pretty
and new
impressed with
procedural tools will be available
how
in
quickly
experimental
and how
form
realistically
in
this
5.2.
procedural system actually did
And
that.
everything you've seen
Because
here
what
was
it made
in the
looked
Unreal
hand-built.
Editor in real time on a developer machine with an Intel 13900K CPU and NVIDIA RTX 4090 GPU. So Jacob, thanks for being here and helping us out today.
Thank you very much, Nick, for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Like that's pretty consumer level tech as well that they just did that on. I guess I was wrong about that $40,000 rig gag that I made. fact that the wheel got wet and catch the dirt and stone marks over dry land as a result of mind-blowing level of detail. Yes. Like, I want that tech demo, and I just want to drive around on rocks. Like, I think that would be kind of fun for 20 minutes. Kind of like that Matrix tech demo they did. The last time Unreal did a big update like this. It was kind of fun playing that Matrix tech demo for a little while. You know, that was actually officially my first ever Twitch stream. It was playing the that Matrix tech demo, Unreal tech demo. I forgot completely about that. Oh, here's the other one I was going to watch. The MetaHuman facial tech demo. And get to it straight from here.
Hi, everyone. Our guiding vision for MetaHuman has been the democratization of complex character technologies, allowing you to work faster and see the results immediately. A character is only truly believable if its motion fidelity matches its visual fidelity, but animating at this level is a hard task for even the most skilled studios. Some of our best work leveraged 4D capture,
Andy Serkis?
but this took specialized hardware and weeks or even months of processing time.
It's Hellblade.
While MetaHuman created
I still haven't played the first Hellblade.
Generate high-quality characters, animating them still wasn't as easy. This is why I'm very excited to announce a new capability to the MetaHuman product, MetaHuman Animator. MetaHuman Animator contains the essence of our 4D pipeline.
Oh, this might be what I heard about. It's like a
it is able to use iPhone,
a way to motion
as well as
capture
stereo professional systems
into high fidelity, like MetaHuman 3D animated people.
For this, we're going to need
and apparently you can do it very quickly and very easily.
And just the phone.
With a phone.
Mel, can you take your position, please?
Is that an iPhone?
Yeah. Let me know when you're ready.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Okay, and action.
I need performance capture to work like a mirror. I need it to capture whether I'm acting scared or angry. And sometimes
Was that angry?
all I need is a look.
Okay, the look was cute.
Thanks,
I don't know about
Mel.
that
was
angry
great.
acting.
You're welcome.
Okay. Our technician, John, is currently pulling Mel's performance from the phone onto his machine where everything will be processed locally. We have updated our Live Link Face mobile app to capture all data at the best resolution possible with the device.
How quick are they about to do
MetaHuman
this?
Animator uses video and depth data to convert this data into high-fidelity performance animation, and it can even use audio to produce convincing tongue animation. John is currently scrubbing through the take to pick the section that he wants to process. John, are we all good with the data? Awesome. So from now on,
they have a lot of faith in this system to do this live like this.
Which for a performance of this length will take less than a minute to convert into animation.
Wow,
So,
look at that
Mel,
rotoscoping
that is
of
processed.
all
Let me show
the
you something
motion
else.
tracking points.
Oh, is that
That's
me?
like automatic.
Yeah, this is what we refer to as your MetaHuman DNA.
You know how much time
This is
I've spent
generated by the
as a
capture we made earlier, right?
multimedia
Yeah, that's right.
person
So from only 3 frames of
working on
video and
projects
depth
where I've had to
data, you can
rotoscope
generate a rig
and
that
track
predicts
points
all
like
of your
this.
facial expressions in just a
I've
couple
done
of
that
minutes.
for hours
You only need to
and
do this once
days,
for each
and it's
actor?
Yes, that's right. It
it's just mind-numbing.
calibrates the solver to your face so that we can produce the performance in a way that faithfully reproduces your original performance.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
Wow, that was straight
let's
out
check
of
back on the
that
on the
iPhone.
processing, which today is on the latest CPU and GPU hardware from AMD. MetaHuman Animator uses a custom epic facial solver and landmark detector. We can interactively look at the animation while it's being solved and compare it to your original performance. So it looks like it's almost finished. After this, is going to do
It's
one
kind of
more
creepy
pass
when you
to
see
make
the
first more
3D
stable,
model by itself, just all albino and hairless.
which is really quick. And from here on, we just need to export the animation. This takes only a few seconds. And then John needs to drop it in the level and add the audio so that we can see the result. So Mel's MetaHuman should now be ready in the level. Mel, you excited
Oh
to
my
see the
God.
results?
Yeah, can't wait to see it.
Holy shit, that looks really good.
I need performance capture to work like a mirror. I need it to capture whether I'm acting scared
This looks like a character from Supermassive games,
and sometimes
like Until
all
Dawn
I need
and
is a look.
Man of Medan, that stuff. That's insane how high quality that end result is, considering how quickly they just did that.
Thank you all. So, Mel, what do you think?
This is the kind of stuff that's going to make it like easy for small developers to make games that look like AAA titles.
So this is blowing my mind.
And all of this is solved directly onto animator-friendly controls. In this case, we are using a bespoke 4D rig, which we created together with Ninja Theory for Hellblade 2.
It'd be so creepy to see your own face on screen being manipulated like that, though.
Or any other rig that follows our new metahuman standard. Let's have a look at that.
I need performance capture to work like a mirror. I need it to capture whether I'm acting scared
Oh, cool.
or angry. And sometimes,
Oh my God.
all I need is a look.
So the scene take works even on stylized characters.
Why did they have to go to little boy for the cheeky look? That was awkward. Oh, they actually used Hellblade 2 to show up another part of the metahuman animation.
Process.
That looks
they
cool.
will redefine yours, when we release metahuman animator to everyone in just a couple of months.
I kind of want to do it, man. You know, I could install that on my computer, and I could use my phone. I could make a 3D me. I don't know what I'd do with it. I don't really have a use of it. Oh, there's the State of Unreal full presentation at GDC. An hour and 12 minutes. God damn. Well, we're getting the highlight reels anyway. Unreal Engine 5 Fortnite graphics update. Oh, there is a... That's why Sham mentioned Fortnite before. This engine with Fortnite looks insane. I wasn't sure what you meant by that when you said it.
As they will redefine yours.
Okay.
When we release
I'm going to go to Hellblade 2. But I'll check out that Fortnite one as well. See what you're talking about.
Signed, perf, cut, take 13.
So Fortnite's not going to look like a cartoon anymore, or are they just using the performance capture stuff? Oh, we'll get to the video. I'll see then. It's all right. Damn.
I see through your darkness now.
Is this the same
I see through your lies.
actress that was just in the previous presentation?
Will show them how to see as I do. I will not appease your gods. I will destroy them.
Damn. That was cool.
Cut.
Those graphics.
Good?
Yeah, it's the same
Like
chick,
it?
right? I didn't realize who she was. She's the lead actress in Hellblade. I thought she was just one of the developers on stage helping them out. The first comment. This looks unreal. Cool. Good pun. We got a dad in the comments. Maybe it's because the lip syncing is off. Maybe. Unreal Engine, Fortnite. All right.
Players had never seen before. We upgraded with broad strokes, using Lumen, Nanite, and other UE5 tech. We worked directly with the engine team
The
to improve these
destructibility is
features
fun.
and ensure they scaled on all platforms Fortnite ships on. First up was lighting. Now, our options in the past to improve lighting have been somewhat limited because Fortnite is a really dynamic game. Big lighting just doesn't work because the moment a player destroys a wall, light maps are invalidated. So we were really excited to give
point.
Lumen a shot. It updates global illumination in real time as the environment changes. Early in Chapter 4 development, we captured a video of Lumen enabled in a Fortnite test build. And the player in the video destroyed a wall, and light just came flooding into the room. And honestly, it was pretty stunning. It brought new light to the environment, and the realistic bounce light worked great with Fortnite's vibrant style. While initial results were exciting, you know, nothing is that easy in game dev. And as we discovered, real-world lighting can create real-world problems. Playtests revealed areas of the map, like attics and basements, that had no windows and were just too dark for gameplay. And it was also the first time we were using auto exposure, and it was causing bloomed out areas when players were in dark interiors looking outside.
Well, that's realistic, though.
We
Like,
solved
why
these
is that
issues
bad?
using UE5 features like local exposure and some art directable controls within Lumen
Mm.
that enabled us to provide a final image much better for gameplay.
I kind of
While
like
team
the
refined content,
realism
the
aspect
engine team provided
being
some
like
new scalability options so that we could run Lumen
like
on
realistic.
next-gen consoles at 60
It doesn't bother
frames
me
per
that it
second.
affects gameplay. It's like, well, that's just how light works,
In
man.
addition to lighting, Nanite opened the door for us to add an
Make
incredible
that part of
amount
the
of detail to the
tactics.
Fortnite island.
You're inside a dark
It was
environment.
introduced
The
in
outside
UE5
blooms.
as a virtualized geometry system
Hard to see your
that
opponent.
supports extreme mesh complexity. So we spent some time experimenting, looking for a good balance between stylized art direction
That looks good.
and detail, so we could increase visual quality but still maintain Fortnite's iconic style. Now that artists weren't limited by triangle counts, we scaled our content pipelines to support Nanite on high-end hardware. Tech artists modeled new vegetation assets, and the art team created some high-detailed props and some amazing hero assets. But this still left us with a large building library
That's
that
not
needed a
fun.
visual upgrade.
Well, it's fun to me.
We resolved this
realism
using
is
an
fun.
offline process that took displacement maps from our
In an
materials
environment that doesn't need to be realistic.
and created high-resolution
It's
nanite
neat.
meshes.
It's a novelty that tickles me.
It was really cool to see these classic Fortnite materials like brick, stone, and wood get a high-resolution facelift and pop off their surfaces. Now, past Nanite demos have relied on static hard surface environments, but Fortnite's an animated world. Trees blow in the wind, and buildings wobble when hit. So we
It
worked
is
with
kind
the
of funny
Nanite
how
team, and
surfaces
they
wobble like
extended the
that
material pipeline
when they're
to include
impacted.
masked
The first
and
time I tried
animated
out
materials on Nanite
Fortnite, I thought that was so weird.
The island in Fortnite is constantly evolving, with major changes each season and complete
Makes it kind of
reboots
seem
each
like everything's
chapter.
made out of jelly.
So it's essential that we evolve our workflows too. During Chapter 4 development, we started utilizing 2 new UE5 features that changed how we build levels: World Partition and 1 file per actor. World Partition automates the level streaming, and it allowed us to work in one large level. We use level
Damn, that's
instance
quick.
actors to group content logically, like a building and all of its props.
It
1
does
file per actor
seem to
ensured our
snap
large
everything
dev
to the
team
correct
could
parts of the
work in
building
this
it's supposed to
space
stick to.
without source control conflicts. Now, these features hadn't yet been put to their paces by a large dev team, so there were some early bumps in the road. But RLDs were in daily communication with the engine team, and we saw consistent improvements.
Slurp room.
Not long into
Slap
production,
juice.
we were developing Fortnite
I don't really
in a
understand what
much
the
more
Fortnite
collaborative
billboards are on
environment.
about.
Our
Just
goal
so out
for
of
Chapter
context.
4 was to deliver an awesome experience to our players. But we also hope by using and improving the engine's newest features, we've improved your experience as well. Now, with a look at the amazing work developers are already doing in UE5,
Flubbed it slightly.
please welcome Dana Cowley.
Yeah, I thought I was going to end there. More State of Unreal? What other presentations happened during State of Unreal? Now here's a gameplay tech demo for what we just saw. Wait, I thought this was a Fortnite. This doesn't look like Fortnite. Oh, it is. Fortnite's doing a little bit of COD right now. This actually looks like they dropped the Fortnite character models into a COD game. Like the environment is more realistic than the characters. Awesome.
I'm glad that went well. All right. Hey, folks.
Was
so
that
let's
not
talk about
pre-recorded?
how all
Did they just
this
play
was
that
made.
live?
Michael here has the scene open in Unreal Editor so we can take a closer look.
Oh, cool.
For the environment, we built this level using Quixel Megascan assets, many of which are available in the Fab UEFN plugin. We also used custom content that we built just for this demo. For the gameplay you just saw, we hand-placed enemies using a creative device called a guard spawner. which
I like the way
generates
the ground
aliens
looks.
that you saw
The
at
concrete
specific
looking like
locations.
dirty and fucked up like
However,
that.
we wanted to do more and introduce dynamic
I like
play
grody
that goes
grounds in
beyond
video
what the current
games.
creative devices can do.
It really adds to the realism.
So to do this, we used our new programming language called Verse. So in this short section of code, every second we grab the position of the player. And for each spawn location, we then calculate the distance to the player. And if it's within a certain threshold, we tell that guard to spawn into the level. So now we have gameplay that's more reactive to the player's actions. This is just a short example of using Verse, but for a deeper dive, check out the Verse Tech Talk later today.
So I'm guessing anyone
now,
can
Michael
use this.
is going to show us how we put the intro cinematic.
Like if I wanted to make a game right
Hi,
now.
everybody. So before the gameplay section, we played this quick cinematic animation. This was actually created entirely in UEFN using Sequencer. Sequencer is our multi-track editor, and it's been used in everything from in-game cinematics to Hollywood feature films. So let's take a look. Now all of this stuff is available right inside UEFN. So let's take a look at this last shot from a slightly different
That was the best part of
perspective.
the whole
So
trailer.
the other thing we featured in this section was a bunch of Niagara. Niagara is now available in UEFN, and it's our high-end VFX system. So, and just like in the movies, you can frame up shots and have great effects. So what we're going to do here is just set this up. So just like in the movies, you can have slow-mo too. Makes everything better, right? So these are just the samples.
Is that guy meant to be a goldfish?
Sequencer.
What is he?
But let's get back to the game.
All right, so now that we're back in the game, in UEFN,
This environment
you have
looks
access
too
to Fortnite's time of day
good
system.
for Fortnite.
Or you could use what we did
In a
and
real
do what we
world
did
sense.
and use a completely custom lighting solution.
Needs to
And
be a
thanks
little bit more
Lumen,
cartoony.
Both daytime and nighttime look great. Now, let's go to the final gameplay section and let's close out the demo. But as a reminder, everything that you're seeing here was created in the same version of UEFN that we're releasing today.
I think I'm going to jump in here and help you, Ray.
I'm all for that.
Is that a cow sweep? Oh, it's banana. It's fine. A cow would have been weird. That looks pretty good. Now I just want a Transformers game made in this engine. Imagine if this was a Transformers game right now. I'm getting vibes of the Blackout fight with the military at the start of the first Transformers movie. When the Blackout Decepticon helicopter turns into a robot at night in the middle of that military base. Friendly fire? He must drop all his missiles on himself. Yeah, death was a bit weird. Don't dance. Oh. Somehow I knew that was going to happen.
Thanks, Mike.
Wait, what's this? They keep on dropping new shit on me. Wait. What's this dragon?
Now let's take a closer look at UEFN features and workflows. We put together a short video, and then we're going to do a demo. Thank you.
Let's start with the basics. Unreal Editor for Fortnite runs on PC and is integrated directly with Fortnite, so you have access to over 4 years of content, all for free, to get you started.
Okay, yay.
What's special about UEFN is what we call Live Edit. Live Edit allows anyone on your team to join a UEFN session from any platform that runs Fortnite. That means someone
You can
join
level
from a
design
console
while someone's
using
in the
their own
level running
Fortnite
around?
client, and they're able to
That's
work
actually really cool.
alongside and collaborate with PC users. UEFN has access to all Fortnite creative devices, our
Velociraptors.
modular gameplay systems that work in the in-game editor. This allows you to instantly add gameplay and quickly bootstrap your game from the hundreds of gameplay devices already available. The UEFN
Neat.
beta has many of the same features we use to create Fortnite, including the landscape editing toolset. You can edit the landscape to change the look of your island, or make sweeping changes to create something completely new, and then quickly play it in-game to check out the results.
The default assets are all from Fortnite?
So even though you have
I think they're just saying that there's a lot of free assets already available because of Fortnite. Because there's
like Fortnite.
So many level assets that the game has generated over the
tech demo
years.
built in UEFN that we are
But it's probably not
today.
only that.
A big feature of UEFN is the ability to import your own custom assets.
Like the Unreal Engine
3D models, texture.
The Unreal Engine asset store stuff is actually quite robust. Like I've looked at stuff like that before, and there is so much. There are so many assets you can buy in those stores. In fact, there's so many games in Steam that are essentially like built entirely by like a bunch of like cheap developers trying to scam people out of their money off purchased Unreal assets. You can literally put entire games together with this stuff. So it's definitely, it's not just on Fortnite stuff.
And materials that we built just for the
But
project.
I'm sure like Fortnite has added
all the
a
lighting
lot
in the cave was made possible
content
thanks to Lumen,
those libraries.
our real-time global illumination system.
Ooh,
You can also
well, there
find
was the
more
dragon I
content
asked
like
about.
Quixel Megascans and Sketchfab models in our initial alpha release of the Fab plugin for UEFN. All assets are curated and optimized for use in Fortnite, and the full version of Fab will launch later this year. You can also create and modify materials, so you can change the look and feel of objects easily. And you can import skeletal meshes, and then animate using Sequencer and Control Rig. Everything you've just seen is available today in the public beta version of Unreal Editor for Fortnite.
Well, cool. What have I been... Okay, it's been IGN. Hang on. IGN, State of Unreal. So Lords of the Fallen got an Unreal Engine tech demo. Something called Project M had a gameplay reveal as part of this as well. We saw that as part of the other thing. Infinitesimals? I've never heard of that before. Unreal Editor for Fortnite official launch trailer. Well, okay, I see what the confusion was now. The Unreal Engine has been usable by anyone for a while. Like I could install the Unreal Engine stuff on my computer and then buy some assets and start smacking together a game. But they're specifically launching a new version called Unreal Editor for Fortnite, where it's like a specific Fortnite-oriented editor, so you can make games or gameplay modes and stuff like that within Fortnite's ecosystem. So we are still talking specifically about Fortnite itself and Unreal creating like I guess a more user-friendly version of the Unreal Engine's game creation utilities to work specifically within like Fortnite's creative community. Because anything stopping any of us from making a game in the Unreal Engine is just time and, I guess, ambition. Like, any of us can install Unreal Engine for the last 10 years and try to make a game. It's just the required knowledge to wrap your head around all the different parts of the software to actually make something legitimate that works. I guess the coding part's where most people fall down. A lot of user-friendly softwares like this usually make the coding side of things smoother for users that aren't necessarily coders. Like, you don't want to sit in a notepad with a white screen and have to type all that shit. A lot of people, that's where the line stops, unless you're a person with that kind of mentality and willingness to learn. That's why a lot of things, like RPG Maker is a very good example. I own a couple of versions of RPG Maker on Steam. And if you buy and install RPG Maker, it's so specifically designed just as a game creation tool for user-friendly, like, end-user, commercial-type use. And just to make 8 and 16-bit top-down RPGs, like the old Final Fantasies, that they were able to streamline the software to be as user-friendly as possible and to keep you out of the coding as much as possible. So it's got great features for making it easy for any of us to be able to do it. Like, you have a visual tile set to just put down the textures and actually build your world. There's another window where you can bring up like a little 16-bit character, and you can literally like color the pixels and like design your own pixelated characters, including the little walk cycle frames. So move the foot here, move the foot here. The programming side of things is done more visually as well. You can literally like pull up screens which are like, okay, for this chest, if this drop down player presses A button, then give player treasure and then make a list of treasures. You know what I mean? Like it's all if and or statements, but designed as like drop downs where you get to pick assets. So it's not you actually typing out code. They just give the tools to you to like essentially like surface level program everything that you want it to do. Obviously it's limited in terms of being able to do anything. Like it's designed specifically to only make this kind of game with these kind of interactions and gameplay features. But and if that's what you want it to be easy and simple, then it's perfect. The difficulty is if you want to make anything. If you want to make a game from scratch that does like anything you want it to be, like then you have to know how to program. I think the easiest way to do that is like Unity. I think that's why Unity is so popular. Like Unity is a kind of engine where you can technically do anything you want in it, but depending on how creative you want to get, you will start to have to know how to do the coding side of things a little bit. Did I tell you I'm actually tempted by the RE4 movie? Yes, you told me yesterday, I think. I think I said I wasn't surprised. It's been blowing up so hard. Across Twitter, reviews, everyone's pretty much 10 out of 10 happy. It's hard not to be tempted. I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm tempted because I was always a cell. I'm already a Resident Evil fan who tries to play all of them. My only problem is that I'm behind. I'm at the end. I'm at the final 2 chapters of Resident Evil 2 that I was playing with my ex, and I haven't gone back to it since. I need to finish that. Then I need to play Resident Evil 3 Remake. And then I need to actually catch up on Village. I still haven't played Village, which I might do in VR when I finally get my PS5. Instead of doing the regular version. I might skip straight to VR. And then I can get to RE4 Remake. Good lord. I hate being behind on stuff. It shits me. Like Assassin's Creed is something that hurts me daily. Because throughout my entire life I've kept up with Assassin's Creed up until the end of the last generation with Syndicate and Black Flag. As soon as it completely changed its genre with Origins, the Egypt one, that's where I got cut off when I went to film school. So all the new Assassin's Creed that are more like RPGs with a more almost Dark Souls-y combat system, I haven't actually gone back to. I need Origins. I need to do... What's the next one? The fucking Greek one? Where you can be a girl or a guy? Odyssey? And then Valhalla. So I'm mad behind. And it's frustrating. It's frustrating when you've kept up with a game franchise for like 10 years of like 16 games, and then at a certain point you just get cut off. Do you want to do VR Odyssey? Wait, hang on, what? Odyssey is in VR? Assassin's Creed Odyssey? Wait, I'm not familiar with this. Oh, wait, that's not correct. You can view the entire map. And VR. VR AC Odyssey. Assassin's Creed VR coming soon. Feb 2022. Well, what? Assassin's Creed Nexus VR on Quest 2. Valhalla in VR. Hang on, let me look at what this is. Because there's some VR Assassin's Creed stuff here.
Ubisoft is currently making Assassin's Creed VR version. That's right, the virtual reality version for the upcoming PlayStation VR 2, which is set to be the next-gen version of VR technology. Cool. And it is of no surprise that Ubisoft is obviously going to be taking advantage of the next-gen VR versions. Now, this information about Assassin's Creed VR, which is currently in development, is actually coming from in the official Ubisoft's job website, where you could basically see that they're looking for a senior UI artist for Assassin's Creed VR version. Now, as we already know, Assassin's Creed VR 2 technology coming up, and maybe Assassin's Creed Infinity could end up having an
This is annoying me. This is not an official thing. Nexus VR. It looks like they're working on VR versions or modes of some of the recent games. A little bit confusing. A lot of this looks like speculation. I won't be surprised though. There's actually a lot of third-person games that are now playable in VR, where you're just the camera, and you can just like look around at stuff, but you're still looking at a character you're playing with a controller. That prequel to Remnant was designed for that. That was a game that was designed to be played as a third-person hack-and-slash action game from a VR camera perspective, and now it's playable just on a flat screen with a controller as well on Steam. I forget what the name of that game was again. For Odyssey and Valhalla, they got a thing where you can go around the map and they have extra information on. I heard that there's an education mode. Someone told me that once. Is that what that is called? There's like an education mode where you can basically like just use the map as a learning tool about the time period and the culture. And I think I saw something going viral about a teacher using Assassin's Creed in class to teach like historical Greek stuff. I think it was flying around as the eagle in the little clip I saw on Twitter. There's also a lot of big franchises like this that have been jury-rigged into VR. So sometimes it seems like something's official, but it's just mods that have like pulled it off. Like Alien Isolation is one. Like technically that's playable in VR. There's a bunch of Let's Plays on YouTube of people playing in VR. But that's not official. That's a bunch of fans basically modded the game into VR. So it's a little jank, but it works. Bethesda do a couple of officials, like Skyrim got an official VR version that modders fixed, and the same happened with Fallout 4. So Fallout 4 and Skyrim are a bit of both. The bedrock of it is official, but it's not great. It's not very robust VR, and then the modders went and actually like fixed it up. So if you install like 16 different mods for Fallout 4 and Skyrim before you play the base that Bethesda provided, you will get more closer to the intended VR experience. I think I might have talked about this before. Like, you might be in VR, but you're still just pressing a button to fire a bow and arrow. Whereas once the modders fixed it, you actually got to hold the bow. You actually got to reach back and pull the bow and the arrow out of your quiver, put it in, and actually pull it back, and let go to fire it. So all those like obvious real-world bow and arrow interactions that you expect, because that's why we play a VR game, basically had to get put in by the fans. So unfortunately, like some of the AAA companies' half-assed attempts to add VR to some big franchises have been a little bit lukewarm. But as long as there are fans there to fix it. Same with the mining. I remember reading about like in Skyrim, you walk up to some ore and you tap X with the pickaxe equipped, and basically ore gets added to your inventory. It's very basic. Same in VR. Nothing changed. Once the modders got hold of it and fixed it, the mining is now proper mining. Like, you actually take out the pickaxe, you get to hold it in your hand, move it around like it's a real pickaxe, hold it in different spots on the handle. You get to actually hit the ore with the pickaxe, and then the bits of ore actually chunk off and fall on the ground, which you then get to pick up. Like actual realistic mining ore. So that's the kind of thing where it's like, Like, bro, Bethesda, all you did was change the camera angle from monitor to VR face screen. Like, you didn't actually change enough of the gameplay to make use of the possibilities of VR. I feel like that is a bit of a fuck up. Like, don't bother doing it if you're not going to put in the effort. That's why I'm impressed with Resident Evil Village. Like, when I watched the Resident Evil Village gameplay trailer and demonstration stuff where they explained it all, they actually did it. Like, Resident Evil 7 was an example of them just whacking the screen, the VR screen on you, and you're just still playing Resident Evil with the controller normally. So the only thing that's different is your view is VR head movement. And that's it. Otherwise, it's a normal Resident Evil 7. Resident Evil 8 is a proper VR game. They actually are a rare example of a AAA company doing the transition correctly, where you've got your hands actually in the world, you're actually pulling open drawers, you're actually holding the gun and moving around. You know, like, it's all exactly what you expect from a VR designed experience. And they didn't have to do that, so I'm impressed with Capcom on that one. That needs to be a set standard at this point, I think. Done with the, just change the screen. We don't play VR just for it to have a different screen style. We play VR because we want to be in the game and touch shit. We want to pull the drawstring. We want to fire the bullet. We want to hit people over the head with the gun. Real pistol whipping. Let's have a look. Maybe this is how we'll finish tonight. Let's grab a few of these game-based ones. Infinitesimals, which I've got no idea what it is. Project M. I want to be completely unaware I'm playing a game. Well, it's never going to happen because you are playing a game and you chose to play the game, so you're always going to know you're playing a game. It's never going to trick you. It's kind of when people complain about immersion in a movie, like, oh, that CG on that truck isn't quite... It's like, oh, that took me out of it. It's like, dude, you know you're sitting in a movie theater. There was never a point where you were tricked into thinking Tom Cruise was really doing stuff. Like, you know you're watching a movie. There's a certain level of buy-in with interactive entertainment and all entertainment art. That's why I'm not too fussed about all those fantasies about Sword Art Online style complete transitionary virtual experiences, because it's just not necessary or feasible, I guess. Like, we're going to be dead. If they ever do figure out how to make true Sword Art Online, like, I'm actually in a different world, can feel the wind on my face, like, I don't exist on Earth, I am now here, and can touch things and whatever, like the Matrix shit, if, like, actual Matrix plugged a big spike in the back of your neck, if they ever do get to that point, we're going to be dead. So I wouldn't worry about that too much, Genie. If you spend the rest of your life holding out hope for that level, you're going to die a 95-year-old lady on your deathbed, still wondering where the fuck that is. Although your children's children's children are probably going to be playing it. While flying around on jetpacks and visiting the moon casually. Jetpack Heelys. That's the future. Not jetpacks on your back, like the old, bullshit 1950s thing. Heelys in your sneakers. They're also jetpacks. So you skate through the air. Like Namor and his little foot wings. You'll never give a fuck about VR till then, if ever. Well, that's what I'm saying. You're basically never going to give a fuck about VR then. Because there's no way our lifespans are going to make it to that level. What we've got now is going to get very impressive for what it is. But we're not going to see that by the time we're gone. But, whatever. We were never going to see the holodeck either. Remember how back in the 50s and 60s, people were like, oh man, the future's going to be great. In the year 2000s, we're going to have holodecks. And like William Shatner, we're going to be able to go to a beach. A room is just going to turn into a beach. Completely holographic, and it's going to be perfectly realistic. No. Not even holodecks are going to... Actually, you know what? We're close to holodeck now that I think about it. When we watch shows like The Mandalorian, you know how Disney films those on those volumes now? which are like, I'm sure you've seen this before in making ofs and stuff on YouTube. The Disney volume is incredibly impressive in almost a believable holodeck-like fashion. So like every vista and cool scene that you see in The Mandalorian, where he's walking through caves or across a desert, is just the volume. People tend to refer to it as a green screen sometimes, but it's not. That's not accurate. I hate it when people refer to it as a fancy green screen, because it really is just a screen. Like, a green screen is a color where you're replacing the color later on in editing with something else. The volume is literally like a giant LED that wraps around a room like a big circle, where the actual environment is on the screen. Like, the visual effects are done pre, not post. So when the actors are on stage and you're pointing a camera at them, you're actually seeing all the visual effects already there, because the screen's already got the background with the mountain and the dragon flying. And it looks good. Like when you're watching a show like The Mandalorian or any of Disney's shows that use it, you can't tell. You can't tell where the ground, the dusty red Mars-like dirty desert floor, turns into screen background and becomes cliffside. Like, the seams are perfect. Oh, hey, Tenor. I thought pre-CG background called sets. No, that's if you build... No, it's both. Like, when you watch a scene in The Mandalorian, when they film a scene in the volume, it's a huge warehouse-style room with a giant LED screen that's like a big circular that goes around, right? Everything in the middle is where you build your set. So they cover that floor with like red dirt from the whatever Star Wars planet is, Tatooine. You know, they build the styrofoam rocks and all that stuff, and then the cave entrance. But like everything wrapped around that is the LED screen with the CG already on it. So they're not adding it in post. It's already there when they're filming it with the camera. Look at any scene in that film, and you can't tell. You can't tell at all that it's just like a big TV screen, basically, that's showing pre-designed visual effects on it of the vista, all the rock walls. What if they've got a good screenshot of it? Oh, this is pretty bigger. Here we go. Whoop. Ah, fuck, wait. Open image in new tab. So that's like a weird fisheye lens version of what I'm talking about. So like all those clouds and stuff in the distance, that's just a massive circular LED screen. Like basically the same technology as your TV. And you can see like the city in the background, and then there's water like in the foreground. And all the camera sees is this dock with the Mandalorian walking up the middle on the actual set. So that bit in the middle is still a set, but everything else around it is the volume. I don't know what's going on with the ceiling. I think it's just whatever the ceiling's doing is like that for bounce light. Like the dark part is just to get the overcast, darker bounce light kind of look. Ooh. Check this out. Nice. See there? That is this bot. Can you see my mouse on screen? This bottom part here, this little shinier rectangular part, that's a set. These droids here are a set. Everything around it and also the top part of the ship is part of the screen. So your actors are walking all around this ship, interacting with the droids, these crates. They can walk into the ship because that's a whole built thing. But like all this is just a screen in the background that from the camera angle looks legit. I know we can see a lot of seams and stuff here, but that's because we're not exactly seeing this shot from the point of view of where the camera's going to be. So it's imperfect, but you kind of get the gist of it there. I go back one. Those are pretty cool. Here we go. Nice. Nice. This is a good example from like where the point of view of the camera would be. So like this rock they're sitting on is set, and then like everything behind them is that giant LED screen. And there's a little bit of insert there of what it looks like in the show once it's been color graded and the lighting's been corrected for the time of day a bit better. So it's kind of genius. This is why this Disney volume system has taken over a little bit in the ways that a lot of these digital shows are being filmed. Some filmmakers don't like it. They don't like the loss of the reel. And there's a lot of film fans that don't like it either. They feel like there's something soulless about everything being like this constructed and pre-rendered with screens and stuff. It works, but there's something to be said for the people that prefer to be in like a real environment and film it like with real people in like a real forest or whatever. You do get a little bit of grit from that, but the fact that you can construct this also realistically and on like this budget, like Disney can afford a lot. They could afford to go out in a desert and do this for real. But the thing is, they put that money into a very expensive system that is paying dividends now because this is actually much, much cheaper to film it this way. Even though the tech used to make this is very expensive in itself. Kind of limits your camera angles. Kinda, but there's some very clever trickery involved. Like, because this pre-rendered background you're looking at, it's not a piece of film in a lot of cases. Like, in a lot of, especially with these Disney shows, like, you'd think it would just be like a filmed desert that they're just putting on a screen. In a lot of cases, it's like a CGI environment that is actually being broadcast live that you can actually move around and like change like live with a computer. And what that lets them do is a lot of the time you can motion track the perspective and the depth of field and the parallax, if you know what that means, with the movement of the camera. So as the camera moves on set around the actor, the way the background looks will actually shift and warp to match the perspective and parallax of what you should be seeing and how you should be seeing it behind. So that screen can actually have all that CG animated sky and desert and stuff like move with the motion tracked camera if it moves, if they needed to do that, which is even more complicated than what it needs to be. Like, you could just whack down a static camera and just line this shot up perfectly and it's done, but it is way more complicated than that, what you can achieve with it. It's pretty much covered all bases. Like, you can do a lot with it. And yeah, what Jeannie said, more upfront cost, less overhead. They had the money to invest in some really next level filming techniques so that everything they do from now on is technically a lot cheaper, which means they can pump out a lot more shows, a lot more episodes. It is actually affecting quality from a writing standpoint, though, because a lot of the complaints about some of the recent Star Wars and Marvel shows have been stemming from the fact that they're now able to pump out so many more so frequently that you're increasing the statistical chance of making bad shows. Like, less shows that take more time and are more expensive, that time is also used to make sure the writing and the show itself is as good as it can be. When you're pumping out shit at the rate they've been doing, like, it's much easier to pump out something that doesn't quite hit. Like, I've heard complaints of quite a few recent Star Wars and Marvel level stuff. I mean, sometimes people are just whinging for the sake of whinging, but it is true that if you're able to make more faster, it does impact quality because you're spending less time on it, because you're able to like bust it out the technical stuff so quickly. It's not statistical chance. Well, I'm not saying the stuff that's bad is bad because of statistics. I'm just saying that, like, statistically, the more you do something, the more likely you are to fuck it up. If I throw a knife once and I nail it, 100% success rate. If I throw a knife 100 times, that's a lot more chances to miss. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's what I'm saying though, is, you know, by giving themselves the ability to pump out more quantity faster, they've put themselves in a situation where it's much easier to get a lower quality by accident. And it's been happening in a few places here and there. I don't think the stuff that they've been doing is as shitty as some haters would have you believe. Like, I know there are people out there that are shitting on everything Marvel and Star Wars does lately. And I'm like, well, there's always going to be people that do that. I'm willing to forgive some things and just enjoy some shows for what they are. And I haven't seen all of Mandalorian and some of these shows, so I heard that the recent one is very good. What Andor? The one based on Rogue One? I heard that Andor has been very good. People are saying that's a huge uptick in quality. But I think there was some low points the last season of The Mandalorian that people were concerned about. Boba Fett seemed to go downhill. People seem to not like where that went. Obi-Wan seems to be divisive. I've heard 50-50 on that one. Some people think it's like a complete clusterfuck, and others like love it, even if it's imperfect. Like, it's got some low points, but ultimately by the end, with the emotional stakes of what they did with Vader and Obi-Wan's final meeting, people had tears in their eyes. Most of those haters hated movies 1 to 3. Do you mean episodes 1 through 3, like with Jar Jar Binks and shit? Because those movies do get universally hated. I'm not enough of a Star Wars nerd and lover to be that harsh. Like, when I saw episode 1 in the cinema, I was excited because I'd seen the first 3 Star Wars on VHS a few times when I was a kid. And I was like, cool, new Star Wars. I can't wait to see what goes down here. And it didn't feel like it was worth all the hype when I actually saw it, but I didn't hate it. I just came out the end being like, oh, okay, well, I guess we all hyped this up in our heads so much that in the end we just saw a movie with cool visual effects, and it didn't seem as mind-blowing as we built it up in our heads to be. Although I still really enjoyed the pod racing scene, and I actually do like Jar Jar Binks. I found him funny when I first saw the movie, so I was shocked that people were all like anti-Jar Jar Binks. But then again, like, I like silly humor. Like, I'm cool with that. So when Jar Jar Binks is sticking his tongue into a pod racer beam and is like, blah, 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 I'm usually sitting in the audience with my popcorn, just kind of like snickering. Just like, I'm like, I just want to see Jar Jar do stupid shit. Like, I feel like the problem was that, and this goes back to people hyping up Star Wars too much in their heads after like many, many years of just having the original 3 films. You hold it in such high regard that any silliness you feel like is some kind of insult to you. Like, Star Wars is this grandiose, like Shakespearean thing to you, and it's like, bro, it's a fucking movie. It's a children's film about guys with laser swords and space wizards. Like, it was never that deep. So if there's a funny, goofy, slapstick alien sticking his tongue into laser beams and making stupid noises, like, I don't think that's like out of the realm of possibility. Like the fucking Return of the Jedi had a whole plot line of forest teddy bears fighting the Empire with spears and fucking guerrilla warfare tree traps. Yeah, space fairy tale. Like, it's always been silly. Like, it's always had goofy, like, Jim Henderson puppet aliens that make silly noises and stuff. It's like, I just feel like people, they hold things aloft in their minds as some, like, grander than life thing because it means something to them and their childhoods, and then they get insulted as an adult when it's silly and childish, and it's like, no, you loved it as a child because you were a child and it was fun, and now it's like you expect something more adult from it. Like, we've even been getting more adult stuff from it lately, to mixed results, but it doesn't even need to be that. I would take a pod racing TV show any day that's basically wacky races but based around pod races. I feel so bad for the actor that played Jar Jar. What was his name? Ahmed Best? Oh, I just noticed that Minx showed up with some Biscoff. Antenna's got to hydrate there. Whoops. Sorry, was ranting. Yeah, I feel like Ahmed Best got a lot of bullshit over that Jar Jar character when it didn't need to be that serious. I've been finding a lot more in this lately. I'm a little bit worried. I gotta keep an eye on this. We're right down the bottom. The bottom seems to be a glacier deposit. Minx claimed a Biscoff earlier tonight when I first started. And I found 2 bits of glass in 1 scoop. I picked 2 out of my mouth. One after the other. It was scary. Yeah, but I've always just found it kind of funny how people take Star Wars too seriously, because all George Lucas really did back in the day, all he did in a nutshell was to say to himself, what if knights had sword fights in space and their swords were lasers and wizards and evil wizards had magic? Evil space wizards were there too. Like, it's knights, it's samurai, but with lasers and also wizards. Like, he did the thing that all children do, like that I did when I was 8 years old, sitting on the carpet of my bedroom with toys, when I was like, what if my G.I. Joes fought my Transformers and Barbie had sex with the winner? I don't know. Just that may not have been an actual plot point. Or if I had some Gremlin figurines or some He-Man figurines, it would be like, you know, what if He-Man and the other muscly superheroes had to defend the Nakatomi Tower from Die Hard, which was my desk and my shelves, from Gremlins attacking. And Gremlins were led by Megatron. They didn't have Barbies. Everyone had, like, access to a Barbie doll or two. I had little girlfriends that had Barbie dolls that I was forced to play with when I was a kid. And you'd always be like, oh, can Ken, like, save Barbie from something on his motorcycle? And it's like, the little girlfriend would always be like, no, she has to pick him up after work because they're going to go have dinner. And then she has to see her friend for tea. And then Ken will go home and he'll do the dishes. And I'm like, what are we doing here? What is this game? We're literally playing happily married Ken and Barbie have adult relationships with their friends and go out to dinner. I was always perplexed by that. Like, why is this how little girls play with toys? They're just mimicking what the adults do. They watch what, like, their adult parents do and, like, what their adult parents' friends do. And then they try to, like, mimic that. And I always found that, like, interesting. Whereas boys were always doing stupid shit, like, the couch is a giant battleship the size of Titanic. And it's being run by Godzilla, my Godzilla figurine. And he's driving it. And Optimus Prime and Megatron team up to try and take down the ship and defeat Godzilla. But then also the G.I. Joes are here, and they've got jet skis. And the banana's not part of the game. No, the banana's now a missile. I was going to eat the banana, but now it's now a heat-seeking missile. I miss being a little kid, just being able to play with toys and do stupid shit. Now we have to adult. I have to do things for money. Everything you do for money as an adult is boring. I had a 9-to-5 office job once, back years ago. I had to go to an office and sit there and do things on a computer and print out papers. That's some bullshit, man. Even now, like, I'm a work-from-home editor, which seems fun. But, like, anytime someone pays you to do editing, it's something super boring. Like a commercial for air conditioners, where some guy stands on the screen and is like, our air conditioners are 5 out of 5 safety recommend. And then you do, like, a zoom in on the air conditioner, and you show the animated particles coming out through the filter to show it's clean. And at the end, you show their phone number, and it's like, man, this took me 4 to 5 days to edit. I don't want to shoot myself. The Russian version of IMDb has scores 7.9 or 8.1 for Star Wars Episode 1 to 3. So episodes 1 to 3 of Star Wars were better received in Russia than they were in America. That's interesting. But then again, Russian movies are fucking nuts. Did you ever see the trailer for that Russian superhero movie where the guy turns into a bear? And there's a dude with like Grim Reaper scythes and he can vanish into a puff of smoke like Nightcrawler? I forget what that movie's called, but I remember seeing the trailer and being like, this is like looking at a trailer for a Bollywood film. Like the level of VFX is just janky enough to be like a Bollywood movie. We didn't see episodes 4 to 6 in release day as Otherworld. Oh, it did. The first Star Wars movies take ages to come out in Russia, did they? Don't remind me about this. Oh, you know what I'm talking about then. The whole of the world reacted to that trailer. That was like the most attention Russian cinema ever got from the West. All of America and all of Australia were like fiending over that trailer. We were all so like excited by Russia releasing this crazy movie. In the same way that Americans get excited about crazy Bollywood movies with over-the-top VFX. Alexa just told me to remind you need to go to the shop and get snacks. Oh, that's a good point, Minx. I can't go to bed too late tonight. Fuck, it's too late for that. It's 3:30 a.m. Because I need to get up early at like at least between 8 and 9 a.m. so that I can walk down to the beach to go to the grocery store. I need to do a big grocery shop and I'm going to get snacks. I was hoping to finish not too long after midnight, like 1 a.m., 2 a.m. max. So I'd get enough sleep to wake up at 8. What is it now? 3:30, 4... If I finish my stream at 4 a.m., I could get at least 4 hours sleep before I have to go shopping in the morning. And get all the snacks. Thanks, Mix. Good point. I should finish what I'm doing here, actually. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah. I opened up the last couple of Unreal Engine demos. The ones based on actual games. Lords of the Fallen, Project M, and Infinitesimals, whatever that is. Actually, I've never heard of Project M either. That looks cool. Alright, well, I'll start with the one we already know. Lords of the Fallen.
Now...
Okay, wait. That's not it. Okay, cool. Whoop. Let me rearrange my shit. The Lords of the Fallen? Oh, this one seems to be just called Lords of the Fallen. Wait, was the original... Is that the only change they made? Wait, why is it different everywhere I look? What the hell's happening here? Lords of the Fallen was the original. Oh, okay, so they added the for the remake / reboot / reimagining, whatever they want to call it. It seems like not everyone on YouTube is on the same page. Like, every other video changes whether it uses the or not. Including this IGN one that I'm about to watch. You fucked up, IGN. It'll be called Lords of the Fallen 2 here because we have no translation for the. To be honest, it should have been called Lords of the Fallen 2 anyway. I'm jealous of you. I really don't like it when franchises just redo themselves and then use the same title again. I fucking hate that so much. I suppose Suicide Squad did it. They just added a the.
Welcome to the Lords of the Fallen Technical Showcase. Here at Hexworks, our goal has always been to create the most immersive game experience possible. Today, we're journeying to Skyrest Bridge, one of the game's early locations, to demonstrate just some of the impressive ways Unreal Engine 5's state-of-the-art technologies helped us deliver on this ambitious vision for our upcoming action RPG. We want players to feel fully immersed in our world by playing as their own unique virtual persona. To achieve this, we've used a combination of technologies, including 3D scans of real people and UE5's own character customization tech.
I don't like it when trailers say that kind of promotional bullshit. Like, we want you to embody your own unique virtual persona. And it's like, you want us to play as a video game character. Just fucking get to the interesting shit. You're not doing anything new.
Players can create
you have a character
unique
creator.
faces
it's
and
awesome.
bodies by dynamically morphing between a huge range of shapes before finessing the finer details.
Do a fatty.
Our extensive selection of armor sets seamlessly adapt to whatever shape the player chooses. It's really important to us that we represent as wide a proportion of our audience as possible. Being able to customize your hero in Lords of the Fallen is only the beginning.
Visuals are nice.
Each and every one of our characters is incredibly detailed.
I thought that was a shopkeeper.
High-resolution textures.
Surprised they're going at each other.
Get up close to any surface in the game, like this tunic for example, and detailed texturing provides incredible levels of micro detail. How these objects move and behave is also crucial for player
That's a very
immersion.
Bloodborne
UE5's
outfit.
Chaos physics engine facilitates advanced simulations for clothes, chains, hair, belts, and a whole lot more. This helps to substantially enhance the secondary motion in all our characters, making their movements look much more lifelike. The lighting in Lords of the Fallen takes full advantage of Unreal's brand new Lumen GI. We've been able to light our complex environments in real time, meaning we can immediately see the effect of a light bounce, for example, without waiting for the traditional slow baking processes. Watch how the lighting reacts as we move our light source around this environment.
Sexy. I like lighting demonstrations. They're always pretty
like
fun.
This can be quite demanding on processing, so we also make use of emissive shapes to add additional details to the lighting of any space. We can then fine-tune these light bounces on our nanite meshes, providing our world with impressive levels of detail and minimal impact on performance. Perhaps the most important element of Lords of the Fallen is the ability to travel between two worlds. The realm of the living, Axiom, and the realm of the dead, Umbral.
Oh, I didn't know that was a
We've created our own
feature of this
custom
game.
toolset within UE5 that allows us to intricately
That's
craft
interesting.
these
That's
two
new.
environments side by
That
side
wasn't part of the original
and
game.
seamlessly swap between them. This means our artists and designers can ensure these worlds feel intrinsically linked, like two sides of the same coin, even if one side is decidedly more horrific than the other.
That's cool. That reminds me a lot of that that horror game where it takes place in the real world and like this alternate undead dimension with a split screen. Was that The Medium? That was a big showcase for Xbox Series X. When the next generation started. Yeah, it's called The Medium. Because before this current generation of PlayStation 5s and Series X's, it was something that consoles would struggle to do. Because basically it was running two versions of the game world at the same time. The real world and then the undead spooky version of the world that overlaps it. So the game would actually like run with a split screen in the middle, and you'd walk around in the real world and actually see like the other world. So you can interact with items in like both. But it basically was like your computer or your machine was like running two games simultaneously, because it was like a real pre-rendered environment. Not sure if anyone really paid attention to the significance of what that game was trying to show off. But apparently it was a decent game. I think it was a Bloober Team title. Yeah, it was, Bloober Team. They also did that Blair Witch game and Observer and Layers of Fear. They're an interesting team. They don't make like the best AAA cut kind of games. Like they're a bit hit and miss, but they're interesting. I find them a fascinating company. They do like worthwhile, like novel experiments in the horror gaming space. Oh, they're doing one of the new Silent Hill spin-offs as well. There's like a couple of new Silent Hill games coming out. Very, very different types of games. With very different genres, and Bloober Team is actually on one of those.
Half of Hexworks, thanks for watching today's brief tech presentation. The twin
it's
realms
over.
of Umbral and Axiom await fearless adventurers later this year when Lords of the Fallen launches on PC and current-gen consoles.
I find it so fascinating how such a big deal is being made out of Lords of the Fallen. This new remake sequel thing. Because the original was a very forgotten game. Like, it wasn't a big deal when it came out. It was just one of the first Souls-like ripoffs. Like, right when games first started to be like Dark Souls. Like, everyone was trying to do their own version of that. Lords of the Fallen was like one of the earliest examples of that. And nobody played it. Like I own a copy of it, and I played it on my Xbox One. But I don't know anybody else that played it. I've never spoken to anyone else that ever played that game. In fact, most people, when I mention it, they don't know what it is. And I show it to them, and they're like, oh, I've never even seen that before. Like, I don't know if it was their marketing or the reviews that maybe weren't that great. I've never actually looked at what they were. But, like, that game just, like, never really existed. It never hit. But it's a solid game. Like, I played it and I was like, yeah, this is fine. I'm enjoying myself. It's not bad at all. I'd give this a solid okay to good. I don't know what happened there. But I don't know how you go from that to all of a sudden this new one being made such a big deal out of. I see this game advertised everywhere. And it gets Unreal Engine, State of Unreal, like demonstration tech demos. And maybe they learned their lesson with the first game and they're like, okay, if we're gonna do this again and try to make Lords of Fallen a thing, like Mean Girls, stop trying to make Lords of Fallen a thing. If we're gonna try and make this a thing now, I think they've realized that they need to hit the promotion hard. They need to make sure people know this game exists and that it's supposed to be a big deal. So yeah, that's it. You got it. That's the reference. That's what it feels. Doesn't it feel like that to you though? Like, they tried to make Lords of Fallen a thing. It fell flat, even though it was never a bad game. It just didn't happen for them. And now they're still doing it. Like, it's just Lords of Fallen again. They've just used the same name. It's like this is their mulligan. This is a gimme from a different developer. What? So the license just slid from one developer to another. And this new developer's like, let's show them how it's done. Same name, complete reboot, do our whole own thing. We'll show them how this shit's done. I like the original's premise as to allow you to be a woman. Wasn't there a reason why you were that character, though? Unlike this game, which has a character creator, the first game, you are a very specific person. Like, it was a story pre-designed. It was to be told a certain way. That reason was completely BS. It was. Because, I mean, most games... generic pro tag with no personality. I mean, to be fair, I remember what he looks like, but I don't really remember anything about his personality, so you're probably right. He reminded me... all I can remember is that he reminded me of, like, surly, gruff, Viking-esque dude. Like, there's something... because he was like a big bald guy with tattoos on his face. And you could actually, like, run through walls. There were, like, secret rooms with physics bricks hiding the wall. And if you use the battering ram thing where you, like, charge, you can, like, literally, like, shoulder barge through a physics wall and find a secret room with a treasure chest. That's all I remember. Everything else is just, like, out of my head. I don't generally hold it against game developers, because there's two ways to make a game. Like, when it comes to protagonist, you either let a player make any protagonist they want and just adapt that to whatever the general story is, or you make a very linear, finely tuned story experience where all the characters are very specific. Like, the main character is Nathan Drake. He looks like this. You have no control over that. He has a particular voice actor and a particular personality. That's who he is, and this is the story. And, you know, there's room for both. I I'm perfectly happy with full linear story design and just making me play as whatever the character is. I feel like I would talk my way out of too many gaming experiences if I held games to that kind of specific standards. Like if I was like, I only want to play a game as a dude, you know, then I'd miss out on stuff like the Tomb Raider reboot trilogy and Hellblade and stuff with very specifically female designed characters. I just don't play those games. Well, I don't want to not have the option to play any game. That's the thing. Like, if there's a good game with a female protagonist, that's me. I'm that female protagonist now. It's a good game with a male protagonist, now I'm him. And there's amazing games. I mean, you know, I guess this is pointless to really say out loud. Like, I mean, obviously, you just have unique criteria to thin the herd of your own. I mean, we all kind of have to do that to some respect. We kind of need to make up some of our own criterias for how we thin the herd to make our gaming choices, because it's kind of impossible to play everything, even if we might try our hardest to play as much as possible. So you kind of just find your own criteria for how you make choices on a game-to-game basis. And there's no right or wrong reasons for that. To each his own, really. So I'm guessing you never played that Star Wars game, that Jedi Survivor? What was it called? What was the one that was Souls-like, and you play as Carl Kestis, the redhead? I'm just wondering how, would you say that you have any, oh, what's the word? Sorry, I'm tired now. You did play Fallen Order after we went back to... Oh, it's Fallen Order. Star Wars Fallen Order? Okay. I'd completely forgotten what the name of that game was. Yeah, I was just curious if you had, like, exceptions to the rule kind of situations where, like, if it's a particular franchise or a particular type of game, that it gets like a pass for your more specific criteria, like female character type stuff. The DMC. Okay, so there are exceptions to the rule, but it's very specific. That's fair. I mean, you can't be too beholden to rules like that are what would I call it? Like, only playing games where there's a female protagonist is a very, like, high level criteria, where it's like you could miss out on franchises you love or games that are meant to be like 10 out of 10 if you're very, like, completely adamant about it. But, like, if it's the kind of rule where that's just what you do because you have so much games to choose from that you might as well be that specific, but every so often there'll be stuff like DMC or Fallen Order on cheap that is stuff where you're willing to, like, forego that. Person have to have a real personality if they're going to be a dude. That's fair. I would put Uncharted into that book. I think that's one of the strengths of Uncharted, was Nathan Drake was a uniquely likable personality in gaming when the first Uncharted came out. It wasn't that he's an arsehole, though. Well, there's a certain level of caddishness to him. That's what I would say. I would use the word caddish. Roguelike. Okay, maybe not roguelike, because that's a whole genre of games. Roguish. It's that kind of, it's like Indiana Jones, but young and spry and kind of like, maybe a little douchey, a little full of himself, but also humble. A little bit of both. He's Nathan Fillion. That's what I liked. He was young Nathan Fillion. He wasn't full of himself in the way that action heroes generally are. Most action heroes are that gruff, stubbled piece of shit that's always like, oh, I'm gonna save the world against the aliens. And all that, you know, the Marcus Phoenixes of the world and all that stuff. It's nice to play as a character that doesn't act like they're the shit. That doesn't think that that doesn't take themselves that seriously. I think I was sold from the start of Uncharted where instead of jumping heroically out of a plane with a parachute into action with a stoic look on his face, he kind of fell out of the plane and the entire way down he was just screaming, "Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit." He's an asshole though. Don't like that guy either. Have we seen the same game? What guy? Nathan Fillion? Ooh, ban. Where's my ban button? I love Nathan Fillion. I've always loved Nathan Fillion. He's so funny. I love the fact that it's that roguish archetype that like is just as much based on luck as it is skill. Like he's not some like impossibly skilled character, but a lot of the time he kind of bumbles his way through things. You also hate Firefly? Oh, I love Firefly. I was obsessed with Firefly. I watched that Blu-ray of that one season that show managed like so many times when I was younger. In fact, me and a couple of friends from back then were pretty much preloaded with Firefly quotes. Like, even to this day, I sometimes accidentally use one. In fact, actually, I was playing a game a couple of weeks ago with some friends from out of town that I used to be part of like a movie radio talk show with, and we were catching up playing this game. And I just realized I used a quote from Firefly. It was the episode where they kept on not letting the weapons dude bring grenades on the mission, and then they got into this massive like hover vehicle chase where they had to like blow up the enemies chasing them. And I think it was the character Jane. And Jane was like, "I sure wish we had some grenades right about now." And the number of times myself and other people I know have used that line while playing video games, that "I'm sure wish we had some grenades right about now." It's probably the most quoted thing. It's such a weird moment, but I think that might be the most quoted line of mine from that show. I always imagine what life would have been like, a parallel universe, a different timeline where we got more Firefly. If it didn't get cancelled and we got more seasons of that show, like where that would have gone. It's a shame. At least they got to make that film to cap it off, though. Serenity was a pretty awesome film. And it stands on its own if you've never watched Firefly as well. You could just watch Serenity and enjoy it for what it is. You do miss a lot of character background, but like it's standalone enough that you understand what the plot's doing and what the characters are trying to achieve. Even if it's better if you have watched the show. I kind of wish they could have made an Uncharted live-action movie back when Nathan Fillion was young enough to do the role. I think that would have been cool to see live-action Nathan Fillion, Nathan Drake action. The Tom Holland thing never worked for me. I guess it's not a hard and fast rule that a character has to look and sound the same. Like, The Last of Us TV show is a good example of everyone kind of were a little bit, I don't know, about the Ellie casting. Because that little girl does not look like Ellie. In fact, she's kind of weird looking. She's got a lot of forehead on her. And we're used to her as that Mormont chick from Game of Thrones. But in the actual TV show, she pretty much won everybody over. Like, she proved that even though she didn't look like people wanted her to look or sound as Ellie, she became Ellie. Everyone loves her. That non-binary person? Who? Who are you talking about? Wait, are we talking about live action Ellie? Really? Oh, okay. Really? I didn't know that. Oh my god, where did that... Okay, this is the game. God damn it. Last of Us, HBO. Bella Ramsey. You'd think I'd remember that name by now. I've been hearing the name Bella Ramsey everywhere. You'd think that would stay in my brain. It's such an easy name to remember, too. Bella Ramsey. Pedro Pascal in non-movie form always looks like your messy-haired uncle that didn't comb his hair and is probably going to get drunk and make a scene out of himself. Breakout role as a noblewoman Lyanna Mormont in Game of Thrones. Yes. Is that all she's done? Nope, she was in The Worst Witch. Never heard of it. Animated series Hilda. Never heard of it either. Becoming Elizabeth. Also never heard of it. Damn. I'm out of the loop with her career. Ramsey identifies as non-binary and is indifferent to which pronouns are used. I'm very much just a person. Being gender isn't something I particularly like, but in terms of pronouns, I really couldn't care less. She's a Christian. I didn't know that. Saying her faith helped her when she was struggling with anorexia. She ran a YouTube channel and related Instagram account called United Hope, where she shared her faith. Whoa. So she's very religious. She, like, ran a YouTube channel about sharing religious Christian faith. Ooh. Okay. We got a strike for and we got a strike against. Cool that she's non-binary. A little bit shocking that she's a very intense Christian. I guess she doesn't really make that much of a thing of it. Because this is the first I've heard of it, so it's not like she's out here like doing crazy shit and making headlines. I guess it's kind of similar to Chris Pratt in a way. Like, Chris Pratt is a Christian, and he has a church that a lot of people don't seem to like very much. You don't really hear much about Chris Pratt's faith because he's that kind of low-key religious type that just is a normal dude and just happens to be a Christian but doesn't make a thing of it. She's probably similar. Otherwise, we probably would have heard stuff. Although the fact that she had a YouTube and Instagram specifically for this stuff might suggest that she's out there. I was like, the non-binary but not caring about her pronouns now kind of makes sense, because the reason I never knew she was non-binary is that no one's ever called her they, them. I've only ever seen her referred to as she, her. In fact, this Wikipedia article says she repeatedly, and every other article on Google that comes up. So I guess everyone's pretty much in the loop that they can use whatever terminology they want. But that also means you could comfortably use they, them, and that's fine as well. Like, either way. Like, you really can't get it wrong. She's all of the above. Ashley Johnson? Character did she play? Oh, no, she's from something else. Pedro Pascal. Let me just quickly check his Wikipedia. Anything I need to know about Pedro Pascal? Fluent in both English and Spanish. Resident of New York City since '93. Close friendship with actress Sarah Paulson. Oh, really? Have you noticed that Sarah Paulson plays a lot of very intense female characters? Like, she's always the scary scientist or CEO chick that is secretly behind like some horrible Umbrella Academy type shit going down in the background of a plot. Pedro Pascal is an advocate for LGBTQ rights and was supportive of his sister Lux Pascal when she came out as transgender. Oh, neat. I did know a little bit about this, actually. He has been an important part of this. He's also an artist and has been a guide. He's one of the first to give me the things that formed my identity. He identifies as agnostic and a liberal. Endorsed Gabriel Boric in the Chilean presidential election. Yeah, I heard about this stuff right around the time The Last of Us TV show started hitting big. There were some people trying to roast him on social media for making a bunch of positive transgender posts, trying to call him like woke and now that you're getting all this spotlight, you're trying to virtue signal and stuff like that. And then most of those people pretty much got like slapped down pretty quickly by fans that were like, dude, Pedro Pascal's sister is transgender, and he's been a supporter of her for their like entire lives, and was like an instrumental part of her coming out and finding herself. Like he was always there for her. Like this dude is not virtue signaling. He's not trying to be woke. This is Pedro. Like he's for the shit. I'm pretty sure, from what I know of his background, I'm pretty sure if you talk some anti-trans shit around Pedro Pascal, you're probably going to get your jaw knocked in. Because you may as well be, like, insulting his sister right to her face at that point, and Big Brother mode's going to come out. I do find it hilarious when people like that put their foot in it. Like when people try to make some kind of woke or virtue signaling point, not knowing the full information behind a person, and then like make themselves look like a complete ass. It's very delicious. I get some schadenfreude from that. Oh, I completely forgot he was the villain in Wonder Woman 1984. Ooh. 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 Wow, he walked away from that clean. That movie went down so poorly, but it didn't seem to affect his career at all. He was in Equalizer 2? Interesting. There's movies on here I didn't even realize he was in. I didn't know he was in Great Wall with Matt Damon. Adjustment Bureau? Didn't realize that either. He was the only thing people liked about that movie. Maxwell Lord. Oh, well, I heard people also liked Chris Pratt's... fuck. Not Chris Pratt. What's his name? Loverboy. Chris Pine. I heard that people really enjoyed his performance, but more in a, not so much what his character was doing in the movie, or like just his general comedic persona. People liked a lot. But I feel like Pine is one of those actors that he could very easily be like a leading man action star, but he does very well when he's in a secondary comedic role. He's got the chops. Kind of like Dave Bautista. Dave Bautista could be just a pure muscle powerhouse lunkhead in a very serious action film. But like if you give Dave Bautista comedic roles, he tends to knock it out of the park. He smashes that shit. In fact, Dave Bautista smashes that shit when he gets given serious dramatic stuff as well. So that man's a triple threat. Surprisingly. Like I used to think more highly of Dwayne Johnson, but I've started to see some cracks in the armor over the last couple of years that I think Dave Bautista is actually superior at when it comes to like every single box ticked. John Cena as well. Like Cena has definitely excelled at comedy. He hasn't had as many chances as Batista to show his serious dramatic chops. There's maybe a handful that I can't think of off the top of my head right now. But he could use a few more of those just to see what he's got. Yeah, okay. Massive tangent there. Let's close this all down. Le Pedro. Oh yeah, Lords of the Fallen. That's what we were doing. God damn it. All right, let's go to infinitesimals because I really want to know what that word means. Come on. There we go.
Now, a universe is already big at our scale, but when your main character is only a few millimeters tall...
Tiny little insect man. Oh, that's insectesimals?
As a studio, we have big ideas.
What's it called? Infinitesimals. Okay, this name sucks, man. Means infinitely small. Well, you put an extra S in there. Infinitesimal. Okay, I do recall that word existing. I find their use of the word a bit odd. No, this is a different word. Almost. They have an extra I in theirs. The word you're talking about, that I do know, infinitesimal, meaning infinitely small, correct. They've written infinitesimal, plural, infinitesimals. That extra I completely fucks it all up. I think that's why I got confused and why I'm struggling to say it. Because I want to say it the way that you've written it, but that extra I is killing me. Oh, does the Google have it as well? Hang on.
Infinitesimal.
Infinitesimal. Yeah, it's got the I in the Google version as well.
Infinitesimal.
Infinitesimals.
Infinitesimal.
Well, that helped. Yay. I have to admit, I've always said this word as infinitesimal. I've actually always said it out loud without the R, the I. I don't know why. I think maybe I've never really seen it written down that much, but I have said it quite a few times. So I think I've always thought it was infinitesimal. Well, we learned something today. I don't actually like it though. Like, I vastly prefer what I thought it was. Infinitesimal is a cool word. I do not like infinitesimal. Infinitesimal. I'd have to keep listening to it. That's how one of my teachers said it. Yeah, see, like, I have a feeling a lot of people say it infinitesimal because without the I, it rolls. It's smooth. It makes sense. It sounds good. This I is ruining my life right now. In fact, I might continue the rest of my life just saying infinitesimal because I just think it sounds better. Although now at least I know that I'm wrong. So if anyone calls me up on it, I'll be like, yeah, I know. I'm just being an asshole and choosing my own words to live by.
As a small team, we need to make choices.
So this is grounded, but instead of being shrunken children, you're actually insect warriors.
It has empowered us by giving us time back. Let me take you through a few examples. As Oodie is very small, we want players to truly feel his sense.
He's got like a plasma rifle.
Large space to explore. By using wall partition in UE5, we managed to save months of dev time. Not just because of the size of the world, but also because we can build on top of it.
You know what I like about this? Every game that does this type of thing is cartoony. They always go for like the exaggerated cartoonishness vibe because it's a fun, jaunty concept. We're tiny and everything's big. Look, we can ride an ant. I like the fact that this is like, one of the first like truly grounded, like realistic takes on this concept. Like everything looks like photorealistic as much as possible.
Systems very quickly. And with the built-in HLOD, we get strong.
Even the design of the little insect man, it's a bit sci-fi, but it's not really cartoonish. It's more Mass Effect.
A large world
He looks like Garrus.
But it doesn't do us any good if it's empty. And that's where the new packed actors and level instances came in handy. A level designer can use prefabs to quickly prototype ideas, while artists can refine those prefabs in editor by assembling assets together. And with one file per actor, it all happens in parallel. On the animation side, motion warping allows us to use a single animation for a large range of situations. And with Control Rig, we can...
I mean, the animation then wasn't really that impressive. That is fucking horrifying. No.
The most outstanding features...
This is actually why I haven't played Grounded on early access. Even though I got an opportunity to a little while back. The second I realized I'd be playing as a child, shrunken down to the size of a little toy in the garden, and I'd probably run into like a giant hairy spider at some point, I was like, yeah, no. Miss me with that.
On a night.
It's bad enough I have to play D&D style RPGs regularly where fucking giant spiders show up almost as a rule. I don't think I've ever played any medieval fantasy game with dwarves and elves and stuff where at some point you don't go into a forest and there's a spider the size of a Buick Why? Lord of the Rings, I'm looking at you. Fucking, Dark Souls. Was it Dark Souls 2? There's legitimately one boss that's just a giant spider. Like the hairiest, black widowish looking piece of shit you've ever seen. Almost had a heart attack.
And Lumen. We don't need to spend time on topology optimization and can directly use high poly meshes. Lighting is more realistic, and we don't have to use tricks for transition between exterior and interior. All in all, working with V5 has been a tremendous time saver for us, and upgrading from V4 was surprisingly easy. We were up and running in a couple of days. We can now iterate more quickly.
Oh, that's so cool.
Gameplay, and allocate time to
I like that
ideas.
octopus tentacle vehicle thing.
But enough talking. Go on the Epic Games Store and wishlist the game now.
Procedural,
Thank you,
jangly
everyone.
octopus legs.
Enjoy the rest of the show.
Reminds me a bit of that game that was like The Thing, Carrion. How like when you move around that game world, you've got all those like meat tendrils that just procedurally grab onto stuff as you go. I love stuff like, oh, that thumbnail is not cool. As we're talking about phobias, if I had any kind of phobia outside of arachnophobia, it's this fucking undersea shit. Look at this. I'm not going to click on it, but I don't know if you can see that blue thumbnail. The whole idea of like giant underwater life down like in the dark Mariana Trench kind of area of the ocean. That stuff gives me the heebie-jeebies. I don't know why this is trying to make me watch that. Why did that pop up there? Okay. Last one. Project M. Love it already. Good CG. Very Asian man. Is this run a corporation in Japan simulator?
Project M is one of NCSoft's most ambitious projects
Oh,
today.
fuck. NCSoft. That's a 50-50 situation if ever I've heard one. Okay.
What would it mean to you if the world was comprised of informational particles instead of physical particles?
What?
Oh, I got a little ahead of myself. I am TJ Kemp from NCSoft. Welcome to Project M.
What is Project M? Explain yourself. That was really cool. Alright, it's gonna be like Yakuza, but sci-fi.
Simulated reality change our perceived world if we could tamper with the arrangement of those particles.
Oh no, it's a Quantic Dream game.
This very idea is what sparked Project M.
That was sick. Alright.
The informational particles that shape Project M's world can transform reality based on your choices.
This is probably the
And
coolest
each
thing
choice
they've
you
shown
make
so
will
far.
change your experience. The information
There's blue
that
inside the
exists
lift.
in the present reality determines how the world will unfold.
I think this is all fancy speak for... It's just gonna have like Quantic Dream style different paths you can take through the story, depending on your decisions. Or like any
Value
Telltale
every
game.
encounter and every moment. These will be essential in the world of Project M. This is where our journey ends for now. I look forward to seeing you all again soon.
Okay. That sounded like it was meant to be a reveal, but... Okay. Whatever that was. The little headquarters. So that's... I don't know about NCSoft, dude. NCSoft is such a hit and miss company. That can make some real, like... They can make some real, like, money-grubbing trash. Occasionally. I don't know if I fully trust them. But that looked neat. That was like NCSoft went, I want to make my own Quantic Dream game like Detroit Become Human. But I also want it to be Yakuza and Doctor Strange. At the same time. Which are really cool ingredients, not gonna lie. It was pretty neat. I enjoyed every second of that. I was hoping to see some fighting though, like I thought that guy was gonna run up and like hand-to-hand melee fight them like Yakuza, but it ended up just being gunplay. Be a shame if it's all just like hide behind cover gunplay. It's surprising we don't see more gaming companies trying to rip off Quantic Dream. Like, why are Quantic Dream one of the only companies making that specific type of game? You think there'd be like 1,000 rip-offs out there. And like, here's the first one. And how many years did it take? Weird. Okay. Oh, a Biscoff to see me off. Thank you, Minx. Good plan. 4:15 a.m. I'm not making great time based on what my plans for tomorrow were, but I'll just have to be tired. Can I hear crunching sound effects when I scoop? Yep. Okay, nothing was there, but when I bit down, it made a crunch. I think I might have crunched the, I think I might have crunched that shard. I knew there was something in there. I was feeling for it, and it was nowhere to be found. I think it was hiding on the top of one of my teeth, and then I bit, and it went crunch. And I'm like, okay, well, that's now turned to glass dust. All right, well, that was a survival. That was not as dramatic as the one from the start of the night. Yeah, the first time Minx claimed a Biscoff at the start of the night, Genie, I found 2 fairly big shards in there, like big enough that you could pick it out, like a little pebble. I picked them out one after the other, like there was 2 in one scoop. Probably the second biggest I found, both of them, in one. So hopefully that's gotten rid of most of the dangers. Like, I knew I was going to come across a couple more, but the more I find, the less are left. That's the positive way to look at the situation. It's good that I found glass in my Biscoff, because the more glass I find, statistically, the less glass should be left in the jar. So now it's less dangerous. With every day, that becomes a safer jar of Biscoff to eat. See? Life is all about positivity. It's about glass half full, not glass half empty. See if I feel the same way when I text you all from the ER, like tomorrow. You'll hear me in Discord or something. Hey guys, there's a picture of me from the bed in emergency. The mental gymnastics. Hey, I'm not too bad at mental gymnastics. It's important to run multiple levels of denial, so you actually have the capability of feeling good about yourself and getting through a day. Yay! But it's okay. I have more Biscoff. Yeah, it'll be much more relaxing once this jar is finished, and I can actually move on to the next one in the cupboard. A nice fresh jar, where the only chance of anything untoward found inside might be some rat droppings mixed in from the factory. I mean, you can't catch it all. There are going to be times when you're not watching the vat and some rat in the rafters drops a pellet or two. You're never going to know. It's going to be in there. You know, they found that in peanut butter. They did some tests on some peanut butter, and they discovered that there was a certain percentage of rat dropping DNA found in various like pallets of peanut butter. And that was the explanation, is that this stuff is like churned out in giant vats in massive factories. So, if there's a rat in the rafters of the ceiling that just drops a pellet or two into it, you're never going to know. It's just going to get mixed in there and become invisible. You're never going to taste it. You're never going to see it. It's never going to have any effect on the consumer. I could eat a jar of rat dropping containing peanut butter right now, and it's never going to affect me in the slightest. None the wiser, which is for the best, but it's not like it's going to kill you or make you sick. It just is what it is. There's certain things you have to accept about life. Kind of like that statistic about how many spiders you eat while you're asleep a year that just crawl into your mouth, that you auto swallow. It's like, that might be one of the most horrifying things I've ever heard, but that's life. You got to live with it, man. What are you going to do about it? Tape your mouth shut and suffocate to death while you're asleep? Sorry, you're going to be eating spiders. It also explains why sometimes you're in the shower and you find like this little itchy red dot on your leg. And it's like, something bite me while I was asleep? I don't recall anything biting me. But there's a bump here, and it's red and it's itchy. Mysterious. I try not to think about that, because every time I find one of those, I'm like, I don't want to think about a fucking huntsman or whatever crawling through my sheets and having a nibble on my shin and then crawling off. Making babies on my ankle, or whatever the hell spiders do when you're unconscious. I can't think of anything worse. I'd rather go to prison and drop some soap than to think about spiders licking me while I'm sleeping. That's very upsetting. I feel violated. Very violated. Okay, well, it's nighttime. Nighty-night time for me. That was fun. I'm glad I remembered to check out the Unreal stuff, because that was on my list of things to do, but I didn't quite have it ready, so I'm glad it came back to me just in time to finish off the thing. Oh, I have a DM from Minx. Oh, it's just a lol. Okay. Don't forget the snacks. Oh, no, I won't. I'm setting my alarm as soon as I'm finished for like 8 a.m. I'm probably going to get a 3.5 hour sleep. And then I will be running down to the shops bright and early. I got to do it. I won't have cereal, and I won't have milk for coffee, and I won't have microwavable dinners in the freezer if I don't do this this morning. So, you got to do what you got to do. I was planning to do the last game on my list of those 5 games I had to beat in a week. I was planning to do them on Monday and Tuesday. But now that it's Monday and I got to wake up at 8 and go to the grocery store, I think I might shift that to Tuesday, Wednesday, so I at least have a Monday off. Tuesday, Wednesday is still within the 1 week bracket of time I gave myself to finish these games. So yeah, Tuesday it is. Chinatown Detective Agency on Tuesday. That's what it's going to be. And that'll be a 2-streamer. So that and Tuesday and Wednesday for that. And then I'll have to look into what my next thing is going to be. I don't have any plans for after that. All right. Good night. See you later, Minx and Genie and any other lurkers that might be floating about. I forgot to clean my screen. That stupid little window. All right. Good night.